Okay, my computer is. All right. Good morning, everybody. It is wonderful to see you here in person. I feel like it's been a few years. One of the things that we always like to do at the beginning of the workshop is we get a great mix of folks who have been to the CubeSat Developers Workshop before, folks who are just starting. So can we do a quick show of hands? Who has been to a previous CubeSat Developers Workshop? All right, that's great. It looks maybe about half of the folks. And so is everybody else new? Can we get a show of hands for the folks who haven't, their first workshop? Excellent. I love to see all the new excitement. Hopefully you'll find a lot of good information to help you work with your CubeSats. Hopefully you'll be able to make a lot of good contacts, both with the fellow attendees and the various exhibitors that we have up in the lobby, right? So welcome to Cal Poly. Welcome to the 2022 CubeSat Developers Workshop. My name is John Blardo. I'm one of the faculty members associated with the CubeSat lab here at Cal Poly. And in general, as a sort of order of point, you'll see these orange straps on their name tags. These are your students or staff that are associated with the lab here at Cal Poly. So if you have questions, they're the best ones to ask, to look for the orange tags. I also have a number of announcements. Our event couldn't be held without all of our sponsors. I want to start out by thanking all of the generous sponsors. Our gold sponsors this year are Amateur Radio Digital Communication, Blue Canyon Technologies, UARX, Experior Laboratories, DHV Technology, MaxIQ, and Millennium Space Systems. This year, silver sponsors are IBIOS, Leaf Space, M2 Antenna Systems, Terrain Orbital, and Skyline. Our bronze sponsors are Allen, Blue Cubed, Cal Poly Corporate Engagement and Innovation, and Cambrian Works. Again, we host this largely as a service to the community. This is not a big money-making center for lab, and so the sponsors directly enable us to keep hosting this year after year, and we're greatly appreciative to all of our sponsors. So can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. I have a few announcements to open up our time together. First, I want you to make sure you check out all of the exhibitors. They're spread in a few different places. You pass some in the main lobby as you walked in. There are some exhibitors up on the second floor. So if you walk up the staircase, sort of at the back of the theater here, you'll find some exhibitors on the second floor. There's also exhibitors in the lower lobby just outside the main restrooms. The main restrooms are sort of underneath and behind the building here. So make sure you go and talk with all our exhibitors during the 3 days that we're here. Our poster sessions are going to be up on the third floor. So you take the staircase up twice. There's also a wonderful little viewing area you can look out over you can go outside and look out over campus and Cal Poly. It's pretty nice up there. But make sure you go up and check out the posters on the third floor. There's some dedicated time, but also breaks to go up and check out all the great work that the students have been doing that's not being presented here in front of everybody. Lunch is at a different building. It's at the Multi-Activity Center, which is going to be down the hill a little way, and it's my right, but it's actually that way when you leave. There'll be signs, so when you're looking for lunch, either follow the crowd, right, or look for the signs and know you're going to have to walk down the hill a little ways that direction to get to lunch. Let's see, where am I? Okay, tonight we have our networking dinner at Slow Brew Rock, which is over near the airport here in San Luis Obispo. It starts at 6 p.m. There'll be plenty of food and drinks, and it'll give you a chance to mingle. So please plan on attending that this evening. The schedule for the workshop, if we have to make any updates during the course of the next couple days, that's going to be online. That's going to be the most current one. So if you're curious, double check or refresh the schedule that we have on the website. And the website is cubesatdw.org, where you can get that information. If you're a presenter and you have not yet submitted your presentation, I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand. Right? I'm not trying to shame you. But you still have the opportunity. If you go back up in the main lobby, there's a table up there. You can use that to help submit the the presentation. Unfortunately, we're not able to make changes to the presentations and add them backstage. So if you show up backstage 2 minutes before you're supposed to present without your presentation uploaded, that's not going to work so well. Okay, let's see, next. Wednesday, tomorrow, 1 p.m., Blue Canyon's Graham Gable will be presenting the company's capabilities as an end-to-end spacecraft provider in the pavilion, so be on the lookout for that. Also, you can sign up for the Max IQ workshops. Just go to their page, linked off CubeSatTW.org, in the events tab. So if you're interested in signing up for that, you can still do so. Also, as in years past, we have a limited number of Hawaiian shirts available for purchase at the registration table. I'm not wearing my Hawaiian shirt today, but I'll try to wear it tomorrow to kind of show it off. These are designed by our students, and we get a few made every year. So we still have a few of those if you're interested, back by the registration table. Okay, one more announcement before I get to introduce our keynote speaker. So this announcement is from Cadence. Hello, CubeSat community. We want to remind you about the California Cadence Consortium Success Showcase this Friday, April 29th, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Half-day free event presents a great opportunity to learn about no-cost Cadence resources you can leverage. Hear from small businesses, including small SAT companies, that have successfully implemented Cadence, resources for business development, technology and process improvements, strategic relationship building, and talent acquisition. Register online at our website under the Events tab. Look for Cadence on the CubeSatDW.org website. You can also pick up a flyer at the check-in table and register at the door as well. With that, I made it through all my announcements. And so I get the honor of introducing our first keynote speaker. Our first keynote speaker is Florence Tan. She's Deputy Chief Technologist and Chair of the Small Sat Coordination Group, SSCG, over at NASA. She, in addition to all her recent work at NASA, some of which I'll tell you about, she's worked on a number of different spectrometers, 7 mass spectrometers, to destinations including Mars, Saturn, Titan, and the Moon. And she has, many decades of experience working at NASA in various capacities. With that, I'd like to ask Florence to come on out. And please give her a welcome.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Let's see, advance the charts. Oh, no, other way. Have to learn how to drive first. Okay, so thank you for having me, and thank you to Cal Poly for inviting me to talk to you. And it's been some time, since we gathered because of the pandemic, and really, really appreciate your coming out today. So I'm here to talk about advances in the transformative science and the technology with SmallSat and CubeSats that has happened in the last years, right? We know that small satellites have become a platform for creating new types of observations, for enabling the type of science that we didn't even imagine could happen. And also we're leveraging the advances in miniaturization, in technology innovations, different architectures to support this high spatial and temporal measurements, continuity measurements, constellations. And we have, certainly NASA has embraced small sats and from CubeSats to ESPA-class spacecraft as another tool in our diverse portfolio for technology, science, and exploration. It's not just here's a novelty. This is now our tool set. So we have certainly been selecting many missions. So this talk is about what we're doing, the efforts we're making towards utilizing small sats for its key secret power, whatever we call it, and also the ability to leverage industry and innovations. So let's see if I can turn this. Okay. Okay, so for the purpose of this talk, I'll be talking about some statistics, so I thought it'd be good to define what I think small sats are and what CubeSats are. And you know CubeSats, these are U-class missions, and 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter for one U and so on when you go to multiple U's. And then for a small sat definition, we are interested in defining it as because you have to get all the database set up to figure out how many of these missions that we're talking about. So these are missions that are interface compatible with an ESPA ring, a dedicated small or medium launch vehicle, or a containerized dispenser, and with an upper limit of about 500 kilograms. So with that, this is our current color-coded. In 12 years, we've filled the world with lots of CubeSats, right? We rival the numbers with small sat. The small sats rival the big sat satellites, and this is color-coded with mission directorates. So, for example, the NASA has the Science Technology Mission Directorate. The human now it's not human exploration and operations, but we're going to pretend it's still that way. It's sort of moved to two different mission directorates, SOMD and ESDMD. But for the purpose of the discussion, historically, we have HUMD, Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate, and then the Science Mission Directorate, which consists of many, actually up to 6 divisions, and they are color-coded. You can see Joint Agency Satellite Division, Heliophysics, Astrophysics, Earth, Planetary, and Biological and Physical Sciences. So all those types of missions are color-coded here around their bodies of study. And we even have failures. Of course we have failures, right? And they're pink. So we know that these satellites are experimental. We're using it to verify technologies. But in verifying the technologies, I'll talk about this later, we're also going to be trying to get some science out of it. We squeeze science out of that opportunity. The moment you launch, you want to try and get as much as you can. So over the last 12 years, SMD, the Science Mission Directorate, has awarded about 88 missions and 54 studies. We have more than 50 missions now in implementation and formulation, consisting of about 87 spacecraft. And in 2019, we're going to launch. 2022, we're going to launch approximately 19 missions, 26 spacecraft. So SDMD similarly has also made huge leaps, and they have about more than 20 in formulation and implementation, and launching more than 10 in the coming years. So in this year alone. So similarly with human exploration, we have now the Artemis missions, about 4 actually, that is launching this year. So I'm going to try and draw this. The other way to look at what we're doing is if you look at this chart, the line that's the line that shows on the right-hand side where missions that are operating, deployed, or that have orbited or deorbited. And the missions to the left are missions that are being built today. And I color-coded it so that you can see that in the early years after we built and launched it, most of the missions are white, so there are 3U or 6U units. But if you see all the missions that NASA is preparing to fly, they are more colorful, meaning they are larger satellites. There are multiple units, the yellow, and you can see more colorful across our mission directorates. So I wanted to talk about the Small Spacecraft Coordination Group. I will be talking about this later today at 1 o'clock, so I'm not going to jump into this as much, but in response to the National Academy's study, Achieving Science with CubeSats report in 2017, we stood up a small spacecraft coordination group for NASA, and the role of the small spacecraft coordination group is to encompass matters related to small satellites, including CubeSats and constellations of small spacecraft, and to all the way to ESPA-class spacecraft. And we really we realized back in 2017 that small satellites is going to be a disruptive force in our mission. So we formed a central coordination group with an objective of recommending strategy, recommending policy, and providing advice to the Agency Program Management Council and our associate administrators of our Science, Technology, and Space Operations Mission Directorate. So I'll talk about that more in detail. And again, I'll be talking about the emphasis of this group, what we're trying to achieve, and showing the different focus areas of this group, from implementation all the way to commercial partnerships and international relationships. Of course, there's issues that surround how we can get to space, and those are the SMAs, reliability, technical excellence, launch accommodation, services and infrastructure, and of course now orbital debris. So with that, with access to space, SMD, the Science Mission Directorate, has a rideshare policy that was established in about 2018, and we formulated a rideshare office in 2020. And Ali Mendoza Hill is the lead of this rideshare office, and we locate this office in our heliophysics division within the Science Mission Directorate, and we coordinate with the Mission Directorate members of the science, the Small Spacecraft Coordination Group that I chair, and the Flight Program Office, the NASA centers, and the Launch Services Program. And this policy is called SPD 32, and it's to enable a rideshare or launch accommodation opportunities using ESPA-type ring integrated on the launch service procured for an SMD primary payload with identified excess performance. Very important, right? Then we also agreed that if we have this excess performance, if NASA's Science Mission Directorate cannot use it, we'll offer it to other mission directorates, we'll offer it to other government agencies, or to our international partners, according to the agreements, so that we can collaborate on efforts relating to science, technology, and exploration goals. So this policy applies only to ESPA class and independent CubeSat missions on ESPA ports, right? And it's not the CubeSats that are managed through the CubeSat launch initiative that HUMD runs. So one of the outcomes of the rideshare office is, we spent a lot of time, and we decided that we wanted to make a new way of getting to space, and this is the venture class acquisition of dedicated rideshare program. And the goal is to accept more risks for our launches, and with new launch providers, an opportunity to work with new launch providers. And we want to foster a vibrant launch vehicle market. This is a new contract structure. Our missions that are accepted are Class D or Subclass D. And these are FAA licensed launches, right? NASA is foregoing some of our traditional insight and oversight to adopt a more commercial approach. And VADR does not require demonstrated first flight capability. We can launch on a rocket that has not launched, for the first time, and we still can, put our missions on it. And then if we lose a payload, it's not considered a mishap. So this is something that can flow from the venture class all the way, the launch services all the way now to this VADR. And by the way, we also have, I believe, members from the LSP, the Launch Services Program, in the audience, and you can always ask questions about that. So here are the companies, and we look forward to working with them. So CSLI, very well, CSLI is something that it provides launch opportunities for a number of groups, including Cal Poly students here, and many universities. And I cannot speak more highly about CSLI because it affords and provides a very flexible way to get payloads to missions that are have excess capacity either through commercial missions or deep space or the ISS deployments. So again, the goal of CSLI is to enable broad access to space, and I believe that you all know as well as I do how successful they have been because we are able to move flexibly. And the CSI supports the NASA mission of exploration, right? And getting the science, the technology to enhance the knowledge that we need for our strategic goals. So we really think that this is very helpful to the students that have taken advantage of the access to space. And I think it's exciting. I was talking to Ryan just now, Ryan Nugent, just now, before we came on stage, and he says that the goal is to have students work on this mission every year. I just want to tell you personally, when I started working in the 90s on flight missions, I was put on a mission to fly hardware, design hardware, build and write software on the Cassini mission. It took, let's see, 5 years to build this hardware. We launched, so 93 to 97, 4 or 5 years. And then we launched in 97, got there in 2005, right? You guys can build the hardware, launch it, and get the data pretty much next week. It's a change. So CSLI enables that. So having, said all this about CSLI, I wanted to have a poster child that I want to show HARP. HARP is the hyperangular rainbow polymeter that was the PI is Vanderlei Martens of UMBC. And this was a payload that was selected in 2012, right? A mission that reflects grit and persistence of a team and showcases the flexibility of CSLI to accommodate this team as they work through their myriad and multiple challenges. And it embodies to me the spirit of and the intentions of CSLI. And HARP was manifested 7 times. Now, I'm not saying to you guys, please go do this 7 times. This is not encouragement for you to do that, but it just shows how HARP has been a labor of love for this little team from UMBC, and the team included 3 PhD students, 1 master's students, 8 undergraduates, and 2 high school students. And it's a technology demonstration mission. We collected important science. This mission collected information about aerosols, right? These are the cloud and tiny particles in Earth's atmosphere that will that shows up, in say wildfire smoke, desert dust, human-generated pollutants, and this has an effect on global climate and the health of organisms, right? If raindrops condense around these particles, they play a role in global precipitation. So the particles can trap energy, again affecting climate. So we want to observe these particles from many angles, and HARP provides that comprehensive view on what's going on in the atmosphere. So data is really important for scientists, and because HARP did this, we are going to use Fly HARP 2, a nearly identical instrument, on the PACE mission that's going to launch, and again, contributing to information. Technology demonstration that moves us forward. So CSLI certainly has played a huge role in making this possible. So here are some, statistics about CSLI. Over 110 unique organizations, more than 95 academic organizations, more than 140 flown, right? And 130 deployed into space, and that there are 65 that are currently manifested or on contract for launch. Very, very impressive. So here's some information for you, for those of you who want to take advantage of CubeSat launch initiative. There is a link, so please go there and please check the website for updates. And the next opportunity to get to space is the exciting Flight Opportunities program. And I think Chris Baker is somewhere in the audience. There he is. And please go to him for questions. Again, I really applaud Chris's program for bringing this new idea of tech leap, tech flights, and tech rise. And I'll talk about all these missions, all these different programs. So the Flight Opportunities Program is a program that provides a way to leap, from the bench to space, right, or to test, so suborbital space, and for the purpose of space exploration, for discovery, for expansion of space commerce. Again, there's a link there if you need it. So I mentioned Tech Leap. So Tech Leap is a competition. It is a cash prize to develop technology and get it ready for flight. And it is specifically targeting challenges at 6 months intervals to advance innovation that address a current NASA technology need. You can win. It's up to $650,000 for technology development. And the funding is available for 3 to 4 challenges. So again, leaping technology from the bench to a flight platform. So these technologies are, autonomous. The last one that was awarded was an autonomous, innovation and 3 teams were selected. And the next one that need is a nighttime precision landing, and you need to register for the competition by May the 5th. So this enables groups like businesses, academic institutions, entrepreneurs, and other innovators to compete for funding that advances an innovation that addresses the current technology need. The next program is Tech Flight. It's a grant. It's an agreement to purchase orbital or suborbital test flight. And the solicitation is with different subtopics for specific need. Again, $750,000 per flight per technology flown. The technology, the 3 subtopics will be released. And this is for promising innovations from researchers, from US-based industry, academia, or other non-NASA organizations. And awardees can purchase flights directly from any eligible US commercial flight provider that best suits their technology demonstrations. The solicitation is expected to open early May this year, and you can go to that link for any synopsis, and awards will be made sometime next year. If you are interested, there's a communities of practice. This is plugging it. You can go and listen about these flight opportunities at the communities of practice every first Wednesday of each month. And please go to those links and look for it. The next one, which is really exciting to me because this targets 6th graders to 12th graders across the US. Right? This is a competition. It is an opportunity to launch technology and research payloads on NASA-supported commercial suborbital flights for balloon or rocket-powered flights. Oh, I forgot, just before I forget, sorry, maybe I should have gone back here. I want to go back to this. For tech flights, for the first time, we have hosted orbital payloads, right, for an on-orbit platform. That's important. So I'm going to go back again. So Tech Rise for 6th graders, 12th graders across the US. Very, very exciting because the inaugural was launched this 2021, and there were 57 teams that won from 37 states. And each team receives a $1,500 stipend to build their payload and to get an assigned spot to launch their hardware. And the flights will begin sometime in summer 23. And we hope that STMD will launch another challenge in fall 22. Again, there's a link. Right? The cadence is going to be lining up with the academic year. And there's a website for rubric and schedule. If you have brothers, sisters, students, younger family members who are interested. So moving on, science, right? So here is some overview of the Science Mission Directorate. We have funded about 142 CubeSats and small-sat missions totaling about $3 billion since 2010 across our 6 divisions. And our spacecraft, that are comprising of 6U or larger is about 60% of the missions. So we're kind of moving towards the larger missions. The Earth Science Division was the first division to fly CubeSats under its in-space validation and of Earth Science Technology called INVEST program. Some of you may know that. And then Heliophysics Division, though, has quickly overtaken the Earth Science Division in the highest number of CubeSats and small-sats missions, and in its H-Fort program. And then Astrophysics has invested the highest funding towards small-sats and CubeSats in all of our divisions. So about 80% of our funding is actually to support science, and the rest for technology demonstration and maturation. So within each division, we have certainly employed the use of CubeSats and small-sats towards our science objectives in advancing our science per our decadal studies. So we expect to launch, as I said, about 19 small satellites this year. 1 have launched already, so we have 18 more, and about 26 spacecraft, and we expect to launch about 29 missions from 23 to 26, accounting for 51 missions. This year, we will launch the most science constellation mission, small-sat missions to date, 4 across 3 science divisions. So here are the programs that we use to fund CubeSats and small-sats, and you can see some example missions that have flown under each of these programs. So as I said, HPD, or Heliophysics, has embraced the use of small-sats for its science objectives, and it has experienced tremendous growth in the last 5 years, and through its flight opportunities for research and technology, or H-Fort program. For astrophysics is especially exciting because not only they have the astrophysics research and analysis program to fly their CubeSats, they also have a new $20 million cost cap program called Pioneers, and we selected the first 4. It includes balloon missions as well, so 3 small sats and 1 balloon. And then we also have, of course, Simplex with planetary science, and Simplex stands for the Small Innovative Missions for Planetary Exploration. And as you know, probably, that the decadal that just came out last week is increasing the cost cap for Simplex as well. So finally, we also have Earth. The Earth Venture Program was established in 2007 in the recommendation from the National Academies study, and the Earth Venture Programs has competitively selected science-driven, low-cost, small-sat missions such as Cygnus, Tropics, Prefire, Incus. And I'll talk about some of this in a later chart. And then Tempest-D is another mission that was a technology demonstrator that added to our knowledge of the current state of Earth systems. So, as I mentioned, EVI is the Earth Venture Instrument. Announcement of opportunity was announced just last week, Earth EVI 6. So the mandatory notice of intent is due June this year, and the proposals are due in September 22. This is a cost cap, PI-managed cost cap mission of $37 million in FY24 money, and we are soliciting small-sat instruments and Class D instruments and small-sat, Class D small-sats. Again, there's a link there. You can see Tropics and Prefire. They are both CubeSats. Were also part of this line that was selected under this EVI. So as I mentioned, I want to talk about Incus. Incus is Latin for anvil, right? Thunderclouds are shaped like anvils, and it's the investigation of convective updrafts. And the goal is to study the behavior of tropical storms and thunderstorms, including their impacts on climate and weather models. So why the storms happen, the heavy precipitation and the clouds, when they form, where they form, these are the questions that are very, very interesting to us because we want more accurate information to see how storms develop and intensify to improve our weather models and our ability to predict extreme weather, right? This will help us understand the changes in Earth processes and to help communities around the world. So INCUS is a mission that will study the convective mass flux, right? This is essentially water vapor and air that is transported upward. And when you have a large, quantity of that, the greater the mass of this, the higher the risk for extreme weather. So climate change is increasing the heat in our oceans and making the storms like these, the intensification of these storms more often and more quickly. So we want to study that. This convective mass flux, CMF, is one of the greatest, remains one of the great unknowns in our weather and climate. So INCUS is going to fly 3 small sats carrying these radar. RainCube actually, RainCube and Tempest-D are these missions that we flew before, and I'll talk about those later. But we are going to carry these RainCube-like radars that have cross-track scanning abilities and a radiometer, a Tempest-D-like radiometer that will fly in formation. And then what we have is a very novel delta T time differencing approach, essentially making a movie of the thundercloud. And this will be the first ever tropics wide measurements of convective mass flux. So very, very exciting, and this will address important science questions that we really very, very keen to understand. So again, I mentioned RainCube is a mission that was flown on CSLI, and so was Tempest-D, and they were demonstrating the Ka-band radar as well as the antenna, deployable antenna on RainCube. And then the radiometer, these millimeter wave radiometers, allow us to have a horizontal structure in different vertical levels to see the structure of the cloud. So now we're going to fly 3 of them at once to carry it to understand this CMF, convective mass flux. So, in conclusion, small sats have provided a powerful new vantage point to advance our measurements, right? And also to demonstrate technology. We know small sats and CubeSats have their value already in missions that enable multi-point, large-scale, high-resolution surveys within the Sun-Earth system, the exploration of planetary bodies, and high-precision observational astronomy, to name a few, right? So the commercial new space services and capabilities have also grown very spectacularly in the last years. I see a future where myriad space small sat capabilities will allow us to have the ability to pose new and unique questions that can be addressed only through these types of platforms and the lower price point, hopefully through the commercial services. So, how do we take advantage of these opportunities? How do we take advantage of the products, the services, the infrastructure to support these future missions? How do we balance the risk of adopting services and capabilities versus our traditional approaches to make these transformational measurements, to make these technology maturation programs to advance our NASA missions, right? So 6 years ago, when we first started launching more small sats and CubeSats, the Associate Administrator of NASA Science Mission Directorate, Dr. Thomas Zurbuchen, said, NASA is increasingly using small sats to tackle important science problems across our portfolio. And since then, NASA has begun to see the fruits of this mission. So with missions like INCUS, with missions like Tempest-D and RainCube, I didn't mention the other missions that we're flying. We certainly are now able to explore the different places that we have not been able to do. We have benefited from the use of small sats as a unique and emerging platform for high-value science and technology maturation. We can leverage the growing commercial offerings in low size, weight, and power systems to construct missions that are more affordable, and to collect data at a higher revisit rate and higher spatial accuracy to gain insight of our global and space processes using small sats. So this fleet is going to work as hard as its big spacecraft brothers and sisters. And I look forward to a bright future in using CubeSats and small sats. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Florence. We have a couple minutes before 10, so I think we can take a question or two from the audience if anybody has a question for Florence.
If you guys didn't hear the question was CSLI has change in the different appendices. You're talking about Appendix C from last year dropping off, and Appendix A and B are the ones that are now present. And CSLI is, the goal of CSLI is to advance educational needs. And I think Norman Phelps is in the audience. Norman, are you here? He's in charge of CSLI. I'd rather have him answer the question than I, because he's in charge of it. So, Norman, I'd hate to put you on the spot, but would you want to answer that question?
Yeah, sure. So, just to be clear, I don't run CSLI, but Liam, Jeannie, and myself, we manage the initiative out of the One Services program. However, the changes were initiated to essentially ensure that our pipeline for educational CubeSats are actually funding those missions as opposed to funding more professional ventures, so to speak. So, technically, the way that the announcement of partnership opportunity is written, the funding mechanism is actually agnostic. So if you are a CubeSat developer who is at a university, you can receive NASA Mission Director funding. The only stipulation is, however, that that mission must be student-run and student-led and student-managed, with advisors actually serving on the side to actually help the students along. Because what we found in the past, though, was that we have a university or somebody proposed, they would put the name of the university on the school, but then they would kind of shuttle off that project to say a professional organization to actually build a CubeSat. And that was getting away from the spirit of the initiative. So think about it more of the fact that we're really trying to build our future workforce. And so CSLI is really trying to focus to do that as opposed to trying to fund CubeSat launch opportunities for, say, companies or organizations in that respect. So that's the rationale, that's the direction that they're going.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
No problem. Thank you. You can tell me
Sounds like I overreacted to what I saw. So, thank you.
Yeah, so I will talk about this today later at 1 p.m., but we have a lot of studies and workshops and forums that we run to try and educate ourselves and our community. And one of the lessons learned was it was clear that we need to have some graybeards mixed along with the people who are, even if you're students, you need that very highly skilled labor, person who is a systems engineer who's done this before to guide these students for maximal success. So that's a big lesson that, it seems clear and evident that that's the case, but I don't think CSLI is saying, here students go do this, but I think there is, just to listen to Norman very closely, that's definitely, expecting this guidance as well. And I apologize, I didn't know Liam, you're here, so Liam is also another person, so, the two of them will be able to answer your question if you need later. Thank you.
All right, we have time for one more question. Is there one more? Going once. Okay. As Florence was saying, she's going to be here throughout the workshop along with a number of our other colleagues from NASA. So if you do have questions, either you don't want to ask them right now or they pop in your mind later, you can find them around the lobby. You can find them at the NASA booth, and they're more than willing to talk to you. So thank you very much again, Florence. I appreciate it. All right, now it's break time, so take the next 40 minutes or so to enjoy the snacks that are being sponsored by Terrain Orbital, enjoy the exhibits, enjoy the posters on the 3rd floor, and we'll reconvene at 10:30.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Yeah. I just tell you that I just wrote these charts last week. And then the computer broke.
And the computer.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you to Blue Canyon Technologies for providing the snacks outside. We really appreciate it. So now we have a sponsor video from them that we'd like to show you. So present our video. Press Shift 1.
This is our home. One small speck, suspended in an endless sea of stars. Human curiosity compelled us to explore it, and drives us to understand it. That's what keeps Blue Canyon Technologies at the forefront of innovation. We're a dedicated team, expanding the limits of science and defense, using end-to-end spacecraft solutions, industry-leading pointing accuracy, and the highest performing satellite components. Our systems span Earth orbits and are capable of reaching the deepest environments to propel us into the unknown, because the final frontier is only the beginning.
All right, next up we have Mike Swarthout from St. Louis University. So please come on.
All right, well, thanks for breaking away from the snacks and the interesting conversations. Hopefully I will make this worth your time. Speaking of which, I'm already running late, so let me just jump in. So, we've gone a couple extra charts. Let me see if I can do this. It's advancing two at a time, so this will be fun. So as you can almost see right there, I guess I'll just try to make do. First chart was saying that there's actually been 1,718, so the number went up since I submitted the abstract. We've had 1,718 CubeSats and an idea of how did we get here. The first here is to notice in terms of looking at this, and I know for those streaming it, you can't see my laser pointer, so I'll try not to use it too much. So the first idea of how did we get to 1,600 and now 1,700 CubeSats, the first thing to see is that we've had a lot of constellations in the last few years. The other thing that I want you to point out with this is, again, what I'm doing is I'm counting number of CubeSats deployed on, or really launch attempts, so that includes launch failures. And you can see the numbers were tiny, and then we suddenly had a big jump. This is going to be a problem. I don't know how to debug this to only go one chart at a time because it's skipping two. But all right, well, this is the joy of going first. So, the main thing to point out here in terms of what I was trying to get at with the chart you can no longer see is we had a lot of we had a lot of launches from commercial organizations, we had a lot of launches from universities. And so really universities were what sustained it through the bottom part here. And then once we got to the around the year 2010, you saw this growth of commercial programs. And the other thing that I want to point out here is, as the chart now says, what was ubiquitous was once precarious. And so I'm assuming that it's going to skip this. So of those in the audience, how many of you remember these years in terms of 2000 to 2010, where as it laid out here? If you remember when 10 CubeSats was an amazing year, now it's just a Tuesday. And so what I've done is I've zoomed in on those precarious first 10 years, and I'm counting again number of missions launched. And again, to point out that we had a lot of university programs. We had a couple of DoD-sponsored programs. The other thing to point out here is some may look at the first CubeSats launched in being in 2003, 2004. Why do I roll all the way back to the year 2000? Because I consider anything that launched inside a container is functionally a CubeSat. And that's when the Opal picosats, which in fact inspired all of this, started. And so that's where we go with this, is why I roll back to that year. So mainly one of the main things I want to do with this talk is to emphasize how this could have not happened. It could have gone a different way. And so there were two strong headwinds that kept us from getting to 16 and now 1,700 CubeSats. The first headwind, I'll say, is the entirely sensible, risk-averse nature of satellite programs. And so go talk to anyone who's worked in spacecraft for a long time, and you'll discover weird things have happened. Spacecraft want to fail in many respects. And so there was a natural reluctance to be involved here. The second one is what I call an extinction level event. So as I said, this is number of spacecraft launched, not the number of spacecraft successfully deployed on orbit. And the extinction event was the Dnepr launch failure in 2006, which took out 14 CubeSats, which, as you can see, is a large fraction of the total number of spacecraft launched in this area. So how did we get here? We got here, I'll say, through friends and through stubbornness. Let's unpack both of those. So in terms of getting here, primarily we got here because of Bob and Jordy, and if those names don't make any sense to you, turn and ask someone around you. Other than that, I don't think I need to explain who they are. There was a stubborn, I would say, resilience and a stubborn insistence on a lot of the early developers to keep going despite failure. And then the last one, which I cannot emphasize enough, is the idea of friends in high places. And I want to emphasize three. I know there are a lot of others that I don't know about. And even these three don't really like to toot their own horn. But DARPA and the Aerospace Corporation and STP combined to qualify a CubeSat, I would say a P-pod prototype deployer off of the International Space Station, actually off the shuttle. And that pushed a lot of the development of this. A lot of the acceptance of the risk came because they saw a value in these things and developed their own MEPC program for deployment. The second is NASA through the Alana program. Hopefully you were here for the keynote earlier. I'm going to draft behind a lot of what she said. NASA Alana, again, invested in flying CubeSats back when CubeSats weren't flying, and a lot of them were failing. And the last was the National Science Foundation, which invested significant amount of money in terms of supporting science-based CubeSats, which really wasn't even an idea at the start here. So those three, all working in parallel and in some ways together, made this happen. So the second question, how did I get here? First of all, through some convenient rescheduling of flights. I'm actually here. That didn't happen. I'll say the magic of the internet. A lot of information is available online in terms of how I'm gathering this information, this plots. For the introverts like me, engineers and our stereotypes, I will say there's a significant value in actually talking to people. People will tell you lots of things if you let them. And so please make use of the times that you've got here to go and to talk to other people and to hear about their programs. And so I gain a lot of my information, oddly enough, by just talking to people. The last one to emphasize is Saradata Space Track has a really good commercially available database. I'm pulling a lot of my information now from what they've got, mostly because there's no way for any one person to keep up with this back to the 1700. And unfortunately, I have to remember what that is here because it's jumping ahead. Wow, I apologize. I don't know how I am miscalculating this. Oh, I know what that last one was, and so it'll come up in another chart. There are 4 ways that I classify small satellites in terms of hobbyists, crafters, industrialists, and constellations. And so that was a quick breakdown on how those are laid out. We'll talk about that more in a moment. Again, hopefully that this will cooperate in terms of hitting the slides that I want to see. So we're doing lots of different missions there. And again, I want to point out that shift that you're seeing between around 2010 and now, with a significant increase in the Earth imaging missions, the communications missions, really this idea of small satellites and especially CubeSats as a commercial opportunity in addition to a science opportunity. Again, our keynote was talking about this, but see there's significant growth in these yellow. It's not exclusively NASA, but it's primarily NASA is sponsoring a lot of CubeSats that are doing real science on small platforms. Well, unfortunately, we skip past that previous chart. On the previous chart, I will figure out how to get those published so people could see them. It was an unreadable chart. That chart was emphasizing that in the past 7 years, there have been 1,000 CubeSats that were part of some sort of constellation. Again, primarily commercial, but not exclusively commercial. And again, this is a huge difference. So for those of you that are new, this is not the way that things have been. This is a significant change in what's going on. And there's constellations coming from all over the world, and it's not just CubeSats. And I think this is, if in terms of one thing to take away here, I think the CubeSat form factor was vitally important, essential in kicking off this industry. However, the risk posture has changed. The acceptance of secondaries, the willingness of programs to fly lots of spacecraft on lots of deployables on a single mission has changed to the point where you don't necessarily need to be in a deployer anymore. And again, that's a huge change. Oh, someone found it. So as I said, constellation to me is the wrong impression. These are ad hoc. So if you're one of the old people like me and you have that Wirtz book about the mission constellation design, this is not mission constellation design. This is spacecraft are cheap enough and launches are cheap enough we can launch a lot of them and eventually get coverage, do a lot of the deconfliction and the work on the ground. So why are we here? What are these missions doing? As was said earlier, workforce training. This is an opportunity on a very short time scale, a very rapid turnaround for students and new hires to get significant experience, the real things that happen that you don't learn about in school unless you're building and flying small spacecraft. This also is a way of kickstarting the space industry. Again, I think it's worth pointing out that over this time there have been 400 organizations from 65 nations that have flown CubeSats. And in fact, a lot of nations and a lot of organizations are getting their first taste of space through CubeSats. So usually when I've given this presentation before, I've had a lot of pie charts about success rates and failure rates, and I'm shifting away from that for two particular reasons. One of which, again, I think as our keynote was demonstrating, the reliability ship, it hasn't sailed, it's actually docked safely. There are significant resources and there's significant abilities to make CubeSats reliable, to be able to do the kinds of missions that people want them to do. And so I want to look at two indirect measures of success and one, I would say, indirect measure of failure. And so this chart takes a little bit of explaining to do, but essentially what you're looking at on the left-hand side in terms of that dropping off bar chart is the number of organizations that have launched that many spacecraft. So if your organization has only launched one, you're in the first column. If your organization has launched two, you're in the second column, not in the first column, and so on and so on. And again, hard to see even blown up. Actually, not so bad. But if you look, there are a lot of organizations that have launched 10 or more up to the top three there with more than 100 spacecraft flown, in some cases close to 500. And then the pie chart you're seeing is the number of organizations that have launched groups of CubeSats. So 245 organizations have only ever, at least so far, launched one. There are 114 organizations that are between 2 and 4, what I call shifting from hobbyist to crafter status. And then a very small number of organizations have launched more than 40. In fact, it's 3. But you're seeing this, I would say, consolidation and shifting to a few organizations that are launching large numbers of spacecraft and a lot of people who are in once. So one of the ways you can think of measure of success is that there are a lot of organizations on the right-hand side. There are a lot of organizations which have managed to launch many missions. They're developing data. They have a track record. And so I think in terms of being able to build CubeSats reliably, I would go talk to the people on the right-hand side. There's also one I'll call indirect measure of failure. So the previous chart, unfortunately, which got skipped, was showing, oh, thank you. They're in the back listening to me. I'll see if I can ask them to advance to the next one in a moment. What this is this is the year of your first spacecraft. So if your organization launched for the first time in 2006, you're in the 2006 column. And so this is an idea of, another way of looking at success is look at how many entrants we have. How many organizations that are, so it's not like the first 5 people came in 2006 and they've built all the CubeSats. We have a lot of new entrants. We have a lot of new participants. So hopefully in the back, if you can hear me and go to the next chart. Yay, thank you. But now in gray are the organizations that have not launched a spacecraft in the last 4 years. And this is related to my first chart. There are a lot of people who launch one spacecraft and never get around to the second. And so this to me is the indirect measure of not success. As it turns out, space is hard. And in fact, if we can go to the next chart, I think that's how I lay out that. Space is hard. it's very actually difficult. Despite all the success you're seeing, it's very difficult to be a new organization starting a CubeSat for the first time. And to steal from Rob Manning and JPL, in our business, failure is not only an option, it's the default outcome. You have to work hard to make your spacecraft not fail. I'll say also there's a lot of reasons why people do very long and expensive mission assurance practices. We should probably understand why they're doing them before we discard them all. And the other one in terms of this is for the new entrants out here. I'll say that nobody in NASA doesn't really care about the success of your mission because they want to make sure that you don't break anyone else. But do no harm is not the same thing as your mission is going to be successful. Again, I think I'm basically out of time, but I would argue the marketplace has addressed the mission assurance option. Go look at all the vendors who have built multiple buses and see how much the industry is consolidating around them. And I think that we haven't talked about debris, so we'll just skip over that. Mainly what I'm going to do here at the end of my time is to acknowledge all of the sources, all the places where I'm getting my information, especially Ascent Space Track, and my own students who have done a lot of the work to pull this together. The work that I've also here is being very generously sponsored by NASA through the NET program, so I want to make sure that I acknowledge them as well. Thanks for your time and your patience with my somewhat goofy AV things here, but I'll be here the rest of the time if you have questions for me. Thank you. That's it. All right.
Good morning. I'm here to talk to you about the Pathfinder Technology Demonstration Series. Okay. I think that should be the second slide. Anyway, I'm David Mayer. I'm the project manager for the series. We're sponsored by the Space Technology Mission Directorate. The program exec is Chris Baker. The program manager is Roger Hunter. Other folks, John Hansen, Jan Stupel, are in the audience here somewhere. In particular, there it goes, interesting. We fly, I think I'm getting help. There we go. We fly according to the 7120.8 series for NASA. What that means for people that aren't in the NASA paperwork model is it's a research and technology demonstration activity as opposed to an operational mission. What that means is we can take risks and do new things that might not be allowed in an operational mission. In particular, some of the new things we're interested in doing is flying technology payloads. So PTD was originally envisioned as a series of multiple spacecraft where we would fly on roughly 6-month centers using the same spacecraft each time, but demonstrating a different technology payload. The first technology, after a little bit of a rocky start, the first technology payload we flew was the ThreeU Hydros. We're also, the next one we're going to fly, which is the end of this week, is going to head to KSC for launch on Transporter 5, is the T-Bird payload. Next January, we should launch LISA-T, and then there's going to be a new payload called, we're calling it PTD-R, that replaces a mission that we had to terminate due to some problems. This project originally started in 2017. It took us a little while to get the spacecraft and things oriented. There was also a little bit of a challenge selecting payloads, but I'll just go sort of give you a high-level view of how we plan to run the missions, or have run the missions, and a little high-level detail on some of the payloads. So overall, this is what the Tyvek Trestles bus looks like. It's a 6U spacecraft with approximately 3U of payload storage. we gave them some pretty challenging for a CubeSat requirements. Probably key among those is 180 watts of power, because what we wanted to do is have the capability to demonstrate power-intensive propulsive payloads as well as power-intensive comm payloads. Other key capabilities was the pointing accuracy. While this is 120 isn't particularly impressive, the 5 arc seconds allowed us, with a closed loop connection between the payload and the spacecraft, to actually get much better pointing accuracy for some of the more demanding comm payloads. So there's sort of a view of, the plain view of the spacecraft, letting you know what it looks like. So these are pictures of PTD 3. You can actually see here, or actually no. Yeah, that's the star tracker. This is in the stowed configuration. This is with deployed solar arrays. This is in the clean room at TIVAC. So this is sort of the generic flow of the technology, where we have candidate payloads that come from multiple different sources. It's not necessarily a PTD thing, but the SST, the organization we're in, the Small Spacecraft Technology Program, is continuing this approach with the PACE mission, where we come up with opportunities to fly technology payloads. But what the PTD was originally designed around flying some of the small business research grants payloads, as well as what NASA has a program called Tipping Point, and there was also a program called Game Changing that have generated new technology. So new ways of doing GNC, new ways of doing comm, new ways of doing propulsion. These are the kinds of things that we're trying to stimulate in the industry. Those all have to fit in the 6U bus, which TIVAC provides, and then we build a mission around demonstrating that payload. Ultimately, the objective is to infuse that technology in the industry to help whoever is generating that new payload technology bring it to the market. So this is sort of the high-level mission operations view. I think you've probably seen this before. Check out of the spacecraft, verify that the spacecraft can connect to the payload and operate it, and then do whatever the unique payload demonstrations are. So this is totally driven by the actual payload mission operations. And then, of course, reentry disposal. These are nominally short missions. We are looking at approximately 6-month mission demonstrations. So this is the current suite of missions that we have identified. Back in 2021, we flew the Hydros payload, which was a water-based propulsion system. I think we have a slide on that. It was the first water-based propulsion payload that actually hydrolyzed the oxygen. It turned the water into hydrogen and oxygen and then lit it off. PTD-3 from MIT Lincoln Labs is sponsored by SCAN, is a 200 gigabyte per second laser comm system. It's hard to imagine how fast that really is, but the T in T-Bird is for terabytes, to download terabytes of data in a pass. And then LISA-T is a power demonstration as well as a high-gain antenna demonstration. The objective here is to have high-density solar arrays that could produce as much as 600 watts of power for a CubeSat. This particular version is about 250 watts, but the key is it rolls up into a very small package so that approximately 1 U of solar array deploys to a much, much larger configuration. The other thing is we're going to be demonstrating an integrated phased array X-band antenna, which should have some pretty good performance, and we're pretty excited about that. So this is sort of the hydros by the numbers. Nominally, it's supposed to produce 1 Newton of thrust with a 300 ISP. I think Chewy presented a paper some time ago about what the more specific plans that they have or what to put into production. So I'm not going. These are specific to the version of the thruster, the Hydros thruster that we flew on PTD3, and this is probably best characterized as a prototype as opposed to a production unit. So 7 watts of orbit average power, that includes the power to turn the water into hydrogen and oxygen. It stored it was 1 U of volume, but about half of that was water. So about a half a kilogram of water. We launched it on Transporter 1 in January of 2021 and operated it until May. There's the thruster on the back. Key milestones that I can absolutely claim is we demonstrated that you can absolutely turn water into hydrogen and oxygen on orbit. That's key. There's a lot of discussions about how to separate those things and how to use it. We were able to separate it and hot fire it and actually, produce thrust and measure delta V. I think the actual performance is considered to be proprietary by ThreeU at this point, so we'll let them demonstrate what capabilities they have. I think they also have a slightly larger version for this that's more of a small sat mid-X version of the Hydros system. So, Lisa T, I kind of personally think about this as the flagship of the PTD missions at this point in time, primarily because of this number. It is absolutely difficult to relate to people that haven't done much datacom how truly large 200 gigabits per second is. That's a very high data rate. Most spacecraft are simply not capable of that, let alone most CubeSats. I don't know any other CubeSats that come close. 200 megabytes per second is currently considered fast for most CubeSats and smaller lasercom systems. So this represents an increment of 1,000 in performance. The ground station that we're going to be using is the JPL Octal system, which is the system that's currently being used for the LCRD demonstration, lasercom relay demonstration mission. It's up about Fresno. This spacecraft is currently finished with INT. We're just about to ship it to KSC literally at the end of this week. It should be launched on Transporter 5. I think the current launch date is May 25th. And then key personnel, Beth Kier is the SCAN mission manager, Jade Wang is the project manager at MIT Lincoln Labs, and Kurt Schuler is the Lincoln Lab system engineer. This is a picture of the actual payload that is T-Bird. So these are the optical apertures where the laser and the camera is, or tracking camera is. Obviously, the key is to demonstrate the downlink. The spacecraft is built. Everything's integrated. This vibration testing was a significant challenge because this spacecraft is pointing at the single-digit arc second levels, so optical alignment of a laser and being able to point at and hit a small thing by Fresno as you track is a big deal. Nominally, it's built around a ground aperture of about 1/3 of a meter, although I think that the octal aperture is somewhat larger than that, but the basic link budget was designed to be around 1/3 of a meter ground station. This is LISA-T. These are actually flexible solar arrays. So I don't know that we have the deployment demo. There have been other talks that presented LISA-T in previous years. But the key is this deploys on a graphite epoxy boom. All of these petals roll up and sort of make an origami pack that is contained within the spacecraft. I think there's another picture here of the LISA-T payload. So the basic mission is launch, deploy the arrays, measure power in various orientations, measure stability of the solar array, which is a non-trivial thing for a flexibly deployed solar array because it's a very, it's not stiff. So to be able to track and point, you don't want to collapse the solar array when you're pointing your spacecraft. And then, of course, there's a COM demonstration with the integrated X-band antenna, which or actually Ka-band antenna. I think we changed that. I thought it was X. Anyway, I think there might be a typo. So, yeah, here's the pictures of this is the LISA-T packed up in the payload. This doesn't really represent how small LISA-T could be because it's built in a module that fits into the 6U payload. But this is actually the collapsed portion of the LISA-T. So you get a 250 watt solar array in a 1U volume. So it's pretty impressive performance. And then this goes to the first flexible mode is less than a hertz. So when it's deployed. So that is a GNC challenge. And then I guess in summary, so PTD, we have achieved at least one demonstration mission, one of the 4 in the series, which was the PTD-1 Hydros. That's flown. We're on the launch pad just about with PTD-3. We should be going up and starting that demonstration in June. And then LISA-T is planned for January of 2023. That's the current schedule. We're going to actually probably be going up on our friends Vox. I think, what do they call it? Starship One, Spaceship One. It could be a significant demonstration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to the previous presenter. So next up, we're going to have Antonio Pettivillano from Deployables Cubed.
Good morning, everyone. And thanks for the introduction to Calon. Well, I'm Antonio, and I'm from dCubed. We are a startup based in Munich, in Germany, and we work on release actuators and deployables for small satellites. So just to give a little bit of introduction, of course, you all know about this, but volume and mass are the main drivers for the cost of satellites, and that's why, of course, we are all here today. We like small satellites because we want something that is light, something that you can fit tightly into a fairing. But at the same time, well, there are some applications for which you need something big in space, because there are many systems for which the performances scale with the size. And that's the case with communication antennas, solar arrays, drug sails, Earth observation antennas. And for all of these cases, of course, you will need a deployable structure. We need something that you can stow tightly for launch. And then once in space, you just deploy. And this is what we are trying to do at theCUBE. We are developing products that address all different challenges of releasing mechanisms in space. So we have release actuators to separate the fairing from the rocket, to release satellites from CubeSat deployers. But at the same time, we also develop deployable structures, so entire subsystems that can address different functions, like, for example, solar arrays or radiators, and so on. So here you can see our key products. At the top, we have our release actuators. We have a pin puller and a release nut. They are very small. They're just designed for CubeSats, just 17 millimeters in size, little cubes. And you can actually see them at our booth upstairs. And we also have deployables. We have our space selfie stick that was flown aboard the Transporter 3 mission in February this year. And it's basically a deployable boom with a camera at the top that fits in a 0.4U volume. And we have solar arrays. That is a development project that we are currently carrying out, and this is what I'm going to talk about today. And this is, it's called PowerCube. And it's a 100-watt deployable solar array that fits into a 1U volume. And the development project is carried out under ESA funding. It's called PowerCube, and the idea is to basically bring the system to TRL 6. Right now, I will hear more about this in a bit. But basically, right now, we are in the development phase of the engineering model, and we are going for the qualification campaign later this summer. And at the same time, we have an IoT mission with PowerSat, which is here in collaboration with Cal Poly and the Etoile Lab here. So it's pretty exciting to be presenting this right here today. And we are going to fly this on a NASA ELANA mission. So Cal Poly is developing a ThreeU CubeSat that can handle this much power. And I will talk more about this later in this presentation. Oops, sorry. Yeah, let's go back. Up. Kind of slides. Sorry about this. Well, just skip to this one. Okay. So, so PowerCube, as I said, it's a 100-watt deployable solar array. It's about 1.2 meter big in side length. And it fits into a little cube that you can see there in the stock configuration. So the idea there is to have something that can fit in most standard CubeSat structures. So this is meant basically for satellites as small as ThreeUs, and it fits in standard RAIDs and standard off-the-shelf structures. And here you can see when it's stowed, we have an extraction mechanism that you can see there, which basically pushes the solar array out of the box. And once it's out of the box, it deploys to its full operational size. And it has 96 solar cells on top. Here you can see an animation of the different parts of the mechanism. So we have a polyimide flexible solar PCBs on top. The PCBs are supporting the solar cells. And under that, we have a carbon fiber reinforced structure that you will hear more about this in a bit. So this is basically supporting the solar array without the need of any pretensioning or other support mechanisms. At the bottom, we have the extraction mechanism, and we have a maximum power point tracking circuit on it that maximizes the power output that you get for different operational conditions. And just to give you a bit of an overview of the main design features, well, the key technology behind this is the combination of advanced composite structures with advanced packaging techniques. Here, in this case, we are using origamis. It's called a flexible origami, and it's something that allows you to basically get a flat surface and fold it into an approximately cylindrical shape, or in this case, it's a cube. And here you can see the folding pattern, where in red we have the mountain folds, and in blue the valley folds. And you can see a kinematic study of how it fits between the rails of the CubeSat. And on the right-hand side, you can see the details of the implementation of this, where we are basically using dual matrix composites, which are basically a single carbon fiber layer where there are areas that are rigid, and we are putting epoxy resin on it, so they are stiff and they can support commercial off-the-shelf solar cells. We're using triple junction, 30% efficient solar cells, so as you know, they're really fragile, they don't like to be bent, and yet they are compatible with this process. And we are using a very flexible resin for the hinge lines to allow basically very tight folding without any damage. And with this, basically, we can implement this rigid flexible structure. And here you can see some early breadboarding of our system. So this is our extraction mechanism that, as I said, it just pushes the structure out of the box. It's a scissor lift. It has a release actuator on top, which we develop as well. It's a release nut, and it's spring-loaded. So basically, the single actuation step for the entire system is just this release actuator. And on the other side, you can see our MPPT board. This is, again, it's an early breadboard that we built just to demonstrate how you can maximize the power output from your system. Okay. Here you can see one of our first breadboards. It's a functional breadboard where, for the first time, we combine together the main features of the whole system. So basically, we have this carbon fiber structure with a PCB on top, the solar cells. It's just a small accordion, so it's just 9 by 30 centimeters. But it was completely functional. We could fold it, and we could get power out of it. So this basically demonstrated the entire architecture of our system. But after that, we said, okay, now we want to build the actual thing. So we built another prototype. In this case, it was just a structural prototype in which we had our carbon fiber structure, full scale. So you can see there our assembly jig for it, because we had to develop a manufacturing process that was compatible with our capabilities, but at the same time with this complicated and a non-standard type of system. And on the right-hand side, you can see the final product. So we have the structure just cut to its sides, and you can see that it is almost Z-folded along the wings, and this is done to increase the bending stiffness of the structure, so it's self-supporting, although it's very flexible. And you can see into a cube on the right-hand side, so that's basically just a 1U volume, and the next version of this structure will actually be even more compact. And here you can see one of our deployment tests. On the left-hand side, it's the experiment. On the right-hand side, it's one of our finite element simulations. And you can see that basically after the extraction of the structure, it starts deploying along a spiral trajectory until it gets to the full deployed state. And this is, the main advantage of this is you get to these big sides, and yet you don't need any complicated actuation. It's just a release nut. And here you can see when it gets to the full deployed sides. And there is a lot behind these deployment tests, because testing these kind of structures under lab conditions is complicated. These structures are designed for space. They don't like gravity, so we had to develop our own gravity compensation system to actually let the structure deploy in space-like conditions. And yes. And the next step, as I said before, so we have our manufacturing readiness review next week. So after that, we will start building the engineering model. And our plan is to start the qualification campaign in mid-summer, finish it by September. And here you can see just a simplified version of the test sequence where we go through all the environmental tests. And what's after that? Well, we want to fly this. And we want to demonstrate it with a PowerSat 3U CubeSat that is being developed here at Cal Poly, as I said before. And the purpose of this mission is to actually demonstrate various subsystems that can handle 100 watts and can power a powerful LED that can be used for space solar power applications. So the idea is basically to use this very powerful LED that can be observed from Earth as a demonstration of a form of power transfer directly from space. And there is a lot of novelty in this CubeSat because, well, we are putting our deployable solar array that you can see at the bottom. But of course, you need an electrical power system that can handle 100 watts. And there is also a propulsion payload that is being developed by Maverick, which is also here today. So it's quite nice to have all the partners at the same place. And yes, we're looking forward to fly this very soon. And with this, I would like to thank you all for your attention, and I'd like to take any questions. So the deployed area is 0.6 square meters, and the overall size is 1.2 by 1.2 meters. And basically the structure alone is about 250 grams heavy, and the whole system is about 1 kilogram deployed, including all the solar cells and PCBs and deployment sensors and so on. Yeah, so we did thermal analysis during our breadboarding campaign, just to see what kind of thermal environment we're going to experience. And, well, on the solar array, of course, it's going to get quite cold during the eclipse conditions, so it can get down to minus 80 degrees Celsius. The good thing in terms of thermal interface with the spacecraft is that we have the mechanism underneath, and we can kind of tune the thermal conduction between the two systems. So we can, if we want to use it as a radiator in a way, so if we want to thermally connect it to the main bus of the satellite, but at the same time, if we prefer to isolate it entirely, we can, thanks to this, basically mechanism separates them. So it's a quite flexible design, and we can adjust it to the needs of the satellite. So we are qualifying it for Falcon 9 test levels. Yeah, so we are assuming that the satellite is going to be into a standard deployer, and yeah. Yes. So are we talking about electrical energy or strain energy in the structure? Yes. Oh, of course. It's like stored in the structure. We don't have a battery system in it. So we want to store a system that is capable of generating up to 100 watts into one cube. It was just a miswording. So, well, we have 96 solar cells on it, so we can generate 100 watt peak power. And we just transfer this to the satellite bus, so we don't store power ourselves. So we don't have our own APS on it, so this is just a deployable solar array. And what we do is, as soon as we deploy it, we can generate this much power under, of course, normal sun exposure. And we just give it to the power system of the satellite. Does this answer your question? That's a good question. So right now we are targeting low Earth orbit, but our idea is to have a system that can operate under various conditions. But right now the design is meant for a low Earth orbit, so that's what we are studying the radiation environment and the thermal environment for. But there is nothing fundamental about using it in different orbits, as far as we know. Yes? Yeah, no, so this is a scalable system. So essentially, as you saw there, it's basically, we have many panels and it's modular. We can increase or decrease the number of panels. So of course, depending on that, you can actually store in a larger or smaller volume, depending on the application case. So the form factor will still be the same, but for example, if we want to apply it to a 6U or 12U CubeSat where you have more space and more than 1U, we can definitely increase the output power by quite a bit. Yeah, no problem. Oh yeah, sorry.
So I remember David Mayer in the previous talk about PTD. He mentioned some analysis done on basically the vibrational modes of the actual structure once deployed in orbits. Do you have any more detail as to how your structure will behave?
Yes, of course. That's, of course, one of the most critical things. Once you deploy your structure, it's a big structure, and you don't want it to vibrate too much or to have too low of a frequency. So, of course, given the geometry of the structure, the main vibration mode will be bending of the wings. And this is the reason why we have this sort of corrugated structure, which is partially defolded, just because we want to increase the bending stiffness of the wings to increase the frequency of this vibration mode. So that's the natural frequency of the structure in the first mode.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
So the axes there sort of dampen any.
So we.
Folds dampen the vibration.
Well, it's not just about dampening, it's about increasing the bending stiffness. So basically, the vibration frequency increases because we have a 1 Hz requirement there. So we want to make sure we stay above that. Any more questions? Okay. So if not, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Antonio. Our next presenter is going to be Alejandro Celes from NASA's Ames Research Center.
Hello, so my name is Alejandro, and today I'm going to talk to you about TechItSat 13, which flies our first neuromorphic processing experiment. Cool. So TechItSat 13 is the latest flight from the Technology Educational Satellite and Nano-Orbital Workshop platform at NASA Ames Research Center. So the project focuses on rapid flight and innovation while maintaining its goals of 2 to 3 flights per year and following standards as if it were an ISS payload. Over the past 25 years, we've actually developed several experiments from balloons through our BEST platform, suborbital rockets through our SOREX platform, and Cube satellites through our TechItSat platform. We also did some lunar and Mars rover research and development. We have some key innovations in communication with our use of Iridium for quick command and control, and our custom S-band lunar radio and UHF Mars radio. We also developed an exobrake, which is used, an exospheric drag device, which is used for future sample return missions. And then we also have our machine learning and artificial intelligence experiments that we've flown several GPUs and the neuromorphic processor I'm going to talk to you about today. We have received support from several NASA programs and projects, and we've collaborated with several universities. So TechItSat 13 is a ThreeU CubeSat satellite that launched this past January on Virgin Orbit's Above the Cloud mission, and that was after being designed, developed, and tested in about 12 weeks. The main goals of TechItSat 13 were to test our new upgraded non-targeting exobrake, our new S-band lunar radio, and of course the AI/ML payload that houses the neuromorphic processor. You can see TechItSat 13 pictured here in both its stowed and deployed exobrake configuration. I'm actually very proud to mention that TechItSat 13 has already achieved its full mission comprehensive success after having successfully tested all payloads on board. So we're actually interested in these neuromorphic processors because they have the ability to greatly improve the computational throughput of a cube satellite while not actually consuming as much power compared to a traditional CPU or even a GPU. The processor that's on TicketSat 13 is the Intel Loihi chip that is in the Kapaho Bay form factor. You can see that form factor pictured here below. It uses a USB interface and has 3 boards that are stacked and housed in that middle enclosure. So what's special about the Loihi and neuromorphic processors in general is that they mimic the human brain by implementing spiking neurons in hardware. So TicketSat 13 had 2 primary objectives with this particular payload, and that was to develop the hardware, software, and electrical interfaces needed to house payloads like this going forward, and to get a baseline of this first generation Kapaho Bay processor in flight. So the AML payload on TicketSat 13 actually has several parts. First up, you have our Crayfish AI board. This is the primary command and data handler board. It's responsible for interfacing the AML payload with the rest of the TicketSat avionics stack. It also has its own dedicated Iridium radio, so we could command this payload directly from the ground and also downlink critical health data that tells us how the payload is performing. And then it also downlinks a summary of the different applications that run on the Kapaho Bay. Next up, you have the up squared board, which is the main processing CPU for this payload. It's responsible for directly interfacing with the Kapaho Bay over USB and basically tells it which applications to run. Then you have the star of the show, the Intel Kapaho Bay. This is what's actually going to run all the applications we're interested in, and what we're interested in seeing how it performs in space. And then last but not least, you have our S-band radio, which houses the full experiment results, and we downlink that over one of our several ground stations. So here's a good look at what the TicketSat avionics stack actually look like. We really do just stack the boards up. You can see the Kapaho Bay onto its TicketSat form factor plate with the up squared board on top of it, and the Crayfish AI and the Lunar radio housed slightly below it. So next up, talk to you a little bit about software. There's 3 main parts of this payload software. First up, you have the TicketSat flight software, which is basically responsible for turning the payload on, giving it the initial command, and then downlinking any data that this payload generates. Then we move on to the up squared flight software. So this is what's actually responsible for running the payload. It performs any of the boot up and shutdown sequences. It communicates with the Kapaho Bay, tells it which applications to run, and then it packetizes any data and then sends it off to our other boards for downlink. And then the third part of the software interface is the Kapaho Bay flight software. So these are the applications that actually run based on a scheduler. So when it's time to command this payload, we actually just have to send the spacecraft 3 times, all in minutes. This first time is the experiment runtime. So basically, the up squared has a scheduler. That's basically just a list of all the applications we're interested in running. It knows how long each application should take to run. So it basically checks, is there enough time for me to run the next application in my list? And if there is, then it goes ahead and tells the Kapaho Bay to execute. If not, it just waits out the rest of that command execution time. The next time we send up is the UART transfer time. So the up squared and Crayfish AI are connected through a UART data interface. So this is really just the time that we want to have the up squared send any packets over to Crayfish AI, so that could be downlinked through Iridium. And then the last time is our Wi-Fi transfer time. This is just how long we want the up squared to communicate with our lunar radio, which happens to communicate over a local Wi-Fi network on board the satellite. Okay, I just wanted to point out that there's actually several different kinds of software environments going on here. You start off with our Crayfish AI board, which is actually just a very simple Arduino interface that just runs a simple program in a loop. And then you move up to our up squared board, which has a full Linux operating system with several programming environments so that it can interface with the Kapaho Bay. And then you have the Kapaho Bay itself, which is just interfaced through the up squared using Python programs. So here's a summary of all the applications we're running on board the spacecraft right now. I'm not going to go through all of them in detail, but what I do want to point out is we are doing onboard learning, machine learning using the Kappa Bay processor. We're doing it with both simulated spacecraft data and live power monitoring data that gets collected as the Kappa Bay is running. I also want to point out that the upskirt is also performing some of these applications as well, so we can get a good baseline of what the results look like on a CPU versus what they look like on a neuromorphic processor. So now talk to you a little bit about the initial results that we've seen on TicketSat 13 so far. So this is a graph of our battery voltage over time. You can see that we can actually run the AML payload for around 225 minutes, which is about 2.5 orbits. So our battery voltage usually starts off from a nominal 8 volts and drops down to about 7.5 volts after doing a longer run. And then we recharge in about 2 days thanks to our new gallium arsenide solar panels that we're testing. This actually brings us to the first observation we've seen so far in flight, is that even though we're trying to save or try to get better power consumption with the Kappa Bay, it actually turns out that the bottleneck in the system is the host computer that needs to communicate with the neuromorphic processor. So that up squared is actually the main reason why our battery voltage drops so much after we do such a long experiment. Okay, so next up, we have our lunar radio results. We're actually able to successfully downlink the first half of the data stored on board the spacecraft from the first 15 experiment runs. We were able to get our about 1 megabit per second data rate, and we're able to use Amazon Web Services ground station to successfully downlink and decode that data. We did receive about a 1 megabyte file, but we continuously transmitted that file, so we ended up receiving around 50 megabytes of data during that first successful pass. Going forward, we are going to continue to utilize AWS and our ground station at Wallops to downlink the second half of the experiment results on board. And then after that, we'll pick up with new AI/ML experiments and then hopefully downlink that as the mission continues. So here's just a quick flow of how we use AWS. It's just we picks it up from the ground station, it automatically gets processed, and then it gets delivered to us. This is going to be important going forward because we're going to use what's called our user-initiated service to automate this on board the spacecraft and on the ground, and that will be key in helping us to best utilize a downlink over a ground station. And then last up, we have the summary of all the applications that have run on TicketSat 13 so far. So this is a table of what's run. I want to point out that every time an application runs, the up squared board will generate a packet that tells us if the application succeeded or failed, and then which application ran. And then those packets are sent over to Crayfish AI, and they are downlinked over Iridium. This gives us a good idea of what's actually happening on board in between our S-band downlink attempts. So as you can see, we actually have to run the experiment for much longer in order to get a higher success rate. And that is because it turns out that the neuromorphic processor doesn't like temperature as much as we thought it would. So it starts off at around -5 degrees Celsius, and it actually takes some time for that processor to heat up before it starts to act like it does on the ground. So those percent rates that you see on the far right are actually the total number of successful runs in a single experiment divided by the total number of applications that have run. So in summary, we're actually very happy with the initial results from this experiment on TicketSat 13. We've successfully executed all applications on the Kappa Bay. And then we've also successfully used our lunar radio to downlink that data. We recently got a 2-year extension from our spectrum, so we will continue to baseline this processor for the next few years to come. Also, we're actually ready to test the next version of this payload on TicketSat 11, which is going to be a late summer 2022, and on TicketSat 12, which is going to be an early 2023 flight. So the improvements for there is actually going to be a new TicketSat interface board to control everything, and an improved Kappa Bay module. All right, and with that, I'd like to thank you for listening to my talk here today. These are pictures of all the teams that helped out in delivering this payload on time. We have the core ThreeU team, as long as with the cognitive communication team at Glenn Research Center, and then the intelligence systems team here at Ames. And then, of course, we have Exploration Institute and Bridge Computing that help contribute some of the applications on board. All right, and data references. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to the previous presenter. So next up, we have Dr. Pamela Clark from the Space Science Center at Morehead State University. There you go.
Thank you. And your feedback. Okay. So I would like to, I'm actually, everything I say is my responsibility, but I am using a lot of material regenerated from the Arizona Deep Space Summit that was held several months ago. And I can't even see the slides from here, so I'm going to have to kind of guess at what the slides actually say. The people who are on the primary committee are listed on the slide. Let's see, I think that's this one. Yes? No. Oh, I should turn it off. All right. How about this one? Possible? Is that the next slide? Okay. So there was a great anticipation that with the CubeSat paradigm, because it lowered the cost significantly for assets in low Earth orbit, that we anticipated that we had great savings from sending CubeSats beyond low Earth orbit into higher Earth orbit or even beyond Earth orbit completely. And presumptions that kind of paved the way for this are that based on the cost savings, we could expect aggressive reduction in costs for deep space missions, as well as, of course, the advances in miniaturization that basically fueled the CubeSat paradigm and is really the result of 50 or 60 years of microminiaturization, a trend that NASA started back in the 60s. And that's in every aspect, every subsystem, including instrumentation. And in response to the pent-up demand for lots more launches at lower cost, and for basically the assumption that we could create sustainable exploration, ultimately, for beyond low Earth orbit, let's say cislunar space, a very important strategic area. There are a lot of programs that have been started over the last 5 or 10 years, including the Artemis 1 opportunity to be followed by other opportunities, presumably with other Artemis launch vehicles, to deploy a number of CubeSat missions that would go to a variety of targets, as well as commercial lunar payload services that was started by NASA, and the much greater availability of opportunities for secondary payload accommodation. Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah, great. So the Artemis 1 CubeSat missions represent payloads ranging from propulsion systems to communication system to a variety of spectrometers for a range of target environments. And the question, there are a number of questions we have. How well does the 6U framework really work? This was something that was considered to be great for low Earth orbit. And are there distinctive classes when it comes to payload? Classes that could potentially be based even just on different types of payloads, different types of instruments. And so I'm going to talk now about some of the challenges that were faced by a lot of the CubeSat missions, and I'll kind of start with the ones that were in common. The use of first-generation micropropulsion systems, limited by the available volume of fuel, limited capability of attitude control systems, formerly used for Earth orbiting systems, and still evolving, and they are still evolving to meet critical requirements, and limited availability of navigation support for position determination, and the radiation exposure of parts that were really designed for low Earth orbit, though potentially rated and to survive 10K rad, most of them, in deep space environments. Let's go to the next one. Complexity related. So the limited availability of uplink time and bandwidth for correction, command, and control of a spacecraft. And it's particularly a problem for a science-oriented mission, an orbital mission such as Lunar IceCube, which is probably the most operationally complex CubeSat flown to date. And the increase of complexity in deep space CubeSat missions can certainly be anticipated. And one of the reasons, of course, we have increased complexity is because we have systems that have to be multifunctional and basically limited massive volume for hardware. So that's made up for, certainly, in software complexity. Payload dependent. So those that have, particularly that have instruments that require fields of view and that have potentially issues if they have optics with contamination issues, this can be a particular challenge in a CubeSat. Target dependent, so depending on the nature of encounter with the target and the nature of the target and the distance that must be traveled to the target, this can be an issue for the exposure to radiation for long duration of a flight. And we basically, even for the lunar orbital CubeSats that will be deployed from Artemis, we're talking about months to get to a destination because we're using low energy trajectories. Then science dependent. So for those that are actually creating data, we're actually with an infrared spectrometer on lunar ice cube collecting data. It's a point spectrometer, but it's still, it's basically stretching the absolute limits of bandwidth availability for us. And this is if we're going to use CubeSats for science missions, this is going to be a particular issue. How do we effectively increase the bandwidth available for missions that have requirements to deliver data? And the question, of course, always came up, and we didn't really resolve it because it's still an ongoing question. So is there really a universally applicable solution? Can we really how would we use the CubeSat paradigm? How would we refine it to be able to be available to basically support missions that have a variety of different payloads, a variety of different requirements in the environment? Could there be a sweet spot, a solution that would be available that would be useful for everyone? So one of the challenges is in mission architecture itself. So in order to alleviate this problem of not having navigation, having stretching the limits of CubeSat capability for navigation communication, we could develop an architecture which would allow little fleets of CubeSats, maybe part of a network or just basically a lot of different CubeSats to have a ride to a target, and also have the vehicle that provided transportation be a local source of support for navigation tracking, and basically communication through a larger length with the ground, with ground systems. So a change in architecture, and that would basically allow the onboard fuel to be used for maintaining an orbital position, correcting orbit. It would be available strictly for that. And that would mean that you basically have to get the CubeSat into nearly the desired orbit that you'd want it into, so it was just a requirement for maintenance, rather than have it do a major maneuver with like periapsis lowering to get into an orbit, which does require a fair amount of fuel. So in terms of next generation standards supporting subsystem components, so what we're doing now basically is we're using a lot of CubeSat components that were largely designed for LEO, maybe modified somewhat, or maybe just directly, to operate and asking them to operate in deep space under a variety of conditions, going to a variety of targets for a variety of payloads. And we haven't gotten the result yet because, except for Marco, really we haven't had, because the launch for Artemis has been held up, we really haven't demonstrated operational capability or what works and what doesn't. So that's an important aspect of flying a number of CubeSats now, to determine basically what's working and what needs to be modified. Think of it in the spirit of NASA's first decade, where we flew a lot of things, there were a lot of failures, we fixed them and then flew things again. Also, we have the emergence, largely because of the CubeSats, of a lot of very high performance thermal components that we actually couldn't use on the first group of CubeSats that are being deployed because they weren't available then. So we were selected in 2015 for Lunar IceCube, and we just didn't have the availability, and we couldn't afford to purchase this stuff later on. We had the designs in place. But this will significantly alleviate the thermal challenges that many of us faced by incorporating this heat pipe embedded structure, very high performance, deployable radiators, a lot of other things of that nature. And then the other thing I feel strongly about is the expansion of the standard to a larger volume. Even if some CubeSats didn't need all that volume and could kind of rattle around inside there, that would be such a great luxury compared to what we're doing now, which is twice the density of a normal spacecraft because of all the active control systems we have to add, which weren't read in low Earth orbit. So I would suggest that 12U would be a starting point. And the moon, of course, is an extremely challenging environment, extremely hot, extremely cold. As much thermal emission from the illuminated portion of the surface is coming from the sun, and then very cold on the other side. So it's a challenge. It isn't like being in deep space where one side can be hot, one side cold. This just to give you an idea of the variation in the payloads that are being flown as part of deployed from Artemis 1. On the left-hand side, we have camera spectrometers, lasers, fields and particles instruments, radiation detectors, biology experiment, dust detectors, proximity, thank you, onboard navigation, microfluidics, propulsion, a lot of things. And I identified the missions also. And on the right, these are the areas of concern from the various people who attended the workshop. So navigation, pointing altitude is kind of at the top of the list, along with command and control, the radiation environment. And because we didn't really have that many missions collecting science data, that's kind of at the bottom. But I will tell you that for any science instruments, really, storage bandwidth and data handling are going to be significantly important. So I'll run through these very quickly. So programmatic and project management challenges. Uncertainties in the schedule. So from now on, we'd like to have a launch service which actually has a schedule with a reasonable margin. Many of us expected launch in 2018. It's 2022. That's created some serious disruption. And I think these are all solvable, by the way, but I'm going to rush through this because I've got 5 more minutes left. I'm happy to talk to anybody offline about this. Uncertainties in scope of the launch services. So one of the things that was uncertain was the amount of health and safety for a human-rated mission, even though there were no humans on board. That probably cost us about half our budget, basically, for all the CubeSats. That was not in the original scope, nor was publicly archiving science data, but we're doing it anyway. Lack of availability of experienced system and discipline engineers for projects of this nature, for CubeSat. So at this point, we're forming that group of people. But in my opinion, every institution that plans on doing CubeSat development should have a core group that can support maybe 1 or 2 missions. Certainly NASA Center should. And that'll be different because right now CubeSats are low-budget missions, and therefore we often lose people partway through a project to other larger projects. So maintaining a core with expertise, supporting multiple missions, that would be a different way of operating, but I think it's worthwhile doing that. NASA mission culture, this is part of that also, not initially set up with infrastructure for small scope cost cap missions. So what is the sweet spot for the documentation and review process for dealing with risk? It's somewhat different and higher priority to deal with risk very early on and establish clearly what a baseline and threshold mission are going to be, and think about that and revisit that on a regular basis for these cost cap missions of any kind. Non-scalable costs, yeah, well, I think anybody working on a CubeSat knows that software costs are definitely not scalable and might even be greater in some ways because of what you're asking your little tiny hardware devices to do. So the way to deal with that basically is to share resources whenever possible, develop pipeline processes for all kinds of data management, for simulators and everything else, and have them be shared along with ground support equipment and testing facilities. And certainly the larger places, aerospace companies or NASA centers could do this. And then I already talked about navigation tracking constraints. That really, I think the way that's going to be dealt with it would be with in-situ resources like a GPS network around the moon, for example. Incorporation of state-of-the-art technologies. Yeah, we really think that we should use CubeSats for tech demos and not just fly with COTS. And I'm glad to hear this morning that this is being seriously considered and done for Earth orbit. But we need to do similar problems like this for planetary, for deep space, for beyond Earth orbit, because those conditions are far more challenging. There'll be an even greater diversity in the nature of the targets and instrumentation flow. I'm going to go on. I'm not going to talk about Iris X-band. It was just much larger and required more power than we initially assumed. That was a big hit for us on Lunar Ice Cube. The difficulty in dealing with shutdown. Yeah, my recommendation there is that when you write a proposal, it should be just part of NASA's standard practice to have a backup facility to perform your testing if NASA centers are not available. And I really mean this. I think we really need to do it because I cannot tell you how disruptive this was in building, testing, and developing the instrument, which took place at Goddard. For lunar ice cube. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we talked about the 6U volume. Environmental requirements. Well, we're basically the CubeSats to be deployed from Artemis 1 are basically there in ambient conditions in Florida, and will have been for, if we really launch in September, for over 12 months. And that could very easily jeopardize the performance of the propulsion systems and cause a lot of contamination for the optics. So that's a big deal. And we really should, with a standard launch schedule, hopefully we'll have commercial launch vehicles available. This shouldn't happen again. Okay, anything else? Standardization. Yeah, okay. Well, we're working on the standardization for multiple targets and multiple instrumentations, and that's, when I do the Lunar Cubes workshop again next year, that's one of the big focuses that I'm going to look at. I don't think I need to summarize these points, but a robust transportation system for delivery for cost-capped assets to the same target, testing of performance by doing more tech demos in deep space environments and flying and basically just accepting the risk. And the idea of expanding the volume of the standard platform to make something that can accommodate most payloads. And thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Pamela. The next presentation that we have is going to be Richard Welly from the Aerospace Corporation.
Great, thank you. Excellent. So I've been working on CubeSats for about 15 years now, and this is the first time I've been able to bring a satellite model to a conference that's big enough to be seen from the back row, but yet light enough for me to easily carry. But before I go into a description of what it is, I do want to, good, excellent, one shot. Do want to talk a little bit about the background. Mike Swartout gave an excellent talk this morning on the history of the CubeSat phenomenon and the number of satellites that have flown. And he mentioned his definition of a CubeSat as anything that fits in a box for deployment, which I think is a very important definition, one that we can't emphasize enough. And we call that containerization. Basically, put the satellite in a box, and that greatly simplifies the interface between the satellite and the launch vehicle, which makes it inexpensive for the launch providers to provide launch, makes it easy for the CubeSat developers to integrate into the launch vehicle, drives down costs all around, makes launches readily available, and really it develops a logic chain that goes from the concept of containerization all the way to mass production of satellites. But the downside of that is that you have to fit in the box, and if you don't fit in the box, then you have a problem. So we've been thinking at Aerospace about how you get the benefits of containerization without the constraints of the CubeSat box. And the biggest problem that you have with the CubeSat box is the size, of course, and we've seen a few talks this morning on approaches for getting a lot of power out of a CubeSat. So we looked at it from a slightly different perspective, and that is let's change the box, not change the size of the box, but change the shape of the box. So imagine, if you will, going into an office supply store and you find a container, a box, a cylindrical box with a bunch of writable CDs. I assume they still sell these things, although I haven't been in a store for a while. But they're a lot of surface area, which is what you need for power. They don't have a lot of volume. Now, you can't do it on the size of a compact disk, but scale that up to the diameter of a payload fairing on a small launch vehicle, for example, the Rocket Lab Electron. And that leads you to this. It's a disk 1 meter in diameter, 2.5 centimeters thick. And the beauty of that is that you can then stack them and put as many of these into a Rocket Lab Electron as you can 3U CubeSats. So now you've got a satellite that has a whole lot more surface area, still a solid structure, and it's amenable to containerization. So that's the approach that we're taking. So you ask, well, all right, it's only 2.5 centimeters thick. Maybe I have components that don't fit in 2.5 centimeters. Well, that's not necessarily a problem. As you can see here in the upper right, we put an electric thruster on this thing that exceeds the thickness of the disk, but if you want to stack it, then you just put a corresponding gap on the other side of the disk, you clock them, and you can still stack them, close stack them into the payload fairing.
The construction is very simple. It's a graphite epoxy composite material, so this whole disk at 1 meter in diameter, the structural mass is under 2 kilograms. Makes it very easy to put a whole bunch of these things in a launch vehicle that may be mass limited. So let me go on to some of the other features. The key reason that you're interested in doing this, as we've seen in talks earlier this morning, is you want more power on your spacecraft. Well, this has enough surface area to put on 200 watts of solar cells without having any kind of deployables. It's just inherent in the structure. And if 200 watts isn't enough for you, then you can put on a simple one-axis deployable, fixed deployable, that can go out to whatever angle to get optimum solar exposure, and it's very easy to have an orbit average power of over 100 watts in a disk, in a satellite that you can still launch 20 of them in an Electron. This is the benefit of this clearly illustrated in the chart on the lower right, where I looked at typical orbit average powers of traditional cube-shaped or box-shaped satellites compared to the disk satellite coming in a few different sizes. And you can see there are very different trend lines there. And then the other thing is that you also have lots of surface area for other purposes, for example, RF antennas or just thermal management. Say you need a lot of thermal radiator area, but you're trying to do a trade-off then between radiator area and solar power. Well, you don't need to do that when you have this much surface area to play with. So then the question is about assembling it, putting it together. How do you build a satellite? And this illustrates actually the benefit of going to this approach. It has a very large internal volume. This disk has about 20 units of volume in it. Now, you're not going to fill that whole 20 units with stuff. Basically, it's going to be a structure, and you'll have a chassis box in it in which you can lay out your components. And what I show here is a kind of a cutaway, semi-transparent view of the ThreeU ISARA spacecraft that we built several years ago. And in the middle, there's the same set of avionics laid out in a chassis box in the center of the disk. And then on the right, you see the photograph of this disk next to the ISARA engineering model that's still in the lab. And you can see here that it's very accessible. It's easy to get at these components. So when you're building it, it's like building a flat set and then bolting it down. It becomes much easier to assemble, to integrate, to test. And if you have to do R&R, all the components are accessible, so it's easy to work with. One of the other benefits of going with this, I mentioned the high power, the low mass. Now you put electric propulsion on it, you can get a lot of delta V out of it. So a simple, readily available electric propulsion system can be bolted onto this, again, as illustrated there in the upper right, and you can get 1,000 meters per second of delta V out of this disk. And that's using a few tens of watts, which is easy with it when you've got this much power on board. And the extra delta V can be used for orbit raising. It can be used for maneuvering. It can also be used for sustained altitude at low flight, or sustained flight at low altitude. So if you fly this disk edge on into the wind, then the drag is very low, even with the large surface area, and it doesn't take very much thrust to do drag makeup. So we anticipate we could fly this down to about 250 kilometers, continuous operations. And you can also use it for deorbit at end of life, but you have another neat option for end of life, is you just change the orientation. So now it's flying face on into the wind instead of edge on into the wind. And from 600 kilometers, it'll deorbit in about a year and a half. So that's a feature, I guess you'd call it. I mentioned containerization is important, so we need a container to put these in. Now, the CubeSat container, we all know, it has two primary responsibilities. It carries the launch load of the CubeSats. It encloses the box so that if something fails on the CubeSat, it doesn't affect the primary of the launch vehicle to the primary. With the Discat, there's a third requirement I highlighted in red there, and that is that we need to be able to deploy these things one at a time. And the reason for that is with the CubeSat, you'll never be deploying more than 2 or 3 of them at a time out of a box. But with the Discat, you open the lid. If all 20 of them come out at one time, you may have problems with recontact or tangling or whatever. So at Aerospace, we're working on a mechanism that will basically, when you get to orbit, it opens the lid and then takes the discs out one at a time and ejects them. So that's the main requirement of the dispenser. So there are a lot of applications you can do when you have this much surface area and this much power, and this just illustrates some of them. The primary benefit of going this way, of course, is if you need to build a well-structured constellation of small satellites in LEO. You can put 20 of them on each electron, so it's easy to build up various orbital planes in your constellation. So that's that was actually the problem we were working on when we came up with this concept. But other things you can do, I mentioned surface area for phased array antennas, other kinds of sensors that might need lots of surface area. You see that on the lower right there. And then in the middle right, I show a stack of a study we did, a stack of 3 DiskSats with optical relay terminals on them. So you can build an optical relay network by putting terminals around the perimeter of the DiskSat. And then the propulsion capability gives you the option of, for example, doing Earth escape trajectories. You can get enough delta V out of a DiskSat to leave Earth orbit and fly under its own power to lunar orbit. And then the last thing I want to mention is that it also is very useful for what I call low-budget missions, where you may not have a lot of, you may want to build an experimental spacecraft at just the same way the CubeSats are being used, right? You can get a ride into orbit at a very reasonable cost. Well, just comparing the number of ThreeU CubeSats you can put on an Electron with the number of DiskSats you can put on an Electron, we estimate the launch cost of the DiskSat will be comparable to the launch cost of a ThreeU CubeSat. So now you get this much extra surface area and volume for the same launch cost to orbit. So the challenge with this, with coming up with an entirely new shape, configuration of satellites, is convincing people that it makes sense. So at Aerospace, we're developing a demonstration mission for this. We've been actually doing a fair number of analyses on this for a while and looking at particularly the dispenser problem, which we see as the biggest technical challenge of this. But with support of NASA STMD, we're now putting together a demonstration mission. In fact, I was just informed a few minutes ago that the contracting officers have given final approval to this, so it will be on, we'll be having kickoff on this mission next week. And we anticipate flying sometime in FY24. It should be about an 18-month development cycle. The goals of the mission are outlined here, and then I have graphically illustrate what we're planning to do with this mission when we fly it. We'll be launching a set of 4 DiskSats, each with propulsion, going up to an initial orbit probably somewhere between 450 and 600 kilometers. We don't care particularly because we have propulsion on board so we can maneuver. We don't want to be much lower than 400 or 450 because if we haven't got it under attitude control, then you don't stay there very long. But once we get full checkout at that altitude and demonstrate the ability to generate and use that much power, thermal management, attitude control, everything else, then we'll activate the propulsion system. Split the satellites into 2 pairs. 2 of them will maneuver to very low Earth orbit to demonstrate operations in a low drag orientation down around 250 kilometers. We expect to be able to do sustained operations down there for months. And then the other 2 will maneuver into elliptical orbits with very low perigees down below 200 and apogees up above 800, maybe 1,000 kilometers just to get experience. And that's the plan for the mission. We hope to be flying soon, and I expect I'll be able to come back here in a couple of years and talk about the results of this mission. So we see this as a very interesting new approach to solving the problem of the limitation of the CubeSat box, but maintaining the benefits of containerization. So with that, I'll open it up to questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Richard, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. We've talked about this. This is a really cool idea. Can you comment a little bit about the problems of the depth to 1 inch in terms of accommodating momentum wheels or the optical train depth?
Right. So there's kind of a dual question there. The momentum wheels, they're actually in this satellite. We have the momentum wheels that we have in our 6U CubeSats. And obviously, this has much higher moments of inertia, so we won't have the agility that we have in our 6U CubeSats. We won't be able to slew fast enough. But we've done the analysis, and even with the existing wheels that are constrained within that 2.5 centimeter thickness, we can get enough torque and momentum storage to be able to slew fast enough to track a point on the ground at altitudes down to about 400 kilometers. And that's pretty much as fast as you want to slew most of the time. I mean, there may be applications you need to go faster than that, and you need to put in bigger wheels. But there's plenty of room here to put in additional wheels, power to drive them, not an issue. For payloads that might be too big, for example, optical trains that need to protrude, there is nothing that would prevent you from, I don't have it in this picture. Let me see if I can back up here. Nope, that's the laser. There's the back button. Here you see the electric thruster that, in this case, is 10 centimeters thick. One could replace that electric thruster with a 10 centimeter thick imaging system, for example. So anything that would fit in a 3U CubeSat you can put in here just by having a protrusion and a cutout on the other side. And in fact, you're not limited to just one cutout. You can have 3 cutouts and clock them at 90 degrees. So you can even go larger than that if you need to. Anybody else? Go ahead. So I think I heard all of that question. You want to know if there are options available for using this technology existing right now. And I think the answer to that is there is not a dispenser available right now. There's nothing that I know of that can dispense these things. But that has been the focus of our development activity at Aerospace. And when we do the kickoff next week, we'll go into high gear on that. And we've looked at a few different options. And I'm not saying that Aerospace is going to come up with the best solution, but we'll come up with a way to do that. But there will be nothing that prevents others from thinking about this problem of how do you dispense these things. I think the key requirement in my mind is that you have to be able to dispense them one at a time. And that makes for a complex mechanism. Now, obviously, for this first mission we're doing, we only have 4 of them on there, all identical. We could probably get away with shoving them all out at one time. But our goal here is to demonstrate the capability for longer-term solutions when you might have a lot more than 4 in a single stack. I think I saw another hand somewhere. Yeah. I haven't really thought about that problem, but thinking on the fly, it's probably not any more of a challenge than it would be probably less of a challenge than it would be in a cube-shaped spacecraft. If you look at this closely, and I'll maybe open it up here up at the NASA table later, we actually have in here the avionics exactly as they flew in our ISARA spacecraft, except instead of having it in one single stack, we've got it split into a couple of different stacks. So if you can conformal coat the board, then you stack it up after conformal coating. Yeah, go ahead.
But what about launch vibration of that whole drone-head system? We got to hold this somehow.
Yeah, and that. Right. So I didn't emphasize that here, but we intend to put contact points in there across the span of it. And that was my intention from the beginning, although our structural engineers are looking at this, and at 1 meter in diameter with a graphite epoxy system like this, it is exceedingly stiff. And they're telling me maybe we don't need to hold them in the middle. Maybe we can just hold it at the perimeter. I said, eventually I'm going to scale this up to 5 meters, so I need to know how to do that. And so that's what we'll probably end up flying. We'll have contact points like that, but at 1 meter you may be able to get away without it.
Okay, thanks, Richard.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
The form factor works really well for dedicated launch on a small launch vehicle, like you said. Have you had considerations of how it could still work with rideshare, though?
Absolutely. In fact, putting this on an ESPA would be very simple. This one's too big for a standard ESPA. It would fit on an ESPA Grande, but they don't have to be round. Well, you can make a square disk sat or rectangular disk sat, whatever your available volume is. So if you go on an ESPA port, you can have shapes that fit on that to make it compatible with rideshare. And so we're trying to come up with a standardized mechanism that will contain it and eject it that's compatible with different shapes and sizes. We're out of time. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much to the previous presenter. So we've got one last presentation before our lunch break, and this will be from Sarah Dolan, who is an undergraduate researcher from Montana State University.
Hello, I am Sarah Dolan. I'm here from MSU, and I'm going to talk about 2 of our satellites that are in orbit. One of them has been in orbit for 7 years, while the other has been in orbit for 6 months. So I'll be comparing the 2 of them and how they have been in operation. So this is Firebird. It launched in 2015. It has been in orbit for 7 years, and a little bit of background information on it is its orbital inclination is at 99.1 degrees. Its perigee altitude is at 411 kilometers, and its apogee altitude is at 555 kilometers. And a little bit on the science background is that it is looking at radiation data, and it takes in this large plot of summary data, and this is called a campaign. It's about 2 to 4 weeks long, and after that 2 to 4 weeks, we are able to look at that data and pinpoint very specific information that we want to look at that Firebird was intended to look at, and so this is changes in the radiation. And so after those 2 to 4 weeks, the memory wipes, and we have all of the 10-second data pieces that we want. And then this is our other satellite, it spins. That is its launch from Cygnus. It came off of, originally Cygnus came off of the space station and flew it up to 500 kilometers and kicked it out. And its orbital inclination is at 51.6 degrees, and it launched in June, or at the end of June, so it's only been in orbit for 6 months. And its spin's intent is to rotate. That is partly why we called it spins, but more about its spins is that it's the ionosphere, thermosphere scanning photometer for ion neutral studies. And so it is going to orbit around its normal orbit path, and it rotates 2 RPM, and every half second it is taking a measurement from our science instrument called CTIP, and it's looking at an ultraviolet wave and tracking the photometers within that, and then we're able to create this tomographic map here, and each one of these lines is the line of sight that it spins is looking at. And it allows us to make this density map of the electrons as a function of attitude. So this is where it spins. Gets a little bit interesting because we do not have a lot of success with communications. Our uplink is about 1 in 50 success. So that's like if it spins a Siri and we're trying to say, do this, Siri, and she says, I'm sorry, I did not catch that. So we have done some things to mitigate this, and the first thing that we tried to do was add a stronger amplifier to increase the signal. That did not work. So then we switched the packet structure, see if maybe its spins could understand us a little better, and that didn't work. And our most recent testing has been switching to an SDR, a software-defined radio, and it is very critical for us to understand this Li2 radio because we have another satellite launching later this year that uses this same radio. So we need to make sure that we get the testing and radio all set up so that we can use it on our next satellite. And compared to Firebird, it does have the same radio, but it was a much earlier model. So we're trying to figure out what it is that is going on with its spins. And the good news is that it is downlinking. We are getting packets that we did program its spins to send us. So that's some basic satellite health. And this is an image of that beacon packet that comes through. It's very consistent. And that is how we were able to learn that its spins is, ironically, kind of spinning out of control. These are its spin rates over time along the X, Y, and Z axes. Some of the spin rates went as high as 200 RPM. And we were able to control that a little bit. The plot started trending back towards 0 once we turned our ADCS off. And so it has been off since we see that green. I don't know how apparent it is, but once the green shoots down and plateaus, that is where we turn the ADC ADCS off. And so we're hoping that once it spins is stabilized, we will be able to reconfigure or recalibrate ADCS to work how we need it to. And our ADCS is an active system. It has magnetorquers and reaction wheels, whereas Firebird was a passive system and had a bar magnet and worked a lot better. But the reasoning why we have an active system on its spins is because we need it to rotate those 2 rotations per minute, and we do that through our ADCS system. So in that initial launch time, it went into rate nulling mode and wasn't accounting for the spins that we wanted to do. And so I was talking about the magnetorquers on board. We were able to access some data this 6-hour period, and we're calling this one of our theories because we only have this one chunk of data here to look at. But it is looking at the magnetic fields along the X, Y, and Z axes, and we would expect the Y and Z axes or we'd expect the X-axis to look more like the Y and Z axes that are all scattered because our satellite is spinning so fast that it should have abnormal magnetic field readings. And so the X-axis has this sinusoidal wave that is very similar to our percent error. And that percent error is comparing what the magnetic field reading should be at the point of where our satellite is versus what we're reading. So there may be some kind of interference involved with our ADCS. I'm sorry. Oh, the left graph here, those are our spin rates. Oh, okay, so it's supposed to spin along its Z-axis. And so the X and the Y-axes are the ones that were spinning very fast. Initially, they went down to 200, but it's hard to see the Z did also spin a lot initially. So they were all kind of wobbling. It was spinning, flipping, rotating, all of it. But it spins isn't all struggles. This is our battery health, which is looking very strong. We take samples when it spins is in eclipse. So there's no sunlight on any of the panels, and it's just relying on its internal system, its battery. And the battery never drops below 8.3 volts. Our max is 8.4 volts. And this has not changed over 6 months. So what we're doing with its spins is our number one thing is to resolve the comms issue. Because once we can communicate with its spins, we can collect all the data that we need to understand what is going wrong. And then that'll allow us to also communicate with the ADCS. And we can recalibrate it and get it to where we need so that its spins is stable. And once we can do that, we can do or perform its spin's original purpose to get that science information that we need. So the takeaways are testing. I know that's a common theme is testing, and we have a very rigorous testing procedure at MSU that we follow, and it was the same testing procedure for Firebird and its spins, but we have parts coming in from all over, and we just need to make sure that everything always works together. And so some of the testing that we did on its spins was work with the radio and drive it 50 miles away up a hill and tested it there, and it worked great. And so sometimes, even with all of the testing that you do, some things can still go wrong. And so we are currently testing in our lab right now all of the radios and ADCS to make sure that for our future satellites that we don't have something go like this. It spins. We'll get there. They will stop spinning. Yeah. Any questions in the crowd? I'll take it. Thank you. Okay. Wow. Have a good lunch, everyone.
All right, and with that, we are now going to head into our lunch break. Before we head into our lunch break, I would like to first thank our sponsors who provided us with the lunch. That's going to be LeapSpace, MaxIQ, and ARDC. We will be returning back at 1:15. Enjoy lunch.
Welcome back. We'd like to thank DHV for providing this afternoon's lunch. Thank you once again for DHV for providing this afternoon's lunch. Next up, we're going to have Florence Tan from NASA headquarters.
Can you hear me? Okay. So welcome back. I hope you're not going to fall asleep, at least not for the next 15 minutes. Again, I think I mentioned that I was I'm the chair of the Small Spacecraft Coordination Group, and I'm here to talk about the background, the kind of behind-the-scenes look at what we're doing to coordinate small sats activities amongst our stakeholders, right? So, okay. So again, this is, you saw this just now, but just to reiterate, we took the report from the National Academies that was actually chaired by our AA for Science, Thomas Zurbuchen, and he, the report is Achieving Science with CubeSats in 2017, and we stood up a small sat coordination group. And this small sat coordination group, actually the report had 9 recommendations, one of them to NSF, 8 to NASA, and one of them was make sure you have a group to manage small spacecraft activities, and we kind of rejected that. NASA rejected that and said, okay, we want to coordinate activities. We want to, let 1,000 flowers bloom type situation. So the coordination group works on matters related to small sats and constellations for small spacecraft from CubeSats to ASPA class satellites. And we totally recognize, at the time, even back, seems not that long ago, but, that was like the early days where we already know that it's going to be a disruptive force in space science and exploration. So this coordination group provides information on strategy, policy, and advice to our APMC, the Agency Program Management Council, as well as the AAs for science, for technology, and for space operations. So in 2019, the SSCG, as a group, released the Small Spacecraft Strategic Plan And we identified 4 cross-cutting themes. Now, this document is actually online, and the themes for small spacecraft, for utilizing small spacecraft, include high-priority innovative science, support to human exploration, disruptive technology innovation, and regular access to space. So this kind of plan formalizes the overarching integrated strategy that's common to all our mission directorates, and will guide recommendations on the future capability, the growth, in what we in our actions towards growing the small satellites for our use. So this chart compromises how we organize the SSCG. So the Small Sat Coordination Group has representatives from SMD, the Space Technology Mission Directorate, SMD Science Mission Directorate, STMD Space Technology Mission Directorate, and SOMD is Space Operations Mission Directorates. NASA offices, and these are like, the SCAN, which is the COM group, and then we have, Office of Chief Engineer, Office for System Mission Assurance, Safety and Mission Assurance, OSMA, and then we also have NASA centers and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So traditionally, the SSCG is chaired by somebody from SMD, the Science Mission Directorate, and I am from there, so I chair it. And we interact with the right chair lead, and the whole goal is to support the coordination of science and technology. So here are our focus areas. I mentioned it earlier, and I talked about strategy. We had that strategy plan, and there's all these other areas that have cropped up since. So I'm going to skip that and go straight to the strategic and implementation plan. We have that strategic plan I was talking about, and we also serve as subject matter experts in areas where the boss says, tell me about this situation. And we maintain cognizance of internal and external to NASA on all matters small sat related. And then we provide advice as necessary. In terms of safety and mission assurance, technical excellence, we run a lot of forums, right? The forums, some of you actually I heard today, there's a Access to Space forum, that the last one before the pandemic that I had chaired and co-chaired, and it was a report is out. So we try to educate, we try to collect information from the community, and please come to me if you have good ideas, because we're always open for good ideas, right? And also, the SSCG has an outward-facing website run by the S3VI, the Small Spacecraft Systems Virtual Institute, and Bruce Yost is the director, and he's here in the audience. And we also now have something that, last year we had the virtual PIPM forum. Again, that report is out. And I'll put all the links in the last chart in this talk. And now we have something called the Learn Forum, which I will also plug in a short time. But the idea is to grow the community, to try and meet with each other somewhere. We pay attention to, what risk documents are out there. And then in terms of launch accommodation, we work with the right chair lead, and we also have the launch portal at S3VI. In terms of services and infrastructure, we work with a SCAN group to modernize now we have telecom that can be accessed through the commercial market coming up. And then NTI and licensing requirements, we work internally within NASA. There's a new NASA interim directive that will be transformed into the NASA program directive called 7120.132. We're working with a conjunction assessment group to, again, understand the impacts of this requirement to our missions. Cybersecurity, I work with somebody that's just been hired for cybersecurity at NASA Science. His name is Ray Anzaldua. If you need to talk to him, please come to me. I have the contacts. We understand and we work with the encryption issues that come with NASA Standard 106. There are also other commercial partnerships working at different levels. And we fund, for example, partly the Small Spacecraft Reliability Institute to try and work in collaboration with, cross different groups here. And then, of course, international, I'm definitely working with the European Space Agency and others to understand how we can better partner with ESA. For example, we are trying to launch something on the next ESA Ariane 6 mission. So here again is our fleet chart, which you've seen and heard, and it is, really interesting. I didn't mention this just now, but I started putting down what is a small sat mission as a suffix, as well as what is a constellation mission. Because, as you look at this chart, it's really for the community to see how far we've grown, besides all the color coding that we mentioned. So here is my penultimate chart. As you can see, we have many products. It's all run internally with a small group of us. My thanks to the SSCG, the S3VI, the community coming together and having these seminars and web virtual meetings. So the report, as I said, is out. You have a link there. We have the virtual report. And the virtual report was really interesting in that we decided to have a virtual forum to bring together scientists, managers, engineers to share their challenges, their lessons learned, and their best practices regarding pre-phase A, which is pre-phase, like an idea, to a disposal of a mission. So we split this 5-day virtual forum into 26 panels, and we had an introductory meeting on day 1 where we shared perspective from various mission directorates, divisions, and centers, and the other 4 days were dedicated to open forum interactive workshop where individual discipline focus groups worked together and discussed the issues around, for example, proposal phase, right? Pre-phase A. And it turns out, like, for example, the lessons learned were, we are confused about NASA's views on risk and cost margins for small sats and CubeSats proposals. There's a lack of public information on cost models for Class D. We have trouble trying to understand what extra risks in a proposal are. And the organizational structures complicate staffing for proposal management. That's just day 1, right? And you can go and read the report. It's actually, a synthesis of what the people were thinking. The second day was about phases A, B, and C. That is, where they care about implementation. How do you do project implementation? And the lessons learned was, hey, reduce the number of resources needed and increase the participation for this phase A, B, and C. And the second step, proposals, they also wanted to have proper funding, right? So that you can do proper mission formulation. So there was all these identified needs that was given to NASA. Day 3 was system integration, assembly, and test. We had work undertaken by a project manager. What does it mean, right? Systems engineer. How do you lay the groundwork to mitigate issues later? So we talked about all that. We talked about how project managers must manage the schedule, the budget, the risk, the personnel to tackle the unknown unknowns. And that the project manager must understand and mitigate members' fatigue and maintain the morale and make sure you backfill technical roles and make sure that your budget timing, your margin is there, so double the expected time to allow for anticipated delays. And day 4 was mission operations sustainment and closeout. And we spent a lot of time discussing, access of backup monitors, practicing commissioning both primary and backup systems at the same time, and how high frequency radios are challenging and require pointing control. All those things were discussed, and the forum really is the reason I mention all this is because we are continuing to do these kinds of forums. So anyhow, the next chart is the Learn Forum. Again, the Learn Forum is interesting because we're trying to make this about the learning from experiences, achievements, resolution, navigation, and it's a NASA only discussion. However, the discussions by the presenters are public. So please, if you're a NASA-funded PI, please request participation and come to one of us if you, like Bruce, myself, Chris, all those people who know how to get you to the space. And then finally, this is a list of resources that might be useful to you. You can, I'm sure, Google it when it gets posted. Thank you very much. before I forget. Okay. Yes. Oh, yeah, question. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I know you were at the Moz SmallSat workshop. It's Tony Freeman.
Oh, hi, Tony.
I know you were at the Moz SmallSat workshop a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Escapade looks pretty lonely on your chart for that.
Oh.
Any ideas when there'll be another Moz SmallSat?
You know, we really like simplex calls. And, you know, the Keynote for planetary just came out. So it really kind of, they're still chewing on it and digesting it. So I would say that, you know, all in good time. I'm not sure, you know, when that they're going to try and figure out when they're going to put it out. But, you know, good question. I'm sure Laurie Glaze is going to say the same thing to you. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you.
Florence, please welcome Bruce Yost from the NASA Ames Research Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Yost. I'm the director of NASA's Small Spacecraft Systems Virtual Institute, which, by the way, was established in 2017 by the same National Academy study report that you heard about from Florence earlier this morning when she was talking about the Small Spacecraft Coordination Group. The Institute, I was looking at most of her charts that I could see, and the Institute is involved in almost everything that she showed up here for the Small Sat Coordination Group. So our charter is to communicate, to educate, to nurture and enable the growing small sat community, of which is a great benefit to NASA for a lot of the reasons you heard already today. So what I'm going to talk about today is just one of the various tools that we've been working on during all these COVID years that we just released a second version of that should be of big interest to this group. You may be familiar already with the Small Spacecraft State-of-the-Art report, which we publish every year. That report is becoming, if you've downloaded it, it's becoming quite large. There's quite a bit of traction in industry. It's very dynamic. And I just want to put a plug in for that as well, because I know a lot of people here use that and find that useful. So the thing I'm going to talk about today is a product of a working group or an initiative that was formed about 4 years ago or so. It was stood up by both Goddard Space Flight Center and JPL. And the purpose of the Small Spacecraft Reliability Initiative was to address a lot of the data that you saw earlier today, this morning, from Mike Swartout. I remember one of the pie charts sticks in my mind where there was something like 245, I guess what he calls novices or beginners in the CubeSat and small sat world. And the kind of the question that we would get is, where can I find X? Where can I find information about parts? Where can I find best practices and information that'll help us get to a better chance of having our spacecraft ship on time, launch on time, and work on orbit? So the Reliability Initiative is a informal group of, there are NASA people on it, of course. There's also Aerospace Corporation is involved. There's academia. I can't remember all the different universities. There's industry representation, and these folks kind of come and go depending on where we are with things or where their interests are. And we've even recently picked up some international collaborations. And so this is kind of the way we're trying to approach this problem, or not problem. We're trying to address the data set that Mike showed earlier today, and not do it in, I would say a typical NASA top-down, thou shalt go do this or not do that mode. We're trying to do this from a community basis, a grassroots basis, and which is really the kind of the magic, I think, behind small sats. When people can contribute and communicate together, great things happen. Which is which here? Oh, great. So here's the knowledge base tool. Here's the website for it. This is version 2. We just got it released recently. It's available to everybody. You don't need to sign up for it or anything. And it's fairly comprehensive. What we've done is went through and scoured a lot of different sources within industry and academia and every place else we could find, and we've populated the library, if you will, with those resources. We do not claim to say that you should do X versus Y. There's just a lot of information in there. Unfortunately, you have to kind of sift through it yourself to figure out what's best for your program, what your risk posture is. But that's kind of the intent here, is to put this all in one place for people to reference to. We have the working group documents and presentations that we've done over the 4 years as we got up to this point. And I already mentioned it's a broad, there's a lot of participation from across the small sat community. So we have fairly good representation already, but we're always open for more. People are interested in either being part of the process or learning more about it. The door is wide open. And we fund the actual knowledge base tool itself out of the Institute. It's one of the, as I mentioned, it's one of the products that we provide to the community. And I should also mention that the Institute is funded both by Science Mission Directorate, which Florence was just talking about, as well as the Space Technology Mission Directorate, which is also represented well here at the booth. So here's a quick outline. This is a relatively short presentation. I'll go through it pretty quick. We can talk at the booth later if there's more questions. But so the first bullet, you heard this from Mike Swordhout this morning, so I don't need to repeat that. And we don't put this in a bad way, but we think we want to make sure that when budget people, when program people are entertaining missions, that small sats are okay. They fit within, in CubeSats, they fit within that sphere of possibility. And one of the things we're concerned about is the transfer of knowledge. So within the Institute, we're very interested in capturing knowledge and distributing knowledge and building on that as a community. So the approach is we thought about, do the document-based communications I mentioned earlier. That's not the small sat way. That's maybe the big space way, and no offense to big space in here. But we wanted to make it grassroots and community generated. So we came up with, of course, a web tool, a wiki of sort, more accurately, a web tool, and then we can refresh that as new information becomes available, or as old information becomes obsolete, we can cycle that out. Again, it's always available to anybody and everybody, and this is a really good way for us to engage directly with the community in a very efficient way. So here's the way it works. It's relatively simple. There's two parts to it. There's the mission confidence framework, which is kind of what you might call the front end and the architecture. And this is the way you navigate through the tool to find what you're looking for, how we manage everything. We have it listed by small sat subsystems and topics. I'm not sure if I show those later, but it's pretty straightforward in that regard. And then the behind part is the resource library, where we actually pull the content from various sources. So this is all on the open. It's publicly available in some other Google search of some sort, but we just organize it here for everybody to hopefully make it very easy to use and find. One thing I will mention is it's kind of different here, at least new for me, on the government side, is where we have a system in place where users can actually rate the content, like you do a Yelp, or a like, I guess. And so we have a way of sifting through and finding the more popular, if you will, the more useful content. At the same time as some of the stuff that might not be applicable or obsolete, we can remove that. So we're implementing a rating system. So here's what it looks like when you go to the knowledge base tool. On the lower left, there's actually a kind of when you click on one of the dots, it branches into the other dots. It's not like TurboTax per se, but you kind of just click your way through the content based on where you go. It kind of leads you to where you want to go. And then on the right is actually a screenshot of a search. This one, it's kind of hard to read, but this one is part selection. And you can look in the lower right corner there. I think I see five yellow stars, 5 gold stars. So that's how the ratings get captured here. So the more popular, useful material bubbles to the top of your search. So we have 58 topic pages, and we're looking to grow those, of course. 533 resources. Again, not expecting everybody to go through all 533 of those, but as people use them and like them, it should shorten the search time for that. We also are open to accepting new content or changing the way things are. Like I said, this is a community-based activity. We're definitely open to impact. The other thing, the last kind of major thing I want to announce is that we're going to push the API out so that other groups that want to access this information with a different type of tool, we'll make that possible and work with them and support them to do that. And I think, so I just mentioned this part. So again, we're looking for participation. We're looking for interaction. I already mentioned the API, so people can pull the PDFs if they want to do that themselves. And people are always invited to come join us as we go on to the next phase of this. As you might expect, in those resource and references, there's things about rad-hard testing of parts. So we work with our colleagues at Goddard in the NEP, the NASA Electronic Parts Packaging Program. There's mission reliability stuff that's scattered throughout the agency and the nation that you'll find in there. And there's also best practices, testing guidelines, and just things to consider as you go through and do your mission. So the last chart, it's a public NASA website. I already said it enough times. And we're not trying to solve the problem that the experienced professionals may have. It'd be nice if they did find something useful there, but this is geared more towards the developers, the younger, newer teams to small sats. So you'll see that kind of slant to it. It is available to everybody, and it's constantly being updated and stuff added to it. And so the last thing I want to do is, thanks to the working group, I especially want to point out a couple of people, Catherine Venturini from Aerospace Corporation, Craig Burkhart, who was on my team at the booth in the back, out front, Mike Johnson from Goddard Space Flight Center, and a bunch of other folks that are kind of the keys that have been around helping us lead and get this, keep this going as it goes. And finally, we're sponsored by both technology and science. And I think that's all I have. Thank you for your attention. I don't see any hands for questions. Oh, right here.
Are you presenting, or do you have a booth here?
We do. We have a booth here. Yeah, I've got the QR card. We get you right there. Yeah, we talk about it. Very good. Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Please welcome Daniel Chivis from the Center for Astrophysics from Harvard and the Smithsonian.
Thanks. Hello. I've never used one of these kind of microphones before, so this is a little unusual for me. So yeah, I'm introducing my project called MetaSat. I don't have a super long presentation, but I figured I'll just start with its origin story. So when was it? 3 or 4 years ago, we were trying to build, at the Center for Astrophysics in Cambridge, in Massachusetts, we were trying to build a database used to describe our in-house space missions. And in doing that and creating the data model, it ended up being virtually impossible to come up with the words used to describe the mission in any way that was like close to comprehensive. And there was really no existing vocabulary used to pretty much create the names of all of our tables and rows. And so what ended up happening was we realized that we needed to create a whole brand new vocabulary. And that's pretty much what MetaSat is. It is, in a way, if you were to think of it as a spacecraft as something that's edible, it is a way of pretty much listing the ingredients of that piece of food. So it is like pretty much just the parameters on the back of a soup can. And it's not really any more complicated than that. But it's also a toolkit, so we have a bunch of bells and whistles to it, and which I will probably talk about more one-on-one because there's a lot of use cases that for this vocabulary. But yeah, so MetaSat aims to link data, software, and hardware from small satellite missions through its vocabulary. And so the website is schema.space/metasat. So some of you, if you're familiar with like WordPress or anything to do with search engine optimization with SEO, you may have come across schema.org. Schema.org is a similar vocabulary used to describe people and merchandise. Google uses it a lot in their knowledge graph to pretty much when you type in something into Google, it refers to schema.org concepts and pulls out the appropriate information. So I know Amazon, for example, uses this quite a bit. But what MetaSat does is it uses something called the URI, which is a Uniform Resource Identifier. Similar to a URL, but it has more semantic meaning to it. So instead of just pointing to where something is, like a web page, it tells you what it is. And this is through linking to our own internal database, which I'll go into in a second, but has a bunch of just different descriptions and example values for what we're talking about. But so pretty much the applications for it are broad, but like I mentioned, SEO is a big one. Federated search across different systems using APIs. So connecting, let's say, your database to mine, we're going to make sure that we're calling the same thing, the same word. So we create like that bridge, a mapping. So we do this through the URIs. So for example, so MetaSat/thermal control system is our URI for thermal control systems. And this points to our database, which then has a list of just parameters such as its description, which we pull from a source, mostly Wikidata. When we have synonyms for it, we have example values if there is one. In this case, there isn't. And then we have what we're calling segments and families, which I'm going to actually get into in a second. What we do is, though, with these URIs, we compare them to other existing vocabularies or lexicons. So, for example, NASA's technology taxonomy has an identifier for thermal control systems so that when you use a MetaSat term in your database, it points to not only our database, but all the rest that we have crosswalk to. So this makes sure that everyone's on the same page, no matter what we're calling it. So no matter what language another database is in, or what syntax it's in, what characters are used, it's all coming back to the same place. So disparate sources can have different ways of describing the same exact thing and connect them with MetaSat. So it's a non-hierarchical vocabulary, so it's not like your traditional thesaurus or a taxonomy. It's not really even a dictionary. It's kind of in a weird hybrid land, which is probably best described as a controlled vocabulary. And rather than being hierarchical, I've kind of broken it into two main parts. So there's what I'm calling the segments, which are just four, which is space, ground, launch, and user. User being like the most experimental. It's trying to describe use applications for people actually using spacecraft technology. So for example, GPS in your car. And then we also have families, which are all the segments have their own families. So for example, the space segment has families such as, all the subsystems have families. So comms, propulsion, stuff like that, just as a way of browsing through all the terms. So right now we have about 1,700 terms, and I envision within the next few years we're probably going to hit at least probably 10,000 or more, given what we are currently looking at. So it takes a lot to browse through. We want to make it as user-friendly as possible, so that's why we bucket it into these different groupings. But they're just groupings. They're not anything strict, and MetaSat is not a standard in that way. People get kind of turned off by like the idea of a standard. It's really more of just words used to describe something that's that we all can try to agree upon as an open source project. So when we come up with these term names, it's from the feedback from everyone else. So it's not like we're creating these and we're making people, pay to use this specific term. It's just what we kind of agreed upon. And if we haven't agreed upon it, then we create synonyms for each term. And so, let's see. So yeah, you could see this is how like our main index, and then we have families and segments, and then you could just use our search feature. We're redesigning a lot of this, but this is probably the direction that we're going to take. It's only a couple of years old now, this website, and so we're working to improve it. And so we've been experimenting using these terms in JSON-LD, which is like a variant of regular JSON meant for linked data. So you can embed our terms in these JSON-LD files and then pretty much use them as metadata schemas to organize your databases. And it's a way of making all the data in your database somewhat semantically valuable. So it pretty much gives your data some meaning, especially when it's connected to the internet in any way. And so I could talk more about that individually if you're interested in these JSON-LD files, but it's just one example of what we're trying to do with MetaSat. And so our main pilot right now is SatNogs. So SatNogs has been creating these JSON-LD files to organize their databases. So the SatNogs database is currently entirely using MetaSat terms. So here's an example of one of these files. The syntax is pretty easy to read, which I like. And so it's a little bit human readable in addition to being very machine readable. And yeah, it's a really flexible markup. And it's similar to RDF, if you're familiar with that, or XML, whatever you use to organize your database or internal systems. So so one thing that we're working on right now is, so my background is in philosophy and nothing to do with space science or spacecraft or anything. I don't know anything about anything that you guys are talking about, really. And I was brought onto the project because, I'm good at like organizing information. And so that was the big task, was let's organize a space mission. But that means I've had to like call upon people like you to help me out and to pretty much tell me what words are needed, what aren't, where is there contention. You seem to be always arguing amongst yourselves about what certain things are called. And so it's been really interesting. And so the past, 3-4 months, I think, we decided we're going to make a steering committee. So group of subject matter experts or anyone in the field, anyone in any field really who's interested, who would like to pretty much steer the direction of the project to help out with the vocabulary and to help out maybe implement some use cases. We just saw Bruce. So Bruce, S3VI, is on the steering committee. I'm not sure. I think Craig is here, so Craig's on it from S3VI. And so we have SatNogs on it and a couple other people. We're working closely with the Australian Space Agency as well. And we're finalizing a space act agreement with NASA that should be done hopefully by the end of the year. And we have some future plans for MetaSat. So like I said, the new release cycle, the new steering committee will help try to create new governance and hopefully come up with a more concrete release cycle. Instead of me just adding a term here and then, it'd be nice to have some sort of some serious versioning to make it as useful as possible. Different serialization, so that's just like the different ways of organizing it. So something like that JSON-LD file, just coming up with different file formats to experiment with. An API, so you could, ping our database with, on your own end. Faceted search, so with the SSRI knowledge base, we're trying to help out tagging all the lessons learned documentation with MetaSat terms to help with search. So that's another use case. And then, community-driven development, as always. So that's it. So I could maybe answer some questions if you have any. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, I'll speak to you one-on-one if you'd like. And that's the website, schema.space, so check it out. And then that's our GitLab repository, so if you want, you could submit issues and expand upon what we're working on. Hopefully get a bigger team of people that's not just me. So, okay, thank you.
All right, well, please give a hand for Dale Chavos, and let's welcome to the stage Michael Campola with NASA Goddard Flight Center.
Afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you in person. It's been a while. Today I'm going to talk about radiation effects in active semiconductor devices that go into our spacecraft builds, and a web-based tool that I've put together to try to inform people about it. So a couple of distinctions before I get started. I'm not talking about radiative heat transfer or radiation in that way. I'm speaking specifically about charged particle radiation, or ionizing radiation as we sometimes call it. And on top of that, the thing that makes it so unique and such a difficult problem set to wrangle our heads around is that radiation can show up as things that accumulate over the entire mission life. These are things that you might have heard before, like mission dose or total ionizing dose for a mission, things like kilorads that you've had to deal with in your part selection. But there's also a whole other side of it that's attributable to just one single particle hitting your device, and that's called single event effects. Both of these can manifest in different ways, but one looks like wear out and another looks like random failures in time. And so this is a hairball that we need to tease out, and it's one that I care about a lot. And so here we go. We're going to talk about the tool Argentic that I've put together. So why is this necessary? Ultimately, about the same time that Craig and others were talking about when we saw what Mike Swartout was putting together and giving this ecosystem of folks that were trying to build spacecraft for the first time, those successes and failures, we wanted to incorporate that into our lessons learned and what we understood. And so ultimately, this started off as an internal research effort that was meant to keep Goddard Space Flight Center competitive, to help reduce some of the driving risks that we were up against, sharing that information inside, and ultimately it was deemed beneficial enough that we turned it into a tool for all and opened it up for communication between government agencies and other institutions as well, and companies. The plans forward, this is always going to evolve and grow, and it really takes a lot of feedback to understand what's most beneficial to the user space. And so I find that this tool is useful as an education platform. It's useful as an early adoption of looking at this problem so that you don't paint yourself in a corner with your spacecraft design. But there's much more that can be done with this as well. And so really I'm building paths forward to integrate this with other web-based tools, things like maybe you saw before MetaSat just before me. But there's other model-based mission assurance efforts that are going on at the institution where my tool's housed at Vanderbilt, one of them being called SEAM. And this ecosystem that SSRI, that you heard Bruce talk about, all play in the same realm of trying to gather a lot of information to help folks understand what sort of decisions and risks they are taking on and what they actually look like whenever you build hardware. So I understand that my discipline is one that has many terms and acronyms and things that might not have been heard if you've been focused on systems engineering or thermal engineering, but ultimately, the thing that I could have folks take away is that you're dealing with two sets of risks, one that could be random in time and one that can look like wear out. But what does it look like to go from successes in somewhere like a low Earth orbit into deep space or lunar orbit? All of the things that we are targeting for Artemis, and what does that mean to the radiation challenge at hand? So ultimately, if you can look at a design that's had successes, you have to understand where heritage can be built upon, and how can you take the similarities of what you've seen as a success or a failure and turn that into useful information for your new mission or your new idea. And ultimately, what you want to know is how can you bring the risk down or even quantify the risk if it is an unknown unknown. And so this tool is in an effort to help guide the hand or guide an interview to get a user to understand at least the trades that they're up against. In the grand scheme of things, NASA Electronic Parts and Packaging, which you may have heard other people mention, is an agency-level program that holistically is trying to look at how do we make reliable small missions? And even if we've gotten there, how did we get there? And so there's a number of efforts that are underway under that agency-level program, and those take on many flavors. It looks a lot like working groups being set up, databases being maintained, different types of analysis and best practices and guidelines, of which the big arrow shows you where I fall for this effort. But much appreciation to that program for allowing me to spend my time thinking about this. So without further ado, this is going to give us a little walkthrough, and hopefully the video isn't going to go too slow. But the tool starts off with a README that I'm not going to read to you all, and then shows you some of the most common definitions or acronyms that get used. Ultimately, you can look up any single acronym that you want if you just see something on a page that you don't understand. But these are the ones that we use the most. It starts off with a simple question of where are you going and how long are you going to go there? Right off the bat, you can see that you can choose a sort of risk posture, what orbit you're going to and what altitude you're going to be flying at. Other things that are important here are what type of architecture or what solar cycle will you be in, and ultimately the lifetime of your mission. You'll see over on the right-hand side, this code is reactive. So as you choose new inputs, as you choose new destinations, it'll identify sort of the severity of the environment that you're up against, and ultimately for your parts, the type of threats from radiation that you'll have to deal with. It goes on to take those inputs that you've put in and show you what it looks like from a radiation engineer's perspective of similar missions that have flown before. What types of doses have they had to deal with? What types of contributors were there? You are able to play around with the plots and look at them in many different ways, and this is in essence made to be an educational tool to let you know that there are different radiation contributors no matter where you go, and there are different particle populations that you'll be up against no matter where you go. But you can tease this out and look at different confidence levels, play with the plots, learn about what it means to have dose behind shielding, in essence what it means to have electronics in an enclosed electronics box. I find that even though you may be looking at a mission in particular, you can also enter different missions to compare one to another. But this lets you understand, okay, if I went one place, what does it mean when I go someplace else in terms of dose? In addition, for the single event effect environment, the plot here is for galactic cosmic rays, the sort of modulating background particles that are very penetrating, that establish what single event threats you'd be up against. Of course, I'm not covering everything in the tool, so there were some additional considerations and references to go through about some of the corner cases. So now that you've known, or now that you've seen what your environment looks like, now you want to start talking about the parts that you intend to fly in that environment. And so you can choose different process technologies, different families of parts, and different functions. Ultimately, some of the most important deliberations or decisions you can make are how critical this device is in your design, and whether or not there's redundancy built into your design. Those choices and selections ultimately inform what you can do to bring down the risk and what risks you carried within your design. This gives you some class guidelines, some COTS-specific guidance if you know you're dealing with a commercial part. And we'll list off questions that I, as a radiation engineer, would ask about the design to understand if I'm being risky. Ultimately, you do this for each part in your design, and you're building an entire parts list to understand what threats are there and what risks are going to persist even if you do something about it. And so right now it's just going through adding a new part where you can see, based on what device technology, this reactive encapsulated information of what threats exist to that device family, and ultimately what applications are the most risky. So as you start to build this parts list, I think I do 2 or 3 parts in this demo, what you'll see is that you can identify tall tent poles, things that are inherently risky because of their technology for the environment that you've chosen. You can see things that are not critical within your design, are not something where you want to spend your money or time figuring out what to do about it. Ultimately, you want to focus on your very risky parts or your technology drivers that make your mission new, exciting, or successful. And ultimately understanding if you've put the radiation risks in a quantifiable situation. So it can help you figure out when to test. It can help you figure out, which parts are easy to trade out. But ultimately, the tool also has like a handbook and cheat sheet, and I certainly invite you all to visit it and give some feedback, because it's that feedback that we really crave, and why I'm here today is if I'm making a tool for this community, I want to know what's going to best help you succeed, especially for your forward-going missions. And so with that, I thank you all for listening to me talk about something I care about, and I'll take any questions. Yeah, that's the link to the tool. I'm sure these slides will be shared on a NASA website. I had to go through clearing them all, and it'll be a hyperlink that you can click. But yeah, if you visit this right now, it's a partnership, right? It's through grants and enabling funding at Vanderbilt that I'm able to host this tool. And it's a part of an ecosystem of other radiation tools that are also at Vanderbilt. So hopefully navigating one takes you to lots of other useful information along the way. Anybody else? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So let's take an example of let's say a power MOSFET, just to keep it simple. Power MOSFETs can exhibit a single event effect called single event gate rupture. They're actually most susceptible when they are in their off state. They're even in a more precarious situation if you put them into what is called a hard off position. Sometimes electrical designers like to do this because it can impact the turn on time or responsivity. You can make it faster if you have it in a hard off condition. But it is only when you are in that susceptible state that you are holding an electric field within the semiconductor device that makes the particles' additional charge imparted on that device lead to a failure mode. So if you had something like a 50% duty cycle, you are then 50% in a situation where you have that threat. So it's things like this, these small applications and the actual device physics of what's going on inside and what tolerances are going to be exceeded by very limited amounts of charge being imparted in a device where they're not supposed to be at the wrong time that matter as part of the calculus of this problem set. But thank you for the question. All right. I really welcome everybody to reach out to me and talk to me more. I'll be here for the remainder of the conference and look forward to it. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much, Michael. And if you could please welcome on stage Cynthia Wilson and Lieutenant Chris Schofield with United States Space Force 18 Space.
I'm just going to clip this to your strap real quick.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Lieutenant Christopher Schofield. I'm the lead for partnership development at the 18th Space Defense Squadron. I'm joined today by Ms. Cynthia Wilson. She's going to be coming out in a few seconds. She's our Senior Space Situational Awareness Coordinator. Mr. Aaron Mitchell over there is our lead for Mega Constellation Analysis. And then we have Mr. Ryan Santos with spacetrek.org right over here. So like I said, we're from the 18th Space Defense Squadron. We're located about an hour down the road at Vandenberg Space Force Base. We were the 18th Space Control Squadron, but we were recently redesignated as the 18th Space Defense Squadron as we reprioritized some of our mission. You may also know us as the J-Spot, but that was our name from a few years ago. We really don't care what you call us, as long as you know how to get in touch with us. So if you're not familiar with any of those names, we're the people who track and catalog all artificial objects in Earth orbit. And we'd like to talk to you all today a little about what we do, how we support you, and how we can work together. If I can figure out the clicker.
Where's the click?
There we go. Okay, so today I'll be discussing what the 18th mission really is, what data we share with the world, and what kind of partnerships we have with people like you. Cynthia Wilson is going to jump in a little bit later, and she's going to talk about CubeSat owners and how we work with them and how we ensure spaceflight safety for everyone. Our focus audience today really is people who are new to satellite operations, and to introduce ourselves and explain why we want to talk to you and why we hope that you are going to want to talk to us. So Space Force tracking sites are positioned all across the world, and they track and identify all objects in space. The 18th is the command and control center for all of these sensors. We get hundreds of thousands of tracking data points a day, and all of these observations are funneled back to the 18th to be turned into orbital information. And this allows us to keep on tracking everything in orbit, including all of your satellites. We also use this data to provide support to the global space community from launch until end of mission. And so that data that we collect, we use it to create the satellite catalog, which I'm sure a lot of you are all familiar with. This is the first page on the satellite catalog, which you can see from NORAD CAT ID number 1, the SL-1 rocket body, which put in Sputnik back in 1957. So whenever you see anything quoting a NORAD catalog ID, a satellite number, or an international designator, it comes directly from here. It's all available to the public on spacetrek.org. So virtually anybody can register on spacetrek.org and view this for free. We have thousands of users in almost every country at this point. On this page, we also list launch data, their orbit, whether or not they have re-entered. You can get the TLEs for all the objects we've tracked pretty much since the beginning of spaceflight history. So an important part of our mission is conjunction assessment. This means we're comparing the orbits of all objects in the catalog, both active and inactive, against everything else in the catalog to determine if any objects are in danger of collision. Right now, we're screening upwards of 45,000 objects, including around 5,600 active payloads, and that means CubeSats too. So we're screening these small satellites the exact same way that we're screening the really big DoD satellites. And so that 45,000 object number and then the 5,600 active payload number, that's unprecedented numbers of objects that we're tracking right now. We've never seen that number ever in human history, and the growth of that has also never been seen in human history. And you can probably imagine why that is. Little satellites that go up 140 at a time. So if we identify a potential conjunction for any active satellite, we're going to let the operators know by sending out something called a conjunction data message, or a CDM. We generate, on average, 735,000 of these messages every single day. And that's millions of messages to owners and operators every single year. And this number is just getting bigger and bigger, faster and faster.
Guess why?
We have to know who the operators are, really who you are, in order to send you the information about your satellite. This is why we want to hear from you, and why we have a satellite registration form on spacetrek.org to help us get you signed up for some of our services. So besides providing conjunction assessment, we also can provide other types of data. The first place to go, again, spacetrack.org. All you have to do is register on the site. If you're a satellite owner, you can set your contact information in SpaceTrack to public so that other satellite owners will be able to contact you quickly in the event of an emergency. We're not going to share anything about your satellites or your personal information without your permission. We can, however, provide you with data at no cost and help with coordination with other satellite owners. But we do not, and we will not, make any recommendations or tell anyone what to do. We are simply a data provider. If we send you a conjunction data message that shows your satellite may collide with another object, we're not going to tell you to maneuver at this time, really because we can't and we don't have that authority. Again, we're just that data provider. We're going to pass you that data and let you do the analysis and risk assessment on your own and make the decisions for yourself. So on this slide, you can really see how much the data sharing program or the SSA sharing program has grown over the last few years. A quarter of that 596 number from 2021 is all academic institutions. We work with quite a bit of people, and we hope to see this number continue to grow. And besides the orbital elements and the conjunction data, which we consider basic data, we may be able to provide you some more information. All you'd have to do is submit something called an orbital data request or an ODR. And that's, again, all on spacetrack.org. We also offer something called advanced services, such as expanded conjunction screenings or a higher accuracy catalog. And then for this data, you would need to sign an agreement with US Space Command. And we can help facilitate that if you're interested in data like that. We're the right people to talk to, and it's actually a pretty easy process. So at this moment, US Space Command has agreements in place with 33 countries, 113 commercial companies, and 5 universities. And all of this is provided at no cost. So thank you, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Cynthia Wilson.
Hello, everybody. I hope I know some of you out there, at least by name. Please come by our booth, which we just found out we had today. Tomorrow we may actually have an exhibit, but I'd love to talk to you. As Chris said, we cannot tell you what to do. There is no legal requirement for you to work with us. It's completely up to you, but it is a really good idea. And it may even help with your licensing process because agencies like FAA and FCC, they know us. They really like for people to work with us. Having said that, we do have some suggestions. First of all, of course, consider human life. Orbits below the ISS or anybody's space station are safer. Of course, our big focus is, can we track it? We're very concerned about that. Our general rule of thumb for this is, please, when you are bigger in low Earth orbit, if it's smaller than that, please, we highly recommend adding some kind of tracking enhancement device. It can make a big difference. If you don't do that, you are really taking a chance on us being able to follow it, and that makes you dangerous. One little thing is we'd like you to pick a unique name. You're welcome to go in the catalog, do a search in the names box, see if they've got something like yours. All right, and I know we keep saying it, register on spacetrack.org. Do make sure you spell it correctly. There are many variations of this, but it's space-track.org. All the letters are there. It's free, it's very easy, and as Chris said, pretty much the whole world is on there. Okay, once you're registered, go ahead, take a look around, see what's on there, what you can get. Basically, there are a lot of websites out there that have orbital data. They all get them from here. Might be prettier, might be more fancy, but they get their data from us. So go in there, take a look, and then send us what we call a satellite registration form. We tried to make it as simple as possible. We understand that you have to jump through a lot of hoops to get your satellite in orbit. We don't want to add to that. So we tried to make it as simple as possible. All it says is, who are you? What's your satellite? What launch you on? If we take that data, we will set up an organization account on SpaceTrack. We'll link you to it. Once the satellite's on orbit and identified, we link that satellite to your account, and that's how the conjunction data knows where to go. Where am I? Okay, once you are in orbit, please work with us to identify your satellite. Is it something that we can't do? And I'll talk a little more about that in a moment. We would like to know if your satellite's maneuverable. If we see your orbit doing something weird, it's good for us to know it's supposed to be doing that. Okay. All right, I guess I will hurry through this because I'm on time. Spacetrack.org, satellite registration form, talk to us. This is something I really wanted to share. Talk a little bit about how we do multi-payload coordination, because most CubeSats are going to be on some kind of rideshare like this. As an example, this was the first SpaceX rideshare launch. The Transporter 1, 148 objects we had to track. What you see here is all the vertical lines are observational data from the different tracking sites. One tracking site picks up some dots, next tracking site, next tracking site. This is over a period of a week. You can see everything is all bunched up at the beginning, and it takes days. After a while, we start seeing horizontal lines and pick out, okay, these guys line up, that's an object. These dots line up, that's an object. Once we have those objects pinned down and we have enough tracking data to have a lot of confidence in the quality of the element sets, then we'll go in the catalog, but it'll just be object A, object B. This process, if there's like one satellite, two satellites, it'll be done in a day, 2 days, a few hours. For ones like this, it can take several days. We just ask your patience. And once we do have everything in there, we ask you to help us identify them. Because we can say, okay, I see there are 130 satellites, but we don't know which track is which satellite. So we ask you to help us with that so we can get that correct in the catalog. If you have GPS data or something inherent to your satellite, maybe you can just tell us. If you don't have something like that, sometimes what the owners will do is just see which set of TLEs give them the best data or the best signal to their satellite. And I think that's about it, other than please, spacetrack.org. We'd like to hear from you. We'd love to talk to CubeSat owners, especially if you're going to be on Transporter 5. We are starting to hunt you now. So if you get in touch with us, it'll make the process that much easier. Also, if you're planning a new launch vehicle, we'd like to talk to you. We also do screenings for launches. And I think that's it for us. If there are any questions?
Yes. So,
Florence.
How do you deal with non-U.S.?
How do we deal with non-U.S. satellites? We talk to everybody equally. As if the email can get through, yes. We have done. There was one satellite one time. It was Russia and France. Could not get the Russian emails through. We have a lot of firewalls, as you can imagine, on the government computer. So I'd write to the guy in France and I'd say, please tell Vladimir this. And the France guy could get to me. Yeah, actually does. If you don't hear if you write to us and you don't hear back, we always try to talk to everybody in a day or two. If you don't hear back within a few days, try again. If that doesn't work, write to Spacetrack. Sometimes they will forward us stuff and then we go back through them. But I recently made a slide to brief some general or something and talked about the transporter flights, and I went through, okay, this transporter flight had this many owners in this many countries, and this one. In the first 4 transporters, I got flags for each of the countries we'd worked with on all of them, and it'd been like 35 countries. So any country, it's a little bit iffy if the emails go through, but most of them do. Okay?
Over here.
Sorry.
You were talking about the tracking enhancement device for spacecraft less than 1U.
Yes.
Does SpaceTrack or any other of your partner organizations offer a list of which ones actually work for you versus which ones are snake oil or something?
The question is about tracking enhancement devices. Do we recommend anything? No, we're not able to recommend anything. I know there are several out there. I don't personally know if like one works better than the other. It's just anything helps.
Over there.
Oh, there you are. Steve. Oh, geez. Do you remember the actual numbers?
Aaron might over there.
Aaron?
Not to put you on the spot, but.
We have. It's 10 to the -4 probability collision. Yes. We have standard things. If you get on Spacetrack, there's it's called a Spaceflight Safety Handbook you can download, and it says, okay, we screen it to this distance, we send you a notice at this distance. Probability of the collision is the most important one for low Earth orbit. Then it starts going up on a board in the ops center. We're following this one carefully. And again, this is why we like to know the owners. We occasionally have people, small satellite owner, Cynthia, my satellite is involved in a close approach with a Starlink. What do I do? It's not maneuverable. We got him in touch with SpaceX. Turns out SpaceX was just as worried as they were. They worked it out between them and our ops center. That's another thing that we can do, help with that. Anybody else? Oh, there's one over there. We track the space junk. Every time you see those graphs with the horrible dots all over the place, that's our data. That comes from Spacetrack. So hard to see. Anything else? Way in the back. I'm sorry, can you say that again? Okay, I got all but the end of it. We're tracking little tiny pieces of data, and what are we doing with them? Is there a customer for that data? We'd want to know. Yeah. Yes. Would you be interested in that? Oh, you would like to share with us? Okay, we are looking at ingesting outside data. There is a process for that. Unfortunately, 18th Space doesn't have a lot of control over that. It's more at the, I guess it's Air Force level still. We are Space Force, but they do the acquisitions. So I might be able to get in touch with somebody who can get in touch with somebody who can get in touch. But we're looking at things like other countries' resources. I think the problem is it has to be very good quality. They won't take just anything. Okay, we'll talk to you then. Right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Lieutenant Chris and Cynthia. And let's please welcome Ronald Keene from the Department of Homeland Security to the stage.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you folks. My name is Ronald Keene. I'm a senior advisor with the National Risk Management Center. I work in a branch called the Strategic Defense Initiatives Branch. We are responsible for looking at the threats to the nation's critical infrastructure, the terrestrial side of the house, which is the 16 sectors, the 55 national critical functions. You ask, well, why, Ron, are you speaking to us? We're space. because all 16 sectors and all 55 national critical functions have a dependency on space. Only two other things share that: communications and energy. So as you can see, space is now becoming something that's rising to the top of interest, both at the federal and the state level of government. It's also rising to the top of the interest for our adversaries. We've seen one time already during the Ukraine-Russian conflict. I guarantee we'll be seeing more. Because of that dependency, we take a look at things like the geosyncs, the MEOs, the HEOs. We look at the polar orbits. A lot of folks 10 years ago really weren't looking at the LEO side of the house. You had the GPS constellations hanging around down there, but other than that, there really wasn't a lot. Now you're about to have thousands of satellites going into low Earth orbit. And let me tell you, the adversaries are taking note. And because they're taking note, there's going to be a lot more interest in the work that you're doing. You've already seen that in a couple of places, and you're going to see more. There are threats to the satellite constellations up there. As most of you are aware, there are 92 countries that have an interest in space. 92 countries. 20 years ago, there was 3, maybe 4, 5, 6. 92. 92 countries that have an interest in making sure space works for them. It's no secret now that space has become a militarized environment. It is a contested environment. There are countries out there now that have anti-satellite systems and other systems designed to prevent other folks from doing their job in space. That's going to increase as well. Right now you face 3 types of threats: kinetic, directed energy, and cybersecurity. There's a 4th, the insider threat. We'll talk about that in a little while. Kinetic. Lately you heard the new policy from the U.S. We now have an anti-ASAT testing policy. Notice I said testing. That doesn't mean we've given up the weapons. And we certainly haven't convinced other nations to do the same. There are nations out there that have the ASAT systems. China and Russia may not agree with our concept of an anti-ASAT test policy. Other nations are continuing to develop their ASAT capability. For low Earth orbit satellites that number in the thousands, this can present a pretty unique problem. Directed energy weapons, they're real. We've seen it. There's jammers out there. There's other energy weapons. They're going to be a threat too. And finally, cybersecurity. Now, we can sit here all day long and we can talk about cybersecurity threats, but in reality, cybersecurity impacts only one of 3 areas. And this is where you folks come into play: your boundary protection, your access control, and your asset management. Let's talk about those real quick so we're all on the same sheet of music. Boundary protection. That's where basically your system meets the internet. Now you think, okay, I've got the firewalls up and everything else, but it's not just that. If you have security cameras that are tied into your systems, those are access points for the adversary. We've seen that happen. If you have remote devices sitting out on the launch pad, those are accessible points if they have Wi-Fi connectivity. The adversary can find those too. And believe me, they're out there. They're looking. So think about that as you set up your systems. Think about the fact that every access point where you're using it as a Wi-Fi or as a Bluetooth, the adversary can sniff that out and potentially use it against you. Do the systems you have or are you using, do they have default passwords? Have you changed them? These are things you need to think about because the low Earth orbit satellites are going to become more and more critical to the nation's infrastructure. Access control. If everybody in your organization has access to everything, then there could be a problem. Now you say, okay, well, we keep tight control on that, and most folks do. Joe Bag of Donuts leaves the company, goes off to another company. Make sure that all of the access points that individual had are removed. Because let's be honest, the easiest way for a person to get in is to get the access. And if Joe isn't working there anymore, typically what we see is when they try to access it, it'll say they'll probably go in and he'll probably say, well, the adversary will probably say, well, I forgot my password. What typically happens then? They'll ask you some security questions. When did you graduate? What was your mascot? What was your mother's maiden name? A few other things like that. What's your pet's name? How many of you look at your social media site and can find places where you can find where you graduated, when you graduated? How many of you talk about your pets on social media? How many of you take a look at all those? Almost every one of those questions that we have that are quote unquote security questions, the adversary can hunt down and find that information about. And if they get lucky enough and they get through the security questions and they change the password and then they change the mobile number to their own so that that little 6-digit passcode comes to them, they are now Joe Bag of Donuts in your system. And your system doesn't know any different. So think about your access control. Think about, is it possible that the adversary can in any way break your system? Because if they can, they will. Asset management. We talked a little bit about on boundary protection. If you have 100 remote devices and every one of those remote devices is coming in through a remote Wi-Fi or some other connectivity, and the default passwords haven't been changed, every one of those is an access point for the adversary. Think about what it would take for the adversary to get access to your intellectual data, to your operational data, to the things that you do, because again, you're important to the nation's critical infrastructure. We understand that all systems, in order to do this, especially for a low Earth orbit satellite, we understand that there's got to be a criticality factor in this. If we do this type of protection for every single satellite, in some cases it's financially not viable because the satellite may not be up there for long enough to do something with. It may not be critical. What exactly is your satellite going to be doing? What is it going to be affecting? Is it going to be affecting what parts of the nation's critical infrastructure? So that goes into some of this. There is a balance here. We take a look at dependency from 3 angles. First of all, criticality. What exactly is the satellite doing? How dependent is our critical infrastructure on that satellite? Number 2, velocity. If in fact the satellite is damaged or the constellation is damaged, how fast does that impact hit the nation's critical infrastructure? And finally, 3, scope. How bad is the problem? Is it a local problem from a company? Is it a problem for a particular system? Are we looking at a country? Are we looking at a hemisphere? Are we looking at a global problem? Let's take the recent thing with the Russians and the Ukrainians in Viasat 18. The criticality was pretty serious. 5,000 wind turbines. The velocity, instantaneous. Hit them, they went into safe mode. Scope, limited. It was a region, the continent of Europe, but relatively speaking, from the perspective we talk about in space, that's a pretty good sized region, but it's still a region. So we can measure the dependency. Dependency for that particular company was pretty high. The dependency on those folks that use that 11 gigawatts of power that was suddenly gone, pretty high. The dependency overall was correctable. We were able to find a solution. So what we tell folks is this. Companies have to evaluate their own dependency, and that includes the owner-operators. They have to understand that dependency, and they have to understand what happens if that dependency disappears. Because if it disappears, you have to have a plan in place. And we don't think about that. We haven't thought about that for a long time, of this idea of having a plan in place in case we lose a critical asset, like a space asset. Because we really haven't thought about dependency in this type of a manner. But we need to. Because again, that dependency on those assets is becoming more and more critical, even as we sit here today. And it's going to get more and more critical in the future years. Imagine the things that we have done now that we didn't even envision 10 years ago. 10 years ago, we didn't envision being able to launch a rocket and recover the booster. Now we do it all the time. 10 years ago, we didn't envision a lot of things that we're doing now, but we're doing them. What's going to happen in the next 10 years? How much is the dependency on the satellites that you build, own, and operate going to increase in that 10 years. And as much as that dependency increases, the adversary is going to be looking at you. We understand adding weight means it's financial, it's launch, it's orbital dynamics, it's everything. We understand that. And so again, like I said, we measure things in terms of criticality, velocity, and scope. Where is that line that says we need this as opposed to we can do something a little bit different? One of the things that we advocate is assessments. We believe every company needs to assess themselves. And that means you take a look at your physical and your cyber architecture. Where are you at? Are you ready to go? Where are the gaps? Where are the vulnerabilities you have? How can you fix those? What do you need to do? You can't fix them all in one day. It's a pretty big elephant sometimes. But figure out which ones are critical. Figure out which ones you need to work on. There are agencies within DHS and other parts of the government that can help you. No cost. We have a division, the Cybersecurity Division. They have a lot of tools they can help you with to get you started on some things. Take a look at those things. But the first thing is you have to assess yourself and find out what it is, where do you stand, where are your gaps, where are your vulnerabilities. If you need help with that, reach out to us. We also operate a work group. About a year and a half ago we started it. It's called the Space Systems Critical Infrastructure Work Group. It is a public-private work group. It is designed specifically for what we're talking about here. And that is the fact of getting the public and the private together where we can figure out some of these things, where we can work with you and gain your perspective on what we need to do or where we need to go. Where is it that we need to concentrate on? What is it we need to find? At the same time, we pass along threat information. We pass along other information that may be helpful to the private sector in helping to move the ball down the field. I would encourage each of you to go ahead and take a look at that if it would interest you. It's free. It takes about a couple hours out of your time once a month. And I would say that from the reviews we've had from a lot of the folks that we have participating in it right now, it's been really helpful. We have a lot of space companies, a lot of the launch companies, folks that you wouldn't expect participating or actively participating in it. And we openly invite every single one of you. If you need to get a hold of me, I believe the organizers of this have my email address. If you want to copy it down, it's ronald.keen@cisa.dhs.gov. You can see me afterwards. Other than that, it's been a pleasure here having an opportunity to speak with you folks about this, and I'm open for any questions you might have. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ronald. And it looks like we have time for a break and poster session. Please head up to the third floor. You can talk with the authors of each poster. We'd like to thank M2 Antenna Systems and JPL MGSS for sponsoring the snacks and beverages. And we'll be back right here at around 3:15. Thank you so much, everybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank our sponsors, M2 Antenna Systems and JPL MGSS, again, for providing this afternoon's food and beverages. Next up is Judy Sandrock and Cody Harris from MaxIQ Space and Seth Lockman from Blue Shift Aerospace.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the slow session. So hopefully we're going to be able to inspire you to wake up a little bit. The topic we're going to be covering today is how can we achieve a space STEM program within one academic year? And I have my co-presenters with me, Cody Harris, as well as Seth Lockman from Blue Shift Aerospace. Hi, I'm Judy Sandrock, and I'm one of the co-founders of MaxIQ Space. As MaxIQ, we focus on space STEM education. How do we encourage youngsters who are still in their K-12 education? How do we encourage them to pursue space as a career? Not only do we provide them with pre-manufactured sensors, we've also given them prototype boards so that they can build their own sensors and then link it to the ecosystem. Our relationship with Blue Shift Aerospace is a great link. What they're doing here is groundbreaking because of their carbon neutrality and their acute awareness of the environment, which really plays to our agenda as well.
My name is Sasha Derry. I'm the CEO and founder of Blue Shift Aerospace. Blue Shift is the first company to provide a dedicated rocket launch service for small satellites using a bio-derived fuel. On January 31st, Blue Shift made history when we launched the first commercial rocket in the world using an eco-friendly bio-derived fuel. Our goal is to launch small payloads for civil and academic customers who today have to rely upon expensive, infrequent rideshare opportunities. By offering small nanosatellite launch capabilities, we can provide a niche service that currently does not exist in the aerospace industry today. And we're able to do it because of the cost advantages of our rocket design, its fuel, and our geographic advantage here in Maine.
Sorry, wanted to play it again. Let's see if I click this again. There we go. Right. So why do we want this? Why do we want to have a space STEM program that would fit within an academic year? The first CubeSat developers workshop that I ever attended was in 2015, and it wasn't on this stage, it was in the previous venue, and one of the presentations was all about how only half of student payloads that are actually launched into orbit ever actually turn on. Way too many of them are, unfortunately, dead on arrival. And so the thing is that what it is that we have way too many delays with launches of student satellites because they are always secondary or sometimes even tertiary payload. They're expensive. It's way too expensive. This accent that you hear, this is a South African accent. Certainly it's prohibitive for anybody on the African continent from an educational institution to be able to afford to launch into space. And that actually applies for probably more than 90% of institutions. The altitude and the inclination often is far from ideal. We would really like a polar orbit. And also what we would like is we would like a low altitude so that our missions are very short. What we would like to do and what we are going to be able to achieve is that within an academic year, students can have the idea, design, build, launch, and then learn from that mission. And hopefully at some stage actually do that once again. And that is our goal actually with the suborbital program, is for us to have 2 suborbital launches per academic year. And also, it's very difficult for educational institutions, especially schools, to go through all the paperwork to get the licenses, etc. Often that is very prohibitive. And it was actually just over the lunch that we were discussing how difficult these things can be with somebody who's in the industry of actually getting licenses. So what would be the ideal program? Well, what would really be ideal is something that is affordable, something where we can be the primary payload with a great cadence and a frequency of launch so that we can make sure that it's always within an academic year. And it's really fine if it's the same type of mission year on year on year, because the younger students, maybe in elementary school, they could do something fairly simple, and then as they progress through their K through 12 schooling, they can add more to their payloads and they can add more to the complexity. They can start coding, they can start prototyping and actually developing their own sensors and their own payloads. Recoverable is really nice. The students we engage with are acutely aware of space debris. They are they are hell-bent on we need to reuse, we need to repurpose everything that we have so that we have zero waste. And so that is why anything that we can recover is always ideal. And yes, of course, please, it needs to be affordable so that we can also take it to our own schools. Here is an example. This is a program that we delivered last year for Intelsat. Intelsat being a global company, they commission a program from us, from MaxIQ every year, across the African continent where we engage students. And to a large extent, it's to create awareness of the space industry as a career across Africa. And so what they do is that they use this for skills pipeline development. And so, yeah, we're looking at a budget just short of $17,000 last year. And we had 2 missions. One was where everything was on ground, at home, at school, remote sensing, using their sensors, designing and testing their payloads on planet. And then what we did is with Quest for Excellence, we had a mission to the International Space Station for a month, where they had a payload that was collecting data on the ISS, and then it was returned to everybody to be able to look at the data. And so that really fitted well within the academic year. Also, especially in Southern Africa, we run from January to November for our academic year, and a number of the kind of Central African countries, they actually run from April. So we needed to have it very compact. And Intelsat was able to identify a number of students who wanted career mentorship, and they've set them up with managers and with leadership within the Intelsat group to be able to do that. And then, yes, we have another example, which is our relationship with Blue Shift Aerospace. You saw a little bit in the video. They are providing us suborbital launches, and in the future, definitely orbital launches. So with that, it all works on PowerPoint, as they say, but let's see if it works in reality. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Cody Harris, and Cody's going to take you through what actually have we been delivering this year with this particular program with Blue Shift. So there you go, Cody, the big green button. Don't do what I did.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Cody Harris. I'm the program architect of MaxIQ Space, and I'm also managing the Blue Shift Aerospace Suborbital Launch Challenge. It's me doing a little happy dance in front of the rocket because I love rockets. So the Blue Shift Aerospace Suborbital Launch Challenge that we're posing to our students is to design a unique and insightful experiment that's related to one or more of the Sustainable Development Goals proposed by the United Nations. And like any challenge, we have a reward. The top 3 students who complete our challenge to the fullest extent and produce a presentation will be awarded orbital flight spots on Blue Shift Aerospace's first orbital launch attempt. To earn these spots, our students have to go through a couple different steps and create a presentation. The first is through learning and experimentation. That's all done at the ground level, experiments done in their classroom. The next step is we're asking students to perform some type of preliminary active data collection event. They can do this using either a model rocket or a weather balloon. And then finally, of course, we have the actual suborbital launch on the Blue Shift Aerospace Starless Rogue. And then after those three are complete, we're going to ask students to detail their hypotheses, their experiments, and then the results they learned from each of the three different categories. And then we will be posting those presentations during World Space Week. So, how's it going? We started our program late January, early February. Since then, we've delivered over 21 live sessions via Zoom to students globally. We're doing it in quite an interesting way. We've broken the groups into two different categories, K through 12 and then university and college level. The K through 12 students are learning a lot about electronics, hardware, coding, how to write your own code, how to alter other people's, and how to utilize pre-existing systems to design your own unique experiment. The college university students, they're taking it a step further, and we have quite a few groups who are actually developing their own custom sensors, their own custom experiments. And the best thing about the combination of using the K through 12 and the university students is we're actually creating a dynamic where we have students in the K through 12 groups who are really interested in learning a lot of these concepts, and then we have the university and college students who are really interested in aiding that learning for the younger generation. Also recently too, we've had a huge influx of students and teams who are interested in joining, and thanks to Blue Shift Aerospace and their extended payload bay that they've come up with, we're actually able to accommodate that influx of students. Another advantage to delivering lessons over Zoom is we can record everything. So what we're doing over the next couple of weeks is we're giving students a chance to kind of catch up using those recorded sessions. That way that everybody's all on the same page and we can ensure that we all launch together. Another big part of what I do for MaxIQ is just the community building. So back to the idea of we're trying to really encourage those college and university level students, the higher level students with the higher competency, to help out and facilitate the learning with the younger generation. And they absolutely are. They're making absolutely huge contributions to the end result of what we're able to put together here. So we remember a few moments ago, Judy talked about what's an ideal space STEM program. Number one's affordability. Thanks to Blue Shift Aerospace, again, we're able to afford a suborbital launch of one single student team, one payload space for just from $3,000 per team, which is, let's say it's a pretty good deal compared to some of the things I've seen today. We're also able to produce this within an academic year. Our entire education is over an 18-week curriculum. That's 12 weeks, which is structured, and we go over different topics, including science, engineering, and bringing in professional development speakers. And then we have an extra 6 weeks in the back end, which is open to any student questions, any issues they're having, to ensure that by launch time that 100% of the payload is operational, fully functioning, and will go to space as is intended. We're also working towards a quarterly launch schedule to support iteration and improvement. This is huge for us because, a major part of the engineering design process is you create, you test, you redesign, create, test, redesign, right? So the more launches we can have, especially in the suborbital category where it's a recoverable payload, the better the experiment results can be. Another huge factor to us, it's core belief of MaxIQ, is long-term sustainability. There's two reasons that's actually fantastic for our current situation with Blue Shift Aerospace. One is their bio-derived non-toxic fuel. It is borderline carbon neutral, including their manufacturing and delivery processes. And the second is the fact that our kits are also reusable in the suborbital situations. Schools are able to purchase our kits, and instead of just sending it to space and it never comes back, the suborbital flights are able to return the payloads completely safe, 100% reusable, which means that the next generation of students coming through those classrooms can actually use the same kits that the previous students used. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Seth Lockman, and he can tell you guys a little bit more about what's going on at Blue Shift.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? Thank you. All right, so I'm Seth Lockman. I'm the communications director at Blue Shift Aerospace. And we are a Maine-based new space startup. We're a launch company. We're doing things a little bit differently, as you've already heard. Yeah. So the company was actually founded shortly after our CEO discovered a non-toxic, nearly carbon-neutral rocket fuel, and there's a good chance of being completely carbon neutral down the road. The non-toxicity, actually, we tested that a couple weeks ago. I just found out one of our engineers ate a small piece of our solid rocket fuel. He's still with us. So it really is non-toxic. And then we flew a technology demonstration mission, Stardust, we'll show you the video in a moment, in January of last year. So we've developed the fuel, developed a hybrid rocket engine that burns the fuel, and we've demonstrated it in flight. And what we're working towards is suborbital and orbital launch services with rapid manufacturing and refurbishment, and very, very low environmental impact, right? We want to reduce the environmental impact, basically, of the fourth industrial revolution, right, as we expand out into space. Okay, so a little bit about what makes us different. Some of this we've already gone over, high recovery and reusability. On the suborbital, it's going to be 100% reusable. Orbital, the top stage, doesn't quite make it back, but the first stage will. And so we plan for that to be 100% reusable, half. Maine is kind of unique in that it's not just pretty far north, as you may have heard, but it's also pretty far east. And so we have this east-west running coastline facing south over the Atlantic Ocean. We have over 1,000 miles of ocean overflight, so you could safely launch to polar orbit from our state, which would also help us keep our supply lines short, which is critical to chasing that carbon neutrality. We want to have our own launch site to help keep costs down. And with the non-toxic fuel, which also because it's a hybrid motor, we're able to get away with nothing cryogenic. So there's no hazardous materials really. So that also helps us keep our costs down and keeps our turnaround times very quick. Okay, so this is the video of our tech demo flight. This is Stardust, and this is from January 2021. We didn't quite get the apogee. I guess technically it was a type of orbit. It just intersected the ground, that's all. So it was an all-nominal flight, which I think is pretty novel for the first flight of a new rocket technology. And we were able to return our CubeSats to the paying customers about half an hour after the vehicle touched down. And one of our customers, local high school, they had about 2 months to prepare their project. And they went with this cool company that we hadn't heard of before. They wanted to use these X chips, to rapidly prototype their own experiment that they were going to fly. And so one thing led to another, and we wound up talking with Judy and Bjarke of MaxIQ, and now here I am. But to go higher, we need to go bigger, right? So that was Stardust. This is Starless Rogue. This is our suborbital launch vehicle, 30 kilograms to 350 kilometers, or 6 minutes in microgravity, under-promising with the intent to over-deliver. So this is what we're working on now. The engine's about 10 times more powerful than what flew in January of last year. Wrong button. And we recently tested the engine. So this is the first fire of the full-scale rocket engine. So again, hybrid rocket engine, liquid oxidizer, solid fuel. The fuel is non-toxic.
Oh, yeah.
And for those of you that haven't had a chance to experience it, watching an engine test or a rocket launch, it's like a visceral experience, right? And, so yeah, there's some weird laughing going on, which is now our Slack tone. So ultimately, this is kind of the big picture what we're going for, right? Oh, well, there you go. Basically, Starless Rogue is going to be single engine, 5 to 8 minutes microgravity. And then also, once that rocket is, operating nominally, we're going to start work on orbital launch. So we're going to group that same engine in clusters and then stages, right? And deploy things to low Earth orbit And as we've already touched on, Maine, it's got high latitude, south-facing coastline with plenty of ocean overflight, so it's perfect for launching to these kinds of polar orbits that allow you to place your ground station anywhere, or if your mission is pertaining to telecommunications or Earth imaging, then you're going to get a really good orbital footprint as you cover every point on the globe. And that's the short version of what we're up to. Thank you so much, and I really look forward to getting to meet some of you guys this afternoon and over the next couple of days. And thanks again to Judy and Bjarke for having us out here. And any remaining time, we'd love to take your questions. Yes, sir. The components themselves, exactly what's in the propellant, that is secret sauce. Yeah, but it's a hybrid rocket. It's largely been kind of confined to the hobby space due to problems with stable combustion, particularly for large engines. Although they have started to see commercial use. Probably the best known example would be Virgin and Galactic. The spaceship planes use hybrids, but they are literally burning rubber, which we do not. We don't make space tracks. Yeah.
If there aren't any more questions, we are running hands-on workshops, MaxIQ hands-on workshops. So I think you'll see in the program, especially on the website, we have a schedule of 3 workshops every day where you get to work with the X-chips, build your payload for the Blue Shift mission. We're also building tiny GS ground stations so that you can collect data for the tiny GS network and community, as well as looking at how do we actually use our hardware for programming and prototyping. So please come and join us in the workshops. We're here in the dungeon in room 119, right at the back. When you think you've gone all the way to the back, just keep walking. And then you'll find us there. So if there aren't any more questions, thank you very much, and we'll see you all later.
Thanks again to our last presenters, Judy Sandrock from MaxIQ Space, Cody Harris from MaxIQ, and Seth Lockman from Blue Shift Aerospace. And please welcome to the stage the CTO and co-founder of UARC Space, Andres Villa.
Hello. Well, thank you very much. So I'm here to present a global education program that we have been doing for now 1 year. It's in order to promote STEM by using space science. So there is a really importance on promoting STEM now. There are not too many students by the number of STEM jobs that are published. And when I say this, it's not only in aerospace, but also in other sciences. So there is a need for the industry to start promoting and trying to get more students to really go into STEM education. So what we are doing is using space as a driver. Small satellites generate a lot of attraction to students. So when you present and you say, okay, I'm gonna do a spacecraft that is gonna fly actually to space, it attracts people, and that's very, very important. With other sciences like software, let's say, you can say, yeah, you can do some code, and then you have a bunch of, lines of code that will do something that might attract people, but space is always awesome and it will attract more people. So what is good about space, it's a multidisciplinary activity. So you can get people from electronics, from software, from mechanical engineering, of course, aerospace. So what we do is basically do applied education. There is a motto from Cal Poly, which is learn by doing, and this is exactly what we are trying to do with this program. So what we did was present a pilot program in Spain. So it was basically try to understand how everything works, how to set up everything before going global. What were the basis of this program basically was we are trying to reduce the amount of paperwork that people needs to do. I think in the previous presentation they mentioned the same. Is the amount of paperwork you have to do for a space mission is huge. So one of the most important part of the program is to reduce that, and that will reduce the time for the whole implementation. The second thing is to try to focus, or the students get to focus in one thing. With the first programs, the problem was that they were trying to do a whole spacecraft, and when you try to build a whole spacecraft, it will take time. And if it takes too much time, then people will probably end up with their classes, their masters, their graduate students, and then will leave. And if they leave before the spacecraft is being launched, they lose a lot of important steps in the learning curve. So we are trying to make students to focus only one thing. Then we're trying to promote gender balance. So it's basically try to make the teams to have many students from different majors, but with gender balance. That means try to get as much men than women in the team. What we needed to do was to partner with relevant companies. That is, we are a company who is doing in-space transportation, but we are not building a spacecraft. I mean, we are, but huge spacecraft. It's not like a microsat or a small sat. So it was important for us to partner with a company who was dedicated to do like tiny satellites. Another thing was to make it competitive. That makes the students to really focus and try to get something out of what they are doing. Another important thing is teach. If they go there and they don't learn anything, it's not worth it. So we wanted to teach. Of course, make it low cost. Also mentioned it before. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to launch or to go through all the steps of the project. So what were the preliminary conclusions that we got? With more than 400 students registered in the challenge from 18 universities. Mostly those students were from aerospace majors, but we got what we wanted, this to get attraction from other majors as well. So basically we got people from software, from mechanical engineering, and that's very, very, very important. About 35% were women. That's a really good number. We expected less than that. And for more than 20 universities, foreign universities got interested about the program. We needed to say no. We are trying a pilot only in Spain for now. And we noticed that the time frame is also very, very important for the students. When the moment you present the product, the moment they have to submit the application, and everything has to fit into their calendar year or the scholar year, so they don't get overwhelmed because they have exams or something like that. With that, we saw that some universities, I'm talking about the directors, they still don't see the value of having a program like this in the university. That's something that happens, and they will see in the future when the university next to them have this program, probably they will say, oh yeah, I also want that. But yeah, it's a matter of time. In terms of the results, to reduce the amount of paperwork, what we did was design a simplified kit that is based in pocket cubes. We work a lot with CubeSat. We have a CubeSat deployer, but we found that the pocket cube has a very interesting concept for students, that they still a full functional satellite, but it's cheaper to launch, it's cheaper to manufacture, and tolerances and everything for production are less strict. So it's a good solution. To make students to focus in one thing, we request them to focus only on the payload. So we gave them on the kit a space for a tiny payload. It's really, really tiny. It's like 40 millimeters by 40 millimeters by 2.5 millimeters. You know, it's really, 25 millimeters of thickness, and it's only 40 grams. But we got surprised. We got 22 proposals from the universities, and we chose only 10. But the projects that they were proposing are in that tiny room. It's amazing. So it's oops, sorry. In terms of the gender balance, I mentioned 35% of participation from women. The partner with relevant companies, we can solve the launch logistics, but we need a developer. So we partnered with a developer company, and we need operations. So we partnered with AMSAT IA, which is the AMSAT of Spain. I mentioned this before, but we selected 10 projects out of the 22 that they presented. And we made a learning platform with specific topics that are normally not taught in classes, or, for example, legal aspects of launching a satellite to space. Make it low cost. We got to get less than $50K US, including launch. That is a really cheap kit with everything, you know. The kit itself, integration, all the environmental tests, and the launch. And then the operations. It's all covered with less than $50K. I need to thank publicly to our supporters. So Dr. Jordi Puigsuari and Bob Twiggs, they both were judges on this program. So I need to thank you them. And then what we want to do next is to bring this to become a global education program. So what are the bases now? We saw that standardization is key. If you don't have something that is really, really standard, there is no way to get all students all around the world doing something that then you cannot launch. So standardization is key. We will need local ambassadors in the different places where people is participating. We will need to partner with local companies and also global companies that can provide solutions for the students to simplify during the development of the program. And we want to make this project to become either yearly or bi-yearly, so every 2 years. And we are trying to look for launch opportunities in non-congested orbits, because these are, you know, student programs. Some of them are going to work, some of them are not. Still, the whole education process, it's going to be for the students with them, and that's the most important part. And we, of course, want to promote the program in emerging countries. Was mentioned before, Africa. I think the countries in Africa are a very, very important thing to go. And there are many, many more things that have to be done to make this a global program, but this is just to present to you what we are doing, and if you want to participate or you're interested in bringing it to other countries, you can contact us at that email address. And that's pretty much it. Any question? Sorry, I didn't get... what
kind of response are you getting in Europe?
In what sense? Response?
As far as the interest in involving STEM education at different levels.
So if I get the question is what kind of response we are getting from Europe, but the government or from the students? All right. So it was pretty interesting that for only Spain, we got more than 400 students that got registered, and we didn't do like too much publicity out of what we were doing, and it was impressive the number of students getting interest. And we wanted to keep the project to be like private funding, privately funded, and not go to government, say, okay, we are trying to do this, we want to get money from you. So they are interested, but we didn't let them to take it as theirs. So because we wanted to do then a global education program, and we wanted to keep them away from, politics and everything that they. But yeah, it generates interest of promoting STEM. Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you again, Andres Villa, for that presentation. Please welcome our next presenter to the stage, Menggu Cho from Kyushu Institute of Technology.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Menggu Cho. I came from Japan. Yes. This is my first international trip for the past 2.5 years. So I'm still kind of scared. So a little bit of introductions of where I'm from. We are the national universities located in Kyushu Island, the very west of Japan. We have a space engineering curriculum, both in postgraduate and also undergraduate programs. And we have this Center for Non-Satellite Testings. We've been operating testings to the satellite less than 50 centimeters, 50 kilograms since 2010. And so far we have tested more than 400 tests for the external users. Yes. And not only testing satellite from of the others, we are also building our own satellite. So far, the satellite I was involved is 20 satellites since 2012. Yes. And this is the main theme subject of today. This BUZZ programs. This is a satellite program for non-space-faring countries. Mission statement is by successfully building and operating first national satellite, make the foremost step toward indigenous space programs at each nation. So, more precisely, we have 4 missions divided in 2 categories. One is lower the entry barrier to space sectors. And to do so, we support capacity buildings effort, that means human resource development of non-space-faring countries. Also, make satellite building easier and shorter and simpler. And also practice new engineering educations, especially in Japan. Human resource development through international joint satellite project. We let the Japanese student experience working foreign student. And learn systems engineering and project management through satellite development and operation. I think everybody understands that satellite making is a very good way of running systems engineering. So BUZZ programs. BUZZ program is made of the following project. One is a satellite project. We have done BUZZ 1, BUZZ 2, BUZZ 3, BUZZ 4, and BUZZ 5. And also we have a networking project, networks to all the countries which were involved in this project. So far we have the nearly 15 countries connected to each other and exchanging, and also moreover we are operating a satellite together. Yes. And open source project, I think this is the subject, main subject of today, and the standardizations project. We've been working on standardizations of CubeSat interface and also testing. So detail of satellite project is that we make ThreeU CubeSat constellations. And the BUZZ 1 was 5 satellites by Bangladesh, Ghana, Japan, Mongolia, and Nigeria. And the BUZZ 2, from BUZZ 2, every time it's 3 satellites. So Bhutan, Malaysia, Philippines, and Japan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and also Paraguay, Philippines, and Zimbabwe, and Uganda. And those are written in blue as the country who launched the first satellite of the country through this project. And satellites all built by the student at the QTech. So the country send a student to Japan, and they enroll at the graduate schools at the QTech, and as a student, they join. And we try to do 2 years from concept design to disposal, because 2 years is a master course time limit. Because they come as a student, finishing in 2 years is very important. So we chose ISS release because of that limitations, because we cannot tolerate launch delay, which often occurs for the rocket launch. And also network operations by multiple ground stations. So the reasons to hit into 2 years, yes, short-term goal of the project is to build and operate a satellite to give students confidence that they can do, no matter where they are from. Even if they are from Africa, they can still build a satellite. But the long-term goal is the sustainability. They have to build their own satellite after they go back to their home countries. To do so, they have to know everything from the very beginning to the end. So they have to experience from mission definitions to the operations or to the disposal. So the true mission success of this project is former students successfully build and operate their own second satellite in their home countries. So we let the student learn entire process of satellite project from beginning to end. So often university satellite project, students enter, but they graduate before satellite is launched. Or they just come after the maybe CDR, and they stay until the operation. So it's not common that the students stay from very beginning to the end. And if they do, they are very lucky. But we try to do that once within 2 years. So for that one, we selected ThreeU CubeSat because it is the simplest and ISS release, because we have launch opportunities once every 3 months. So typically, in the first 3 months, students do not touch hardware. They just do the mission definition. And usually they start October, and we have a mission definition review in December. And after that, once about 12 to 14, 15 months, they build hardware. and deliver to JAXA, and launch to ISS, and operate. So operation actually continues beyond 2 years. So some students stay after 2 years and they continue. But important thing is let the student experience operation, several months at least. So satellite design, we adapted our former satellite, 44. It was 30 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 30 centimeters. So basic satellite bus was 150 millimeter, 250 millimeter. It's a very flat shape. So we redesigned to fit to the 1U, and we asked professional companies to re-lay out and follow the parts. Now, the satellite designs, at each generation, all the satellite, 5 or 3, they have the same design. And we try to reduce the harness as much as possible. So we have a harness for the RF cables. We cannot avoid. But other than that one, the harness is very minimized. And each satellite uses the same frequency, UHF and VHF and the amateur radio frequencies. So it's an easy assembly and disassembly. So because the students doing this one are all beginners, so they never built the satellite. So it must be easy to build. So this is the evolution of satellite designs. After third generation, Buzz 3, we have very minor changes. And I didn't want to change the satellite bus design at all. However, I had to, because JAXA changed the interface every time. They changed all the safety regulations. They changed, even though we are launching satellite every year, they change the interface every year. So that's why we have to change mainly the deployment switches and other things. Yeah. So anyway, other than that ones, other than those complaints to the JAXA, yes, we are happy, and so we stay with the same design. So flight heritage, Buzz 1, well, it survived 2 years, but the uplink was not successful because we had overconfidence in the patch antenna didn't work. Buzz 2 uplink, it was successful, but it was quite difficult because it was due to the internal noise from the EPS power system. Buzz 3, after learning all the lessons, it worked perfect for 2 years. Yes. And Buzz 4, we launched 3 satellites. 2 satellites had the problems of the solar panels, and we miscalculated the power budget. And so we lost the contact, but 1 satellite remained, and we are operating for the 1 year, and we achieved most of the missions. And Buzz 5 will be deployed into orbit this summer. So Buzz bus, so we are almost fixed satellite designs. Now this bus has 2 empty slots for the mission payload made of 86 millimeter by 90 millimeters. All other, the basic functionality such as UHF, power, CMDH, antennas, and all things are all fixed, more or less. So we have all the PCBs inserted to the so-called backplane, and with the 50-pin connectors, and ICD is already fixed, and the 50 pins connector assignment is already made. Also, to have a flexibility to the missions, mission payload is connected to the satellite bus through the complex programmable logic device, so that we can reconfigure the connections by the software, so that we don't have to remake the hardware or the backplane. So open source things. So we decided to do open source all the informations because Buzz 5 will be the last one. We have done the 5 generations. I think that's enough. So we'll move to the next stage. Next stage is, as I said before, we try to promote second satellite built by former students. That's a true mission success. So the easiest solution to do so is to duplicate or modify bird satellite, because that's a satellite they are the most familiar with. However, QTech, my universities, cannot maintain the satellite bus because we are not a company. If we are the company, yes, we can maintain. But we are universities, so it's very difficult to maintain. And we can ask companies to commercialize, but it's very low profit. So actually no company raise a hand. So the most affordable way is to let users work on the satellite by themselves. So then we discuss, and why don't we just make the others also benefit from this initiative? So the conclusion is, well, let's do open source. Let's put everything in the public domain. So basically everything, technical drawing, of course, and the source code, satellite and ground stations, and the PCB designs in a GABA format, and all the test procedures, and the parts list, and the test reports, and interface ICD, of course, and the textbook. We also wrote a textbook, both in English and Japanese. So currently information about bird 3 and bird 4 are available, and soon we'll put the bird 5, because satellite is already complete, and so we put those information this summer. For licensing, the people ask this question often. So we use a MIT license. So it's free to everybody, free to modify, free to sell even. It's okay, as long as you put this copyright notice. So it's the loosest licensing in open source. For users, we already have about 10 users. Domestic, we have 2 other Japanese universities using this, adapting this satellite. One is undergraduate satellite project, which really duplicating satellite, bird satellite. Another one, they are making satellite made of wood. So for the internal PCBs for the bird satellite, and high school project. Actually, for high school students to build satellite, they need some ready-made satellite kit. And one company, and internationals, country like Mongolia and Sri Lanka and Malaysia and Philippines, they are all the former bird students. And also, this information is open to anybody, including non-bird countries. So, we are not restricting to the QTech-related people. So, estimated cost to produce one CubeSat, based on our experience, the total is about $40,000, US dollars. I think because now Japanese yen is very weak, maybe this could be 30,000 US dollars. And the most expensive one, solar panels. It's not a solar cell, it's glue. Glue is the most expensive right now. 1 kilogram glue costs $5,000, and recently they raised it to $7,000. And 1 kilogram, we need only 100 grams. But once we open the bottle, the company's guarantee is only 6 months. So that's a very, very nice business. And also the UHF device. UHF device, because this is the really analog technologies, we need a very good company or very good hand skills. And so we buy from a company, and that costs. But if we can find a glue, quartz glue, which you can buy from some home store, and which can endure for the minus 30 or minus 40 degree in orbit. In ISS orbit, temperature doesn't go low so much. If you can, I think a glue problem is solved. And if you have very good RF engineer, this UHF problem is solved. So then the cost can go as low as $30,000. That's our target. Also, the estimated schedules to produce one CubeSat, as I said, we want to finish in 2 years. I think most of the country master course is 2 years. So we want to finish in 2 years. And we aim to deliver satellite in 15 to 18 months. Then we have at least 3 months of operation. For activities, we are having monthly webinar seminars, second Saturday every month in Japan times, to have the globally, somebody has to suffer. So we suffer for we do in the night in Japan, and so here is the morning. So next one is May 14, and we already put in a GitHub in the platforms. If you search the Buzz open source, you can find it. And in GitHub, we also have a Telegram chat. And a mailing list to announce the events such as webinars, to subscribe access. Sorry, the most important information is missing. Please send me emails. You can find my name on the internet and send me email. Yes, or find me. I'm here for the rest of 2 days. For the conclusions, flight provenance buzz information is now open source. The goal is the space programs in non-spacefaring countries have more solid basis in each country. Also making satellite development easier and quicker and cheaper, so that more new people enter the space sectors and more people benefit from the use of space. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Is there any way you could screw a PV panel instead of glue?
You mean PC? You mean solar cell?
Yeah, screw it onto a panel rather than gluing it.
Or we are to attach the solar cell. We are gluing.
Okay.
Yes, I think perhaps that's the only way. We can tape.
Okay. Why not use double-sided Kapton tape?
Yes, I think that's one idea. Yes, if those are the glue on the Kapton tape can withstand those are the temperature cycles. Yeah.
There's got to be a way.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. One? Why glue expired in 6 months? Because that's what the company says so. Well, in some project we use the 7 or 8 months old. It is working, yes, but it's not guaranteed. Yeah.
Do you hope to see U.S. institutions start using the BERTS bus?
Yes, it's completely up to you. Yes. I think it's open to anybody. Yes, not only to the developing country. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again to our last presenter, Meng-Gu Cho. Please now welcome to the stage Chris Amendola and Axel Sloan from the University of Hawaii.
Hi, I'm Chris Amendola.
I'm Maxwell Sloan.
We will be presenting the Artemis CubeSat Kit, a low-cost, spaceflight-ready 1U CubeSat, and educational materials in the public domain. So on the right, there's a QR code. If you scan that, it'll take you to the Hawaii Spaceflight Laboratory website, where you can get more information about HSFL and the Artemis CubeSat Kit. So our mission for Artemis is to create a low-cost satellite kit that can be used as a spaceflight mission, suborbital payload, a tabletop data collector, or as avionics on a rocket. We wanted to keep this kit under $5,000 to keep it accessible to pretty much all universities and schools, create lessons and tutorials to be able to use as a course for educational reasons, along with keep the hardware, software, and educational material open source. We will also want to keep it easy to interface, so that we can reach out to these lower level schools such as high schools and middle schools, and also wanted to keep the components rated for space conditions so that it can not only be used as a tabletop educational kit, but also you can have a space mission with this kit. So here are all our strategic partners. We have just over 20 partners. On the right side, you can see all the blue stars is where our partners are located. You can also see the states in red in the bottom right. Those are states that have applied for CSLI and have been accepted. The states in green have not been accepted. We were asked by NASA to reach out to the states in green to try to get every state to have a CubeSat launched into space. So everyone that has reached back to us, we will be sending out a kit to. So why Artemis? I know there's several different CubeSat kits out there, but we are open source, low cost, spaceflight ready, and we also have an educational course. So we think this is all very important stuff for a spaceflight kit. And I know a lot of kits have 2 or 3, maybe even all 4 of these, but we think we do pretty well with all 4 of these.
All right, so our goal when designing the internals of Artemis was to create a simple and sturdy satellite bus system capable of supporting a wide variety of payloads. To do this, we had to create multiple printed circuit boards ranging from an onboard computer to a power distribution unit. So to give you a better idea of the functionality of our satellite as a whole and of these individual boards, I'm going to talk about them one by one. This one. Okay, the first board I'm going to talk about is the onboard computer. So in essence, the onboard computer is a collection of modular parts integrated together on one printed circuit board. The first of these parts is the Teensy 4.1. The Teensy 4.1 is an Arduino-like device that will serve as our integrated spaceflight controller. What it will do on this board is it will handle information flow on the OBC, or onboard computer, and with other boards in the satellite, such as the power distribution unit. On the onboard computer is also the Raspberry Pi Zero. The Raspberry Pi Zero will be a payload computer. It can handle high-level computational tasks because it runs a Linux system. And it will also have Cosmos running on it. So Cosmos is Hawaii Spaceflight Lab's own spaceflight software. It can handle tasks such as attitude determination and control, as well as packetizing data to send over the air. Other components included on the onboard computer are a modular radio, flight GPS, and IMU. There are also breakout connectors that connect to the Raspberry Pi and Teensy, but I'm going to talk about these a little bit more later when I cover the payload. Okay, the next board I'm going to be talking about is the power distribution unit, or PDU. The PDU's first job is to regulate power from the solar panels to charge the batteries. Its second job is to convert this power from the batteries into 3.3, 5, and 12 volts and distribute it throughout the satellite. The power distribution unit will be capable of filtering AC noise and protecting against reverse currents. This will help protect our integrated devices on orbit or in any sort of situation the satellite might encounter. The PDU is also equipped with a microprocessor that will allow it to receive commands from the onboard computer to do things such as power cycle devices depending on the state of the mission. Okay, the next board I'm going to talk about is the PiCube's battery board. This is the only board that we have not designed in-house. It was actually designed by Stanford University. The PiCube battery board holds 4 18650 lithium-ion batteries. Well, actually, it holds 6. but we have designed it in our satellite to only hold 4 because those other 2 would sit on the other side of the board and they would take up more space, plus the 4 existing would have enough power for our mission. The PiCube battery board also includes a charge protection circuit to prevent damages to the lithium-ion batteries in discharging and charging operations. Okay, moving on to the solar panel board. Each solar panel board has 30 individual solar cells. One solar panel board, with all the cells working, in direct sunlight will generate 0.95 watts of power. Solar panel boards are equipped with embedded torque coils. You can see them up there on the screen, and this will help with attitude control. I'd like to mention that there are 4 solar panel boards on the satellite. They are located on the 4 sides of the satellite, but not on the top and bottom. I'd also like to shout out to the Institute of Space Technology for helping us come up with this embedded torque coil design and helping us integrate it into our satellite. Okay, the antenna board. As its name suggests, this houses both the radio and GPS antenna. It also has ground support equipment. By this I mean there are interfaces that allow you to communicate to the Teensy using micro USB or Ethernet. As well, you can interface with the PDU while the satellite is fully assembled and vibe tested. This will be nice because you don't want to disassemble the satellite just to get to one board and one component and then reassemble it and re-vibe test it. There's also a charging interface that will allow you to charge the satellite while it's been fully assembled. This is nice so that you don't have to leave it in the sun for multiple hours if you run out of battery while testing it. There's also a burn wire circuit for antenna deployment and a remove before flight pin. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the payload. Our goal, as I mentioned, was that our satellite would be able to support a wide variety of payloads. So here's what we are offering to anybody who wants to put their payload in our satellite. We've got 33 millimeters of space. We have 3.3, 5, and 12 volt power switches. We have, from the Raspberry Pi, 6 GPIOs, I2C, and SPI. From the Teensy, we have 5 GPIOs, SPI, I2C, UART, and Ethernet. I'd like to mention that these are not arbitrarily chosen by HSFL, but these are suggestions or requests from our strategic partners to include these types of interfaces. The default kit will also come with a Raspberry Pi camera, which is interfaced directly with the Raspberry Pi Zero and will allow end users to take photos on orbit. Oh, wait, stop.
So cost analysis for our kit. So the kit costs just over $2,000, and that's just the raw material. So that doesn't include labor or shipping. As we know, the chip shortage right now, the cost may fluctuate a little bit too. And this is also for a mass order. So this is about 25 kits worth that we mass ordered. Each of them cost about just over $2,000 to buy. So if you were to buy just one kit by itself for yourself, it would cost around $3,000 to $4,000. Online course material. So there is a course that goes along with this kit. There's an 800-page textbook that Dr. Francis Zhu put together along with some of our other students. There's lab materials. This goes directly with the kit to test sensors, torque coils, radio, etc. And there's also guided course materials. So this includes pre-recorded lectures, PowerPoint slides, and assignments. We do have a GitHub. Our GitHub has our CAD models for all of the hardware, along with all of our software. On our website, you can find tutorials how to put the hardware together, along with how to run the software, how to upload it to the Raspberry Pi and the Teensy, and how to get data from that. There's also more software on the Arduino IDE. So if you type in Artemis-Teensy into the library manager, and download it. You can, as of right now, you can get a couple scripts that go with several of our sensors, but we will be uploading more software as it gets developed. So thank you. If you want to go to our website, there's the QR code. Any questions? I don't know the exact name of them. But there's 30 different ones on one panel. They're just the really small guys that have, I think it's about 18 millivolts. I can't remember the exact data for it. I can get you the data sheet after this real quick. Okay, sorry about that.
Question?
Sorry, could you repeat that? Total power? As in the power that we're using? To your sensors, well, from our batteries, we have, I believe our max power is 7.8 watts from those. Yeah, the individual battery, yes. However, we have 2 in series and 2 in parallel. That is something, that's one of the things we're still working through. We're still doing our thermal analysis. Yeah, so we're currently distributing our first batch to actually the high schools and middle schools, which is technically a little bit different project than what we just went over. And this batch will go out in August. The high schools and middle schools are getting a non-spaceflight rated kit, but essentially most of the main parts are the same. So we're working through them right now. We're starting our process of kind of end users getting their input and making changes to the kit and the documentation that we have. Not right now. We're kind of struggling. Yeah. We're hoping in the next couple of months they'll get a little easier to get. But yeah, we've been struggling too. So if anybody has a source, let us know.
Question? The TNC 4.1 will run on Arduino, and the Pi Zero runs on Linux. And then Cosmos is written in Linux, and it sits on a Linux system, but is an external software. Oh, sorry, Ubuntu, right?
C++. Oh, yeah. So Cosmos is written in C++ and C. So that's what will be on the Raspberry Pi. Sorry, can you repeat that? How many members? We have, there's about 10 to 15 working on the kit and the educational, I guess directly as a paid members. And then we have we call it a vertically integrated project where it's students who work for a course that they work 3 to 5 hours a week. There's about 20 of them. Sorry, I'm not completely sure what mission assurance is. So, yeah. We have testing facilities at Hawaii Spaceflight Laboratory that we will be doing rigorous testing. And then we also have a spaceflight mission with Pleiades, with Cal Poly Pomona, Stanford, and a couple other colleges where we're hoping to get space heritage for the kit. Yep, we'll be putting it on a vibration table, thermal vacuum chamber. We'll be using Helmholtz cage to test our ADCS system, going through battery testing, all that.
I think it's a relevant question and related. So you ship these out
I'm not completely sure what our plan is for that. That is something that we probably have to discuss. But yeah, I think we have. Yeah, I think we have discussed to at least if someone does want to have a spaceflight mission, they could send it back to us and we could do the actual testing for the kit at the very least. But if we might do it beforehand, I'm not completely sure. Mm-hmm. They won't have to. If they run the kit just as is, the code's already done, it's already set, they're good to go. If they want to add in their own payload, then they'd have to write code for that. But as is, it's going to be fully operational. You could technically just send it up as is. All right. Is that it? All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks again to Chris Amendola and Axel Sloan from the University of Hawaii. Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Sanj Mehta from the University of New Hampshire.
Good afternoon all. I am Sanjeev Mehta. I go by Sanj. I'll be presenting about ThreeU Cubed, an IMAP collaboration CubeSat project at 3 universities, University of New Hampshire, Sonoma State, and Howard University. Here's a brief overview of my presentation today. So, mission overview. The IMAP collaboration goals are to augment IMAP science return while giving hands-on experience to undergraduate students and diversifying space science. The 3U Cube stands for 3 universities, 3U CubeSats, and upwelling and uplifting undergraduate students. Here's a organization chart. All our subsystems are led by our students, whereas I, as a systems engineer, look over all the technical aspect of it, and we get all our expert advice from leadership and mentors at all 3 universities. So the mission objective. The mission objective is to characterize the spatio-temporal variations in the upper atmosphere and the cusp region. Cusp is the region at high latitudes where the solar particles funnel into the Earth's atmosphere. You'll see it in the next slide. There's a better visual of it and how it varies the conditions in the atmosphere. For some of us, why this matters is because it changes the atmosphere and how drag affects small satellites in low Earth orbit. The science is achieved using 2 instruments, which have been flown on rockets and suborbital rockets in past. The first one is electron retarding potential analyzer called ERPA. It measures suprathermal electrons precipitating down the magnetic field lines, and UVP, ultraviolet photomultiplier tube, which measures emissions from neutral atomic oxygen. Right here you can see that's the ERPA on one of the suborbital rockets at UNH, and that's the UVPMT right before it was being integrated into RENU-2 rocket. Here is the data we collected from ERPA, it's the flux density of electrons precipitating. And right here is the UV-PMT emissions measurement and how it's correlated with the electrons precipitating down the cusp. So here's the cusp I was talking about. It's like a funnel where solar particles coming down can enter into Earth's atmosphere. To perform this science, we need to be at high latitudes where the cusp is, and a polar orbit is quite important for us. So an ideal orbit would be 94 degrees inclination, between 325 to 650 kilometers, with a precession rate of about half a degree a day so that we can scan across the whole cusp over the 6 months lifetime. This image shows ideal orbit CONOPS. Up here we measure the data and we go into the eclipse where we are just idling. As we come back out on the sunlit side, we start collecting power, and if we are lucky enough, we might be able to collect data in the southern cusp as well. And as we go up to the high latitudes where our ground stations are at the Sonoma State University, and we plan to build one at UNH, and Howard University will be transmitting and receiving data and commands. In this image, you can see the green region is where the cusp varies between 60 and 85 degrees latitude, and the yellow line is an ideal orbit for CubeSat. That's Sonoma State University ground station, and the blue region is where we leave the instruments on to collect data, so that we don't miss any data in cusp. We start a little bit in advance and stop a little after we pass the cusp. So here's a top-level systems block diagram. We have 5 major subsystems: power, instrument, command and data handling, communications, and attitude determination and control system. And here's a render of a ThreeU CubeSat. I'll dive into the subsystems in the following slides. So that's just to give you a top-level block diagram. Here's some nice renders of the CubeSat built by students. On the left, you see all the subsystems, and someone should have this animation running of unexploding the assembly. Maybe they will. Okay. All right, going into the subsystems. So I'll start with the structure that holds all of our components in place. We are using a commercial off-the-shelf EnduraSat 3U bus structure. The primary choice for choosing this was because of its wide opening for our instrument's field of view to point out. There's more about this in one of our posters upstairs presented by Onassis, who's sitting there in the crowd. And next is an instrument which is ERPA and UV-PMT. We took them from the rocket models and we integrate them into one unit so that we can easily fit into the small form factor and PC104 so that it interfaces with the rest of the bus on CubeSat. So right here is, right here is the PC104 form factor board, which will interface with the rest of the bus and interface with the instrument. On the top is the signal board, which mounts both the instrument collimators and sensors. And the bottom one is just a power conditioning board for some of the powers that we need within the instrument. The whole instrument is enclosed in an aluminum housing, and it fits in the PC104 form factor. Up next is the attitude determination and control system, which some of us might know is one of the hardest subsystems to deal. So we are choosing a commercial off-the-shelf system, which is from CubeSpace. It It has 3 magnetorquers, 1 reaction wheel, a sun sensor, a nadir sensor, and has its own microcontroller which can get us attitude that we require. More about this is also presented in a poster by Alex, so please come see us. Next up is the onboard computer. We are going with an onboard computer that we are designing ourselves, and it is being used on one of the other NASA missions right now. It is an ARM processor that will be controlling all the subsystems and scheduling all the tasks within the spacecraft. For the telemetry system or communication system, we are using a USA. It's called the USA board, which was designed by Sonoma State University. It has been used on past ThreeU CubeSat. It has 2 radios, a high power radio and a low power radio, which the high power radio is for idle operation or main operations, and the low power radio is for backup comms. It also has a microcontroller that controls both the power system and the radio system itself. It's a small microcontroller, MSP430. The power system itself has solar panels everywhere where we can put them other than the instrument's field of view and the antenna. And it consists of 5 nickel metal hydride batteries with a capacity of 16.5 watts. It has PowerPoint tracking, all protection and power conditioning on there. This is the UHF antenna. It's a planar non-deployable antenna that sits on one of the ThreeU faces. The beauty of it is we don't have to deal with deployables, and NASA quite likes that. It has a maximum gain of -0.5 dBi. It's a near isotropic radiation pattern, and you can see it down here, the radiation pattern, and I don't know how well you all can read that, but that's the maximum gain from simulations. That's the ground station over there existing at the Sonoma State University. It has been used for 2 of their past missions. It has 2 Yagi antennas, a high gain narrow bandwidth antenna, and a wide beam with low gain antenna, and all the RF front end electronics have been well tested. So next is some of the thermal simulations we have performed. We have performed steady state thermal simulations on the sunlit side, and here's a video of transient thermal model that we performed for the eclipse side. It's 30 minutes, and you see how it's starting to get colder. After some analysis, we figured out that all the subsystems are well within the operational range, even coming out of the eclipse, and we'll be performing some further analysis in thermal desktop. So where we are right now, we recently passed a preliminary design review. Woohoo! And we were chosen for the 13th CSLI launch. Right here, Norman has been corresponding with us. We are designing the instrument engineering models to fit in the CubeSat, and we have some of our bus components prototyped, and we have been testing them for a few months now. Right here, you can see is kind of a first bus prototype. There's an LED light, and underneath there's a solar panel, which is charging the small spacecraft bus over there, which is the USA telemetry board and the battery board. So and right here is the ground station board. So they are communicating over the air, and it's connected to a computer here, which is reading all the packets that are coming down from there. So we are building most of these components as engineering models to fit the PC104 form factor and interface with the rest of the COTS components. here's some more of that testing. So as I was just explaining, here's a blown up picture with all of them labeled. Some more of the data that we have from the bus prototype. Right here are all the packets. They have been nicely labeled by Erica over there. And we are plotting some of the values that we read from the spacecraft side onto the ground station side of the prototype. And down here is where that ground station was, and out there's a field, so they've been testing it over the air at low power. So future work. We have come a long way, and we have a long way to go. So our first goal is to complete the instrument design and have the EMs ready so that we can start testing them and calibrating them. The rest of the bus will follow. And once we are done with that, we'll start preparing the ground support equipment for testing and calibrating some of these subsystems, leading to a flat sat, and which will get us to CDR. And I hope to come back in 2 years, probably, and say another woohoo. And right after that, we'll start building our flight models. So that's about all I have. I'll open the room to questions. Yeah.
I assume this is a storage board system. Can you comment on that and how long it's going to take to get your data down, your data sizing, things like that?
Sorry, can you say that again?
I said I'm assuming this is a store and forward system. Can you comment on your memory storage and how long it's going to take to get your data down?
Yeah. So the onboard computer will do all the storage of the data. We plan to have a redundant memory card on there to store all the data. We will be using the UHF communication system at 9.6 kilobits per second. More of this is actually on a poster upstairs, but I'll answer some of your questions over here. So we expect to get down all the data every orbit if we make contact. Or whatever we collect within the day, we expect about 5 passes a day at a single ground station, and all of our data within a day should come down the same day. And it will all be publicly available eventually. Yeah? Yeah? Sorry, can you say that again? It's really hard to hear. Yeah, so we don't really have a plan yet. We were just selected on the 13th CSLI round. So we plan, our readiness date is around 2024. So we'll be working with CSLI to get a launch. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, one more question. Sorry.
Could you tell us more about the non-deploying UHF antenna?
Yes, it was designed by one of our mentors in Massachusetts. He's a consultant. I don't know much about it, and we are testing it right now. We are simulating it. I'll be happy to give you my email, and we can communicate offline. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for Sanj. Fantastic. Thanks for that great presentation, Sanj. Everybody sit tight. We've got 2 more presentations coming. Sorry, we're running about 15 minutes behind schedule. We promise we'll get through them, and we can move on to the networking dinner at Slow Brew Rock. Next up, we have Ryan Orr from Cal Poly Pomona. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ryan Orr from Cal Poly Pomona, as he introduced me. So here today was supposed to be with me Jeremiah Gale from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He unfortunately got a flat tire on his way up here, though, so you guys are stuck with me. I'm sorry. I'm here to talk about the JPL University Crowdsourcing Initiative, or JUICY for short. So I'm representing the Cal Poly Pomona CubeSat Technology Exploration Program, or CubeStep. We were established in March of 2020. We're a team of about 17 people. We've had several alumni come through since then. I believe we've had about 10 people graduate. So our goal is to be a collaboration program between Cal Poly Pomona and JPL. We're currently developing a universal test bed to elevate low TRL items into the higher level for public use using a CubeSat form factor. So we're currently investigating a JPL thermal control technology called an oscillating heat pipe embedded in a battery case. So our collaboration involves weekly meetings with our JPL mentors. This gives us access to some subject matter experts. So our usual meetings involve myself, my sub-team leads, and our faculty advisor and our JPL mentors, Jeremiah Gill, James Smith, Benjamin First, and Scott Roberts. So this is a very much a multidisciplinary collaboration. We get a lot of help in regards to our actual designing, our systems level requirements, and mentorship in like reviews and different like preliminary design reviews. So I'll kind of walk you through what the phases have been so far. So we started off with the JPL workshop on just the process of additive manufacturing. A lot of us weren't super familiar with it when we joined the project. So JPL had like an entire Zoom workshop with us because this was at the beginning of our project, beginning of the pandemic in March 2020. So it allowed our students to like kind of learn the basics of the additive manufacturing process, the different methods of using it, and how to optimize and design for the ease of printing without any defects. This moved on to the actual development of our OHP battery case. So the JPL mentors were able to share everything that they had learned up until now with their development of it and kind of some of their testing and how it functions, which allowed us to begin designing our own OHP battery case. We've had a lot of input with JPL between all of our iterations, starting with version 1 and our current test article that we're getting ready to begin actual ground testing of, 5.7. So as I said, we're moving on to our ground testing right now, which has been a huge help to have JPL with us. They walked us through their own design methodology and how to characterize our successes. And a lot of our safety procedures have started with them that we've since elaborated on for our own adaptability into testing. So that's where we currently are. We're moving into more of our spacecraft system. We're trying to get a launch in early 2023 to mid 2023. And so we're moving into a lot of overall mission design overviews. So a lot of trade studies, component selection for our different COT systems, and how to actually get this off the ground for orbital testing. So as I said, this is more to talk about the juicy aspect of our collaboration. So we wanted to kind of get a feel for the actual impact of the JPL mentorship on our project. So we drew up a survey and sent that out to all of our current students and as many of our alumni that we were able to get a hold of. So yeah, we did 5-star rating system, 1 strongly disagree, 5 strongly agree, and just distributed it to the best of our ability. Okay, so some of the results of it. We noticed that the knowledge of CubeSats had doubled from joining to where they are now. I know I personally, when I joined the project at the beginning of it, I barely knew what a CubeSat was. I was familiar with the term, but I didn't have any actual knowledge of it. And now I'm leading the project for it. So that's been incredible. It's had a very significant impact on our educations. It shows students that what they're doing has actual applicable value to it, and kind of motivates them into wanting to succeed in their classes, which makes them more successful actual employees once they've graduated. We found that our project taught skills outside of our current curriculum. So our curriculum covers like the basics of coding, the basics of CAD software. The project has made us go so much more in depth on that, both with like we're using Bright Ascension software to code instead of just basic MATLAB. We're creating really intricate designs like our OHE battery case on SolidWorks. We're using analysis software such as ANSYS. And it's gone so much further beyond what we normally do in a classroom to make it more helpful for us as employees in the future. And then our students found our weekly meetings with JPL to be incredibly helpful. We literally could not have done it without them. They developed the technology, they helped us with all of our roadblocks, and they're continuing to help us on. They help us find funding sources. They've been amazing for us. So this is what Jeremiah was going to be going over primarily, so I'll do it to the best of my ability. So the Juicy, the goal of it is to take technology from JPL, outsource it to universities to actually get it designed, built, and like ready for industry uses. So James Smith, who founded Juicy, he found that a lot of his incredibly bright JPL engineers and scientists had more ideas than they had time to actually work on. So he founded Juicy so that they could kind of outsource that with some JPL guidance into actually getting these ideas that they had into a practicality. So Juicy programs, they can either be very short, like up to like a semester, or multi-year, such as our project. It really depends on what they need. They've worked with math departments, aerospace programs, mechanical engineering. Sky's kind of the limit. They just want to get ideas out there and into the field for industry. That's really all I have for you today. Does anybody have any questions? I will answer them to the best of my ability. What's up? The Juicy Fund program itself doesn't give funding to us, as far as I know. I'm pretty sure it doesn't because we write so many grant applications. But it does point you in the right direction of getting funding, and then it more focuses on giving you the knowledge to actually accomplish the objectives yourself. Any other questions? All right, perfect. We're running over time anyway. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the fantastic presentation, Ryan. Our last speaker to end of the day is Robert Meyer, the Director of Economic Development from California Employment Training Panel.
I'll assume that there's a slide advance. Okay, the presentation will be coming up. I think we all have sort of a common interest in being here. We're a State Department as my presentation comes up. I'll just kind of go for it and we'll catch up. So first of all, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the invitation to present. We are, in fact, a conference sponsor. Hey, there we go. The Employment Training Panel, we're a state agency. Yep, this is it. So we're a state agency that provides nothing but funding reimbursement for job skills training, helping workers do their jobs. We can go, well, we'll just go here. My dad had a very, very high hopes for me, and appearing at a conference right before happy hour, it was not one of them. So we'll just kind of start there. So I'm going to be very, very, very brief. We'll catch up on time and get you out of here. So our program, I think we're way back, but we're a state agency. All we do is use a pay-per-performance contract to offset job skills training. We work with employers. They identify their skilled training, how they want to deliver it, the structure of that, and all we do is work with that employer to fund it. So it's an incentive here in California. It's relatively unique. We have a really strong focus and partnership with the aerospace and defense industry since we started. This is contact information. There's my team. If you're anywhere in the state, these people help you connect to this training and this funding, as well as our partnerships. We have a session that is going to be on Friday morning. I think it'll be right on site here. It's a free workshop on how to access this funds as part of a program called the Cadence effort, and Cadence is an OPR grant with the Office of Planning and Research. One of the project managers is the Cybersecurity Institute here on campus. And all we are trying to do is maximize your ability as employers, as students, as job seekers, as workers, to maximize support to implement, adopt, move forward your position and leverage opportunity for advanced technology. This is everything from AI to commercial space, cybersecurity, smart manufacturing. We're agnostic to the technology and what you do. We're completely independent, and we don't really mandate that you take particular types of training or use particular training providers. This means you as an employer can partner with Cal Poly, you can partner with the JPL, the federal government, the Department of Defense, the Defense Acquisition University, and get training specifically tailored to what you do and how you can do it better. All we do is work with you to write a contract, so that's what we do, write the contract, and you articulate the training needs that you have. We structure the contract so that we can pay you for that training as you complete, and then your workers work with your company for 90 days after training is finished. So you can take the new engineer, hire them, you recruit them, you invest heavily in their training, and you want to train them up in how you do business on the floor, the equipment you use, your software, and this covers everything from research, engineering, and design, prototyping, hardcore production and manufacturing, testing, stewardship. So if something doesn't work or you're using a technology that could be environmentally unfriendly, how to properly dispose it. All your OSHA and safety training. If you're working with a really diverse workforce, which we are very fortunate in California to be able to do, training in literacy, digital skills. All of this is driven by the needs of the employer. So they will identify the training needs that are most important and critically needed for them, your equipment, your providers, and structure the training, and all we do is work with you to be able to pay for it. All right? We have budget year about $100 million. Our primary targets are of two types. First, the employers themselves. So all we ask is, how can we help you be more competitive at doing what you're doing? We're not going to get in your business about intellectual property or anything like that. We provide a basic summary of these contract structures. The second partnership, that's a single employer contract. The second partnership is with organizations like Economic Development Corporations, the Holland's Manufacturing Extension Partnership, CMTC, which if you're a manufacturer not working with them in California, you should be. They're federally funded. They have all sorts of consulting, business planning, resources, development opportunities, and ties into the procurement system. If you want to advance your position in terms of federal procurement, they're a huge help. Economic Development Corporations, East County EDC, which if you are interested in hiring, recruiting veterans, or connecting into the defense community further, those people know everyone. They can help you make that conversation. Cal Poly, as I mentioned, also the California community colleges, which have some of the most innovative employer-focused training, not just on-campus students, but their outreach and their contract ed department, continuing education departments provide invaluable assistance for general training topics, but also some of the extension partnerships. These are programs like Northridge's satellite program, Cal Poly Pomona, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, UCLA Smart Manufacturing, the SESME Institute. Partnerships with the national laboratories. These can be facilitated one or more community colleges based locally where you're at, or through remote opportunities or expansion opportunities that we fund. We have just funded $13 million in training to help, among other things, advance manufacturing topics. Again, we're not going to drive them. It's, hey, we just bought 4 pieces of equipment to help us produce better, smaller rockets and satellites. We need to learn how to use it up to its capacity to maximize our investment. How can we be trained? We sit down with you and we write the contract based on your needs, and all we do is offset the training costs. So I urge you, I had a slide up here mentioning that, if you come Friday, we're giving away free launch windows. We're going to schedule everything at Vandenberg, and you can have it all for free. And then, then of course, my lawyer at our program, our general counsel, Mike Cable, would probably have his hands around my neck, and Martin Minnick would come over and be, no, you can't do that. So I would say we're doing that. I'm not going to do that. But please come that Friday morning. Have a good conversation. We'll actually do a real layout of the program, and you can see sort of what you can take advantage of, how it might be helpful. But more importantly, you'll see some of the partnerships that are making this effort in California. It's leading the nation. And everywhere we go in terms of talking about this with other states and what's happening in defense communities and how can we advance technology, really in the commercial space, they are talking about, wow, we really wish we had this partnership in our state. We're years ahead of everybody. You being in California, first, thank you. Thank you for manufacturing in California, but thank you also for innovating here. So if there's anything our program can do, I'm at the bottom there. This is us. We just get together very rarely because of COVID. But if you have any of the contact information or you want it, our slides will be online. We're glad to provide information. Also, our position within the state government enables us to connect you to other program resources that might be really helpful. My slide presentation essentially included some of the types of contracts that we work with, large and small businesses. So sometimes as small as 15, 20 people. Sometimes as large, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin. You know, our real sweet spot is that mid-size, 100, 150 to 200 employees, full-time employees. That's really where our program is impactful because you don't have the resources of a larger company. You're still pretty big. But what you really have is that expertise and knowledge, and you're around, you're growing, you're innovating, you're either acquiring or being acquired, but you're adapting and putting satellites into space. So all I can say on behalf of one slide that has a picture of me looking curiously happy, I guess, would be that let us help you. I don't want to be a vendor or a resource that's just a one-time thing. We want to actually partner with you and help you do what you do. All we do is offer to pay for training that you outline and you need. If you're a student going into this, there's some ways that we may be able to tangibly help you with, like the employer-driven skills, team development strategies, the latest software, the latest sort of pieces of equipment that you'll need to know how to use, or at least to get through the door of the application, and so that when you land on the floor, you're at least productive and helpful, or won't kill anybody if we need safety training. Are there any questions? Yeah. Yes, we will train owners in how to run their business, how to be effective. We don't prescribe on how to do that, but we'll partner you with the Small Business Development Centers, PTACs, which are providing technical assistance for the procurement system for both federal and state governments. So you'll get connected with how to articulate business plans and work all the way through finance models, as well as how to effectively run and manage your employees. And as you grow, it's really important because you don't want to run afoul and find out that you're hiring people or paying them illegally or out of compliance in some sort. We can, anything for frontline workers that you want, we can actually include. So we can partner you with an EDC that works with the Cadence program, or we can work with a community college that has an SBDC. We can tailor that program and the outreach and the training based on what exactly you want to include. Answer it? All we do is offset the cost of it. So for each training hour, it's pretty simple. It's just $23 per training hour per training in the structure of it. So, as an employer, you can contract, get that funding, or you can have your training paid for offset. Any other questions? Okay, if you remember nothing later at the dinner, remember I tried to get you out of here quickly, get us back on time. So, help me with the data. Okay, yes, what do you got? No, I'm sorry. What do you got? If there's a delivery method, so some of the breakout sessions that have a defined number of people that will attend it, yes. Also, continuing education, the topic area is typically covered. So as you advance or you do things, typically if your employer tells you you need to do this training, it's really helpful. It's career advancement, leadership training, communication skills, obviously that I need. Those all can really be, factored in and accounted. So it just depends on your delivery method. Where we really specialize is when your company has a really fantastic engineer design the production floor and they train your people. like, downtime, or hey, we got a new launch, the change management cycles. We've got a new product, we're going to work through our whole thing. All of that training. ISO, if you're going to do an ISO certification, the auditing, as well as the documentation of your own procedures and processes, all of that can be captured for training. Anything else? Anybody? All right, well, thank you for the patience. Obviously, it's the end of the day. Thank you so much for coming to the thing. Somebody's going to come out and tell you to go to the happy hour really soon. Like this right here, hey. So again, Robert Meyer, ETP, again, state agency. All we do is pay for training. And I think I got you successfully out of here and back on time. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. I hope you enjoyed the first day as much as I did. I just have a couple quick closing announcements, and I'll get you out of here. First, as a reminder, there's a presentation by Blue Canyon tomorrow over in the room next door at 1 p.m. Look for more information about that. Tomorrow morning, we have our social tonight, 6 p.m. at The Rock. It's over near Slow Brew The Rock is over near the airport. The exact address is in the program, so make sure you find it there. In previous years, I think we've actually tripped surge pricing on Uber getting over there. So my suggestion is to try to carpool as much as possible, right? There's going to be a lot of people coming from here to there. So you plan to take Uber, make new friends, share the rides to get over there so we don't have to pay more than we need to. Also, if you're not familiar with St. Louis, sometimes the evenings can be cold. So if you have a sweater or a jacket, you might consider bringing it with you, because it is somewhat outdoors over there. And I think that is about it. Otherwise, thanks again for attending. The social starts at 6 p.m. and I'll see you over there.